안녕하십니까. 워크21 서울 국제 보행 컨퍼런스 3일차 마지막 날에 다시 인사드리는 조주연입니다. 반갑습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final day of Walk21 Seoul conference. My name is Ju-yeon Cho and I greet you once again. 네, 지난 며칠 동안 저희는 보행과 관련해서 굉장히 다양한 주제로 논의도 하고 토론을 듣고 또 전문가들의 고견을 살펴보는 시간을 가졌습니다. 시민들의 입장, 정부와 또 기업들의 입장과 보행의 건강의 중요성과 또 거기서 나아가서 보행 도시를 만들기 위해서는 어떤 조건들이 있는지 굉장히 다양한 주제들을 다뤘는데요. 오늘 3일차에도 굉장히 흥미로운 주제들로 꽉 채울 예정입니다. 끝까지 함께 관심 있게 지켜봐 주시고 또 참여해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. So over the past few days, we have talked a lot about walking and the benefits of walking. Of course, looking at the citizens' perspective along with the government and the private sector. We looked over a wide range of topics, starting from the health benefits of walking all the way to the requirements of building a walkable city. So on this third and final day, we also have a lot planned for you. So please stay with us until the very end and participate whenever you can. 네, 본행사는 워크21 서울 유튜브 채널과 또 워크21 재단의 유튜브 채널을 통해서 한국어, 영어 동시 통역 서비스와 함께 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. As you may all know, the Walk21 Seoul conference is being streamed live on our YouTube channels, both on the Walk21 Seoul channel as well as the Walk21 Foundation channel. Simultaneous interpretation is provided for Korean and English. 네, 본 컨퍼런스의 저작권은 서울시와 워크21 재단에 있습니다. 본 컨퍼런스 연사의 사전 동의 없이 발표 자료나 이미지, 영상 등을 무단으로 사용하는 경우 저작권 침해에 해당될 수 있으며 콘텐츠의 2차 가공과 배포는 금지되어 있습니다. All copyrights to this conference belong to Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent of Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Walk21 Foundation could be constituted as copyright infringement. The reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is also strictly prohibited. 본 현장에서는 코로나19 방역 수칙을 준수하며 모든 행사들을 진행하고 있음을 알려드립니다. And please note that this virtual conference room has been disinfected and is also following the quarantine instructions. 또한 워크21 서울국제보행 컨퍼런스 공식 홈페이지에서는 시민 참여 이벤트를 함께 진행하고 있습니다. 참가자 여러분들의 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. We also have a photo contest that I would like to remind you of on the Walk21 Seoul official website. So please do share your favorite walking pictures with Walk21 Seoul participants. 네, 그럼 지금부터 주제 세션 7번을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 주제 세션 7번 같은 경우에는 장수훈 서울대학교 환경계획과 교수님께서 진행을 해주실 예정입니다. 그리고 이번 주제는 서울시 보행 안전정책 및 사례를 많은 연사분들과 함께 토론을 해보도록 하겠습니다. So now beginning our plenary 7 session. It's being held under the topic of Seoul pedestrian safety policy. The session will be chaired by Professor Justin Chang, the Professor of Department of Environmental Planning at Seoul National University. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel of presenters and Professor Chang.
네, 일곱 번째 세션의 자작을 맡은
I am the chair of Plenary 7. I am Justin Chang of Seoul National University. We will deal with pedestrian safety measures in Seoul. Before we talk about that, we need to talk about the two main changes. This year, nationwide, we are implementing the speed 50-30 measure. And secondly, everyone is using smartphones. And people tend to walk and use the smartphones at the same time, and we would like to find some issues with that. And so this is a session in which we will talk about these changes, and the speed limit 50-30 will be dealt with by Dr. Sang Jin-han. And the smartphone usage and pedestrian safety, Dr. Young-Jun Han. And the Seoul pedestrian safety measures, Mr. Jong-min Kim. I would like to ask the speakers to present for about 15 to 20 minutes, and after all the presentations are over, we will have a Q&A and general discussion. Dr. Sang Jin-han, please.
네, 안녕하세요. 소개받은 한국교통연구원의
Hello everyone, I am Sang Jin-han from Center for Transport Safety at Korea Transport Institute. It's a great pleasure to join Walk21 Seoul. My presentation is on pedestrian safety, and I wanted to particularly focus on the Safe Speed 50-30 initiative that has been enforced since April 17th. This initiative was first started by Seoul Metropolitan Government earlier than any other municipality, and I know that there was a Safe speed limit within the four gates in 2018. At that time, we reduced the speed limit by 10 kilometers per hour, but we weren't able to really feel the impact. But I would like to focus on the Safe Speed 5030 initiative that has been applied throughout the city. If we look at the number of pedestrians that die, in 2019, it's 39% of total fatalities in accidents. It's a total of 1,302 people, and I want to emphasize that citizens need to be aware that there's a highly likelihood of you dying from a car accident, not in the car, but as a pedestrian. And we wanted to reduce the mortality rates of pedestrians, and that's why we started this initiative. But there's one point that I would like to mention. Would a wider street always be of benefit of pedestrians? When we design a city, in many cases, we would think that the wider is better. But if we do have a wider road, then we will have a wider intersection. And when that happens, pedestrians need more time to cross. And that means that the intervals will get longer, which will lead to more waiting time when they're waiting for the signal. So sometimes because they know that they have to wait, then in many cases they are quick to cross the street, leading to more accidents. Therefore, wider is not always better. It's about finding the right balance, finding the right appropriate width. And even if we do have wide streets or wide roads, it's important to make sure that street speed control is in place. We have applied this 5030 initiative to urban roads. Even within the expert circle, the urban roads and the rural roads, there isn't a consensus on why these two are actually distinguished from one another. So let me give you some more information. When we say urban road, it doesn't mean that it's only in the city. If there are cities and a built environment surrounding the street, we of course naturally have pedestrians, meaning that we have bicycles, we have two-wheel vehicles, as well as pedestrians sharing that street. And not only that, urban roads have frequent intersections and have many crossings, so we call those roads urban roads. In the case of rural roads, as you can see here in the picture, we have mountains or fields or rice paddies next to the rural roads, and you do not have to take into account the pedestrians as much as the rural roads or as much as the urban roads. This is in Ulsan city, and I think we can note this as a rural road. However, you can see that the picture on the right also is in a certain locality, and it seems as if it's in a small county. However, if you look at the environment, because of the built environment and because it's a shared road, we would call this an urban road. Let me talk about the initiative now. It's 50/30, and the default will be 50 kilometers per hour even without the signage. And this is applied to residential areas, commercial areas, and industrial areas. One of the reasons why we need this 50/30 initiative is based on scientific evidence. Because at 30 kilometers per hour, only 1 would die out of 10. At 50 kilometers per hour, 5 out of 10. And if you just go by 60 kilometers per hour, 9 out of 10 may die. Therefore, it means that we can reduce the mortality rates by 40%, and that is why many countries around the world are applying this initiative. All cities in Europe, and in New York and San Francisco, and in Japan, we have such initiatives up and running. So these are some examples of overseas cases, and some may be skeptical. So I wanted to show you this ITO map. It's a map that you can see on the internet, and this indicates the speed limits of the cities around the world. We do not have a lot of data on Seoul, but if you look at the Olympic-daero or the Gambyeong-daero, the urban expressways, these roads and have a speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour. Some certain expressways like Gyeongbu Highway has 100 kilometers per hour as a speed limit. But here, this is Ireland, Dublin. You see the orange and the green. And especially the green is below 40 kilometers per hour, mostly 30 kilometers per hour. And you have the orange, which is 50 kilometers per hour. And we only see the expressways in blue. Next is Paris. Paris, you see that most are green. And in the downtown area, we do see orange is not as much, but all of the other expressways that would connect to Paris is 80 kilometers or 100 kilometers per hour. What about Japan? Most are green, which is below 40 kilometers per hour, and the roads of 50 kilometers per hour are mostly arterial roads. And the major roads that would connect to Tokyo would be in blue with a higher speed limit. London also mostly green. Major cities around the world have already applied 50-30 initiative, and in the European countries from the 70s. And you can see that there are roads with more pedestrians depending on what we're talking about, whether it's the urban or the rural road. And that also can be one category in deciding the speed limit. For Ireland, even if it's an arterial road, if we look at the context or the function, if they believe that pedestrians have the right of way, they can designate 30 kilometers per hour as a speed limit. And if there are no pedestrians that use that road, it would be 60 kilometers per hour. That's their criteria. This is Helsinki of Finland from 1970s. They already had the speed limit in place, and from the 90s, they expanded the zones with a speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour. And Grenoble of France is quite interesting. The default here is 30 kilometers per hour. However, there are hardly any signals, the traffic signals, and only the main arterial roads have a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour. And I know that the residents have not shown any resistance to this policy. In order to expand our Safe Speed 50-30 initiative, we put together an operation manual, and many experts took part in authoring this manual, and I was the editor. It indicates the criteria of the speed limit and how the roads need to change based on this, and how the signal is managed, PR, enforcement, and the speed control system and management methodologies are indicated here in this manual, so please refer to this at your leisure. And one of the successful factors of 50-30 initiative is that we put together a council. We have a national council as well as a local council, and this local council is not alone. The Korean police agency, as well as the ministries, and the Korea Transport Institute was also involved. Dr. Oh Sung-moon has supported this endeavor, so this is an example of this initiative in application. You can see that the roads are in zigzag form, and there we also have curb extensions that were added, and not only that, we have the high elevated crossings as well, or the raised crossings. Let's look at the width. Most of the widths in Korea is 3.5. The majority is 3.5. Europe, the standard is 3.0, and if it's a bit wider, then it's 3.25. So our roads are quite wide, and we think that it's desirable to reduce the width. And with 50-30 initiative, we can even reduce this to 2.75. And then that will help us provide more space for the pedestrians if we reduce the car streets, the width of the roads. And what we also say is that even if you do have a limited budget, there are some other effective options. So we have two options here. We have the basic version or the limited budget version. And some may ask, if we reduce the speed limit, wouldn't that elongate the travel time? But what I did was collect the TMAP data, the GPS data, and we looked into Ulsan area. And here, while the cars wait at the intersection, the graph is the angle is close to 0, and then you can see that it goes up. And as you can see here, in a 50 kilometer per hour situation, the delay in the intersection would account for 55% of the total travel time. And at a speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour, if we take the case of peak hours, the delay that takes place in the intersection accounts for 78.2% of the total travel time. So you can see that here about 80% of the time would be spent at the intersection while waiting at the intersection. And it was the same case for different types of roads. And we wanted to understand what kind of impact it has on reducing the number of accidents. Daegu City sampled certain roads to reduce the speed limit, and we looked into the impact it had. And the number of vehicle-to-person crashes reduced by 9.5%, so that may not seem significant. However, if you look at the mortalities in such accidents, it was reduced by 41.4%. Now, overall in Daegu City, the accidents were reduced in the same period of time by 23.9%, but you can see that the roads with this initiative saw a reduction by 41.4%. So the 50-30 initiative is about saving lives, saving pedestrians, because it does have a positive impact on reducing the mortality or the fatalities in car accidents. So if you're interested, I think you should look into this. And also, it does not have a direct correlation with travel time because urban roads have many intersections. And close to 50% of the travel time is spent at waiting for the signals at the intersection. So it's not necessarily due to the 50-30 limit. And we should not just focus on the speed limit. We also need to restructure the roads to reduce the width of the car streets, but expand the space for pedestrians as well as for bicycles. And we need the right design based on the context, the right link and space. And we have a couple of suggestions, and we're currently putting together a road safety basic plan, the 9th basic plan, and we are particularly interested in the following. The most important point is crossings, because 60% of the accidents take place at these crossings. So we want to have a pedestrian island as a default. We want to strengthen the lighting in the crossings. And when it comes to PR and education or outreach, we always told the pedestrians to make sure that they look around. And it was their responsibility. However, we need to focus on the PR for the cars as well, because it's important that they must stop in front of a crossing. And we need more enforcement to make sure that the cars do not stray near the crossings. Road Traffic Act Article 8 indicates that the pedestrians need to avoid the cars, so this needs to change. It has to be more people-centric. And if you look at the signaling management, we also have many strategies in place that would protect pedestrians, so we need to introduce that as well. And there are certain roads that do not have any sidewalks. In the localities, in the rural areas, there are roads where there are no pavements or sidewalks, and we also need to make sure that that's in place in these roads. Thank you.
네, 한 박사님 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Safe Speed 50-30 initiative can be summarized that it's 50 kilometers and 30 kilometers in speed limit for the urban roads, and it's about enhancing the safety for pedestrians. This adheres to global standards, and despite some skepticism, even with Safe Speed 50-30, it was indicated here that it does not impact travel time. However, it enhances safety by a large margin. So it's about achieving the goal of both speed and safety. In order for this to be up and running and to expand, you've mentioned the importance of PR education as well as refurbishing the infrastructure and facilities that impact safety. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Han Young-jun.
He's going to talk about the impact of smartphone activity on pedestrian safety. Hello everyone, I am Han Yong-jun, as was introduced. I'd like to talk about the relationship between smartphone activity and pedestrian safety. I'll first look at their relationship, and I'd like to analyze the pedestrian accident data using AI and talk about some policy implications. In what age are we living in? Could you fill in the blanks? During the last 2 years, we could talk about the COVID-19 era, but if you expand your horizon to the last 10 years, you would probably answer we're living in the age of smartphones. Even the youngsters use smartphones, and human evolution has been changing with the use of smartphones, and so we are even called phono sapiens. In 2018, the Cambridge Dictionary chose as a word of the year nomophobia, which stands for no mobile phone phobia, which is a phobia created when you don't have your smartphone with you. If your battery is low and you're nervous, then you are nomophobic. The smartphones are into our everyday lives. The reasons being they are widely used for many purposes. The penetration rate of cell phones in Korea is 100% and smartphone usage 95%, world's number one. And they're used for many applications. They used YouTube for video platforms, but product reviews, search, and even creating opinions. And there is also the Netflix movie OTT service. And if you're seated down and you want to look at all the contents uploaded on Netflix, it would take about 4 years to watch all the contents uploaded on Netflix. And we also have Korean content on Netflix as well. We have SNS like Facebook, and people use these every day. Smartphones also affect our walking behavior. People use their smartphones and walk, and we call these people smombies. Smartphone plus zombie. And I'm sure you've run across one of them. I asked 1,000 Seoul citizens, have you felt any inconvenience due to others' use of smartphones? 78% said yes, they were inconvenienced, and 74% said there was a risk of collision because people were just staring into their screens. And there's a study on how smartphones affect pedestrian behavior. As you can see, VRs have been used, and they also recorded the behavior by video and then analyzed how the smartphone affects the pedestrian behavior. Most of the studies were focused on how the smartphones distract the pedestrians. They cannot recognize the object as much, and the speed of walking is slowed. And if the screen is larger, and if you are accessible to unlimited data, and if you're younger, then you're all the more distracted by the use of smartphones. And one other thing, as we have more people using the smartphones, we have new types of mobilities. We call them smart mobility. In the case of Seoul metropolitan area, we have the shared e-scooters starting in 2018, and the delivery services are becoming widely used. So we have a lot of these two-wheelers occupying the sidewalks. The kickboard, the PMs, they inconvenience the pedestrians and their related accidents that are on the rise. In the era of smartphones, the pedestrian behavior has changed and the pedestrian environment has changed. And I'm sure pedestrian safety has changed. And we cannot just make guesses. We looked at some data and analyzed them to find out how the smartphone use and pedestrian safety were correlated. We first looked at the pedestrian accidents. What you're looking at is the number of pedestrian accidents in Seoul. Throughout Walk21, Seoul has introduced many of the pedestrian-friendly policies. And due to these policies, Seoul's pedestrian accidents were able to fall starting in 2015. But if you look at the graph, the slowdown is not as steep recently. And so we looked at the pedestrian accidents by the degree. We had a decrease in severe injury and death, but we had an increase in the minor injury accidents. And so the profiles were different according to the degree and intensity of the accidents. And there could be two reasons. Deaths and severe injuries were converted to minor injury accidents. It's not. Of course, the cars have the technology to protect the pedestrians, and there's the 50-30 speed control policies, and so we were able to reduce and convert the severe injury and death accidents to minor injury accidents, and this could be a positive aspect. And the second reason may be that the minor injury accidents themselves could have increased because we have new types of minor injury accidents that are increasing. I talked about the changes in the pedestrian environment and pedestrian behavior due to smartphone usage. If you're walking and using the smartphones at the same time, it could lead to more minor injury accidents. It was a car-person collision, and now it could be minor injury accidents because these small bees could collide into the cars. And with that thought, I continued with the research, and we looked at the smartphone data. First, how much do you use the smartphone while you're walking? 69% of the pedestrians and most of the pedestrians under the age of 30 were using smartphones while walking. And what do you do while you're walking on your phone? And this is a phone, so they use it to call, make calls, and then they use the messaging app that were quite frequently used, and surprisingly, they use the phones to watch videos, play games, and it seems like people wouldn't do these things while they're walking, but they were still using these apps and playing games while walking. Smartphone usage is not just for making calls, and they could indeed affect the pedestrians' behaviors to a great extent. And so we looked at the smartphone usage data, and it was very difficult to get this data. And I was searching, and I used the WISE app data from the private sector, and more than 8,000 app real-time data, the number of apps installed, number of users, the hours of usage, how many times it was executed, data usage. We could have the real-time data on a daily basis, weekly basis, and monthly basis. And there was so much data. So depending on the results of the survey, I chose the smartphone data that was related to walking. So 85 app data in 12 categories. And some of the apps that I'd like to show you now are frequently used by the pedestrians. And why don't you see if you use these apps while you're walking too? And we also looked at the traffic data and the socioeconomic data. And then we added the smartphone data and the pedestrian accident data, and we did the analysis. The pedestrian accidents don't happen quite frequently, and so the absolute amount of data was not that large. And you could wonder, is this indeed big data? But we have the diverse and variety sets of data, and I just called it big data. And looking at the big data and analyzing it, and we looked at the possibility of pedestrian accidents. Most of the pedestrian accidents occur in the 300 areas close to train stations, and I looked at the 5 years data from 2015 to 2019. We had the traffic data, socioeconomic data, and smartphone data adding to the characteristics of the station areas, and we looked at how likely the pedestrian accidents could occur. And the number of independent variables was too much, and I couldn't use it to do the traditional analysis, and I applied deep learning. The characteristics of the station areas and the relationship with the pedestrian accidents, well, I built the model, but this is Walk21, so I will not explain in detail the model. The AI with the input variables would estimate the likelihood of pedestrian accidents occurring, and we compared to the previous analysis, and we see that the likelihood of accidents occurring is higher. The green bar is regression analysis, and the blue bar is having applied to deep learning. The accuracy goes up, and if we add the smartphone data, then the orange bar goes up, showing higher accuracy in the deep learning model. And we wanted to find out how the smartphone usage could affect the pedestrian accidents. In the first scenario, we looked at how much the pedestrian accidents increase if the users use the video and music services 3 times more and 5 times more. We asked the AI, and it produced the data that the accidents would increase by 20% and 36% respectively for video usage, and 7% and 24% more if you're using the music services. Of course, if you're listening to music, it would tend to produce less pedestrian accidents. And so if you use the videos, and if people watch the videos and listen to music, it would be more dangerous. But the smartphones would evolve in the way that people would be using these smartphones. So we had to come up with some precautionary measures. And then under the second scenario, we looked at the usage of kickboards and delivery service. We have a lot of e-scooters on the streets, and we have more delivery services, and you're not allowed to ride on the pavements, but we see some of these riders occupying the sidewalks. And if the usage increased by 3 times and 5 times, how much would the pedestrian accidents increase? As for the kickboards, the accidents would increase by 31% and 54% respectively if the usage was 3 times and 5 times higher. And if we have more delivery service people, then the accidents would also increase by 20% and 40% respectively. We are regulating the e-scooters, and this is inviting some controversies, but we need to provide some rationale, and I think the people would be more accommodating to the regulations on the e-scooters. And so I think people can relate to the negative impact of smartphone usage on pedestrian safety. And so with that, how can we discourage people from using the smartphones? We could use the compulsory measures, or we could ask the citizens to voluntarily comply, or we could rely on the technology solutions. We asked the Seoul citizens, which do you prefer? And instead of the compulsory measures of prohibition, they wanted to have higher awareness and a better citizen understanding. But we can't just rely on the citizens' voluntary participation. We compared it to the driver's usage of smartphones. Are you using your smartphones while you're driving? 36.7% of the drivers said yes. And we looked at what they were using the smartphones for while they were driving. They were mostly using the maps, and they were not on videos or social networking apps while they were driving. And there are some people, 9.7% of the drivers, who are watching videos on their phones while they're driving, but it's still much less compared to the pedestrians. And if the drivers are using the smartphones while they're driving, they're using the Bluetooth or the voice recognition feature sets. And so if we look at this, we see that before we had the smartphones, when there was the handheld phones and cell phones, there were strong regulations discouraging the drivers from using the phones. And so in order to prevent the further pedestrian accidents coming from the smartphone usage, we need to think about strong regulations and at the same time some technology solutions, because it did help the drivers from using the smartphones. And while I was conducting this research, this thing was on my mind. There are pedestrians using the smartphones, and we need to change their behaviors and we need to regulate them. But at the same time, this question came to my mind. People are using the smartphones and they run into cars, and can they be defined as the perpetrators of traffic accidents? According to traffic laws, they can never be perpetrators. They can never be the violators of traffic accidents. And when I asked this question, can zombies be the violators because they cause the accidents? 75% of the people said yes. And I think this is changing the mindset, because the pedestrians were always considered the vulnerable, the weak party, but now they can do harm to cars. But still, the zombies are pedestrians, and anyone could be zombies. And so we are trying to create some pedestrian safety environment, and maybe we could enhance a more accommodating environment to cater to the needs and protect the zombies. And I don't know which one is the right answer. And maybe having listened to my presentation, this will give you some food for thought. And so we are now living in the era of smartphones. The pedestrian environment and the pedestrian behaviors are changing, and we need new social consensus, and we need new legal framework. And we have new technologies, and we talk about smart city. The way I see it, smart city is using the new technologies to solve the new problems. And we have new issues coming up from the zombies and the usage of smartphones. I hope that we will have more new technology solutions. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 서울 연구원
Thank you, Dr. Han. So we are living in the era of smartphones, and you talked about the change in the pedestrian behavior. And people are now aware of the zombies, and they're much distracted. And you use the AI to input the traffic data, the socioeconomic data, and smartphone usage data, and it produces the likelihood of pedestrian accidents. And if you have more scooters and delivery services, then you will have more pedestrian accidents, and this is something to be feared. And this was an interesting research. Thank you very much.
서울시의 주요 보행 정책의
Next,
사례 중심으로
I would like to invite the next speaker that would be focusing on the cases in Seoul when it comes to pedestrian policy. I would like to invite Mr. Jong-min Kim from the Department of Pedestrian Policy Division at Seoul Metropolitan Government.
네, 안녕하세요. 서울시 보행정책과에서 보행
Hello,
안전
everyone.
담당하고 있는
I am Kim Jong-min, in charge of pedestrian safety policy at the Department of Pedestrian Policy Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government. It's a great honor to present in front of prestigious
오늘도 많이 배워가는 그런
experts,
자리라.
and I am learning a lot, and I hope that today's session is also as productive and useful to you all. There were many changes to Seoul's pedestrian policies.
사회적인 이슈가 되기도 했고
Recently,
또
it received the interest of the citizens,
정책에 맞춰서
and
안전 정책에 대한 관심도 크게
there was a lot of light shed on safety in addition to the various pedestrian policies that strive to switch from a vehicle-centric to a pedestrian-centric. So let me share with you some of the cases. This is the population of Seoul. It's 9.65 million.
18명 정도 교통사고 사망이 발생.
And we saw 218 deaths, which are road traffic deaths as of last year. And you can see here in the chart that it is going down.
115명, 54%.
But more than half of all road traffic deaths are pedestrians at 53% or 115.
고령자 사고가
And not only that,
10%나 됩니다.
we've seen more than half of pedestrian road traffic deaths are elderly people at 60 people. It was 52%. The elderly account for 16% of the total population, but when it comes to pedestrian road traffic deaths, they account for 52%. In order to create Seoul into a safe, walkable city, we need to make sure that protection is offered to the vulnerable.
강력하게 그 법을 시행할 수 있도록
And in addition to that, we need strong enforcement. We need to make sure that the safety laws lay root. And for that to be possible, we need the right enforcement system and the right culture in place.
자동차 중심으로 도로가 구성이 되었을 때는
And when we had a vehicle-centric system,
하기 어려운 부분도 있습니다.
citizens found it very difficult to walk because we did not have the appropriate crossings in the appropriate locations. So for Seoul to be a walkable city, we need to make sure that people can walk throughout the city in a safe fashion. The first case I would like to mention is the Seoul School Zone. We have 1,751 school zones across Seoul. Most are in the elementary school regions at 605 zones. So 100% of the environment of the elementary schools are covered, and we have kindergarten, special education schools, and international schools and academies where we have these school zones in place right now. The radius is 300 meters, and what we do is we make a circle with this radius of 300 meters as step one, and we survey the children commuting to school and determine the commuting link and then construct the facilities. Seoul has a very stringent safety policy for Seoul school zone. For the school zones, we're thinking of reducing the speed limit to 20 kilometers per hour. And not only that, we have plans to install CCTVs throughout Seoul. And there are narrow side roads, and those roads will be reconstructed so that children always have the right of way. And not only that, compared to other roads, we intend to increase the fines in the school zones by 2 or 3 times. And of course, it should not happen, but if we do see any deaths or injuries that do occur in the school zones, we will have tougher punishments for the offenders. So then, how are school zones different? How do they look different? We can see here in the pictures where, at a glance, you can see that this is a school zone. So we have warning signs, and we also have solar-powered LED signage that will make sure that everybody knows that this is a school zone. You've heard of the Safe Speed 5030 initiative, and in line with that initiative, we are expanding the number of CCTVs. As of 2019, we only had 89 spots with CCTVs. However, last year, we have already installed CCTVs in 484 spots. And in 2021, we're going to add 430 to have more than 1,000 spots with CCTVs. So You can see that just last year we've added close to 500 CCTVs in the school zones alone, and this is a great contrast to an addition of 50 in the other areas across Seoul. So it's safe enough to say that we have CCTVs basically covering all school zones. Narrow back roads do not have pavements or sidewalks, so the children have to avoid or avert the cars. What we want to do is change the roads, the design that's children friendly, and to have the vehicles try to make it less compelling for the cars to go through, and if so, if they do have to go through, to make sure that the children are noticed. Next is on illegal parking. Children are short, and it may be difficult if we have too many cars illegally parked on the streets to have the children identified. Therefore, what we did was paint double yellow lines at the edge of the roads, which means it's a no parking zone. No cars should be there idle, should not park. So we had the double yellow zones at the edge of the roads. And not only that, citizens can submit reports on any illegal parking cases in these roads with double yellow lines. In the past, there were specific procedures that you had to go through to see whether it's true illegal parking or not. You had to check or investigate. However, with these smartphone reporting or filings, within a minute after the reporting, a fine is immediately charged to the driver. So it's very easy to report any illegal parking by using the smartphone. We're continuing on to add CCTVs. We have more than 900 CCTVs, or 900 spots with CCTVs that run 24 hours a day. And as I've already mentioned, we have been asking citizens to contribute to report illegal parking by using smartphones. These are the crosswalks, and 60% of the accidents take place in the crosswalks. We want to make it diagonal or add the number of crossings, and we also call this the yellow carpet. We want to have the children be identified once they're in this yellow carpet, so they can rest assured to wait until the signal changes, and the car owners can also see and identify the children that are waiting in front of the crossing. And we've also enhanced the lighting during nighttime. And we are also changing the lighting to a more yellower shade so that it can be easily noticed. We also had a walk to school program in the past where areas with no sidewalks, or if there is a construction ongoing, we had the citizens assist the children, the volunteers assist the children to have them safely go to school. And this is the silver zone for the elderly. It has been close to 27 years since we've applied the school zone initiative, but for the silver zone, only 15 years. Here we have 163 zones, and like the school zones or the children protection zones, we have color-coded these zones. In order to reduce the car accidents of the elderly, we need to make sure that we have the right walkways for the elderly. We found that effective. There are those that find it difficult to walk around because they're feeble. And if they do encounter a vehicle, it's very difficult for them to avoid that vehicle. So we worked on the sidewalks so that it's more convenient for the elderly, and the traditional markets. What we did was, for the first time out of all of the municipalities, launch an ordinance to designate the traditional market area as a silver zone, because many of the elderly would go to these traditional markets, and we wanted to protect the elderly. So it's not in the act as an example, but we've established an ordinance to make that happen. Next is the Safe Speed 50/30. This was in place since 2021, and for the school zones, it is to be reduced to 20 kilometers per hour.
박사님께서 잘 말씀을 해주셨는데
Our previous speaker already mentioned the importance of safe speed 50-30, but if I may give you some more information,
속도를 낮추는 게 중요한 이유는
this really matters because depending on the speed, the braking distance may differ. If they run at 30 kilometers per hour, the braking distance would be 15 meters. However, this braking distance has a strict correlation with the speed of the car. If you reduce the speed by 10%, you can reduce the braking distance by a greater margin. Because there are multiple forces in play here. And if we reduce by 30 kilometers per hour, this braking distance would be 15 meters, and injuries, the cases of injuries be reduced significantly. And we have already put in place the safe speed 50-30 in Seoul and across Seoul. And this is the diagonal crossway. If you have to cross two streets, there is a high likelihood of jaywalking. So we have these diagonal crosswalks. And not only that, all of the signals will switch to either red or green so that everybody can walk, whether it be horizontal or diagonal. We did have these cases in certain areas, but even in the downtown areas, we now have these pedestrian scramble crosswalks or these diagonal crosswalks. This is on the roundabouts. We wanted to enhance safety, and that's why we have this here. And the cars in the roundabouts have the right of way. And what we did was make it difficult for them to enter into the roundabout. They need to stop temporarily. And we made it round, as you can see here, to have the car reduce their speed, leading to reduced accidents and also enhance the safety for the pedestrians. Next is on the future challenges and the future direction of Seoul's pedestrian safety policy. First, for the school zones, we are going to reduce the speed limit by 20 kilometers per hour. For the 50-30 initiative to be effective, we need a control and enforcement system in addition to the CCTVs, and that's why we've been adding cameras throughout the roads, and we need the right culture in place. In the case of school zones, if we reduce this to 20 kilometers per hour, it's highly likely that people would not observe the speed limit. So we wanted to put physical barriers or facilities to have them slow down, whatever the case. We have these color block based pavements, and we're going to expand the application in the future. And not only that, these parklets are something that we want to add in the future so that school zones will not be recognized as a road per se, but an area for children and for the students.
앞서 방금 발표해 주신 한 박사님께서 말씀해 주신
Dr. Han talked about the Spomby accidents, and this may counter that. We have the CITS programs.
버스에 단말기를 달고
You can see that there's a terminal on the bus, and it can identify any pedestrians. And there is a sensor communication with other vehicles or other public transport. So if we do have a passenger all of a sudden jaywalking, then there would be an alert or warning that would go out to have the bus driver brake. So this is a pilot that's currently running.
CITS라는 게
CITS is about sensing anything around, and it's all connected, the vehicles, passengers, and any other mode of transport. The terminal is used to transmit signals to identify any risk factors. And this is the smart crosswalk. In order to reduce zombies, we also have these signals, these bottom signals, or any audio alerts. And if there is any risk factor, there are the signages that would light up.
저희 60억 원을 투입을 해서
And this year alone, we invested 6 billion to have this installed in 200 sites.
네, 이상으로 최근에 그 서울시에 달라진
So that was a brief summary on any the changes to the pedestrian safety policy in Seoul.
뭐 궁금하신 점 있으시면
If you do have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. Thank you.
네, 주무관님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
서울시에서 추진했던 주요
We
보행안전
looked
관련된
into the policies of pedestrian safety, the school zone, the silver zone, the safe speed, the pedestrian scramble, and the roundabout.
전후
And
사고 감소에 따른 것들이 데이터를 있습니다.
I think that it would be great if we have data on any reductions to accidents with these new additions, but in lieu of time, I think you weren't able to go into that. And the CITS project seemed quite interesting for the future because this helps us identify any risk factors of pedestrians and to have that delivered to the drivers so that no accidents would happen.
세분 다 말씀 주셨고요.
So thank you very much for the presentations.
간단하게
And
각자의 그 발표 내용에 대해서
we would like to
부분 있으시면
maybe give some more time to the speakers to add some more information.
한영규 박사님 발표라든지
Dr. Han, maybe you may have any comments for Dr. Han or Mr. Kim. We don't have a lot of time, but if there's anything that you would like to add to the other presentations, please proceed. Yes, the presentations were all very interesting. And particularly with regard to the SMOMB issue, the question that you threw out there was when there is an accident due to a SMOMB, that they should be held responsible. And SMOMBs are also pedestrians, so they also need to be protected. And you said that these two stances or positions clash, that they should be protected and also that they should be held responsible. And I think that such an issue may occur. But I think that the approach should be more skewed towards the fact that SMOMBs are pedestrians, because there are SMOMBs that would just be looking at their phone, but one of the reasons why we do rely on the phone is to make calls as we walk, to listen to music. And I think that these are services that do not really contribute to accidents. And in the areas where pedestrians have the right of way, if we force them not to use the smartphone services, maybe that's going too much because it's to enhance their convenience, to make it convenient for them. So maybe that's going too much. So I think SMOMBs are also those that should be protected up to a certain extent because that's how it is. But there are some dangerous situations, especially in the crossings. And in addition to that, in the shared streets with both pedestrians and cars, if you are using the smartphone too excessively, that would be an issue. And I think that that should be corrected. And I believe that there may be some technical solutions to such problems. And Mr. Kim's presentation, you talked about the school zone, and I think maybe we need to launch a school zone 2.0. You've mentioned about the CCTVs and the enforcement cameras that were added. However, we cannot say that the children will be safe to only have these school zones a safe zone, because if we want them to be safe from the home to the school, school zones should not be just designated just right in front of the school or the vicinity. So I believe that we need some further improvements made. There are many other improvement projects in place, road improvement and safety improvement projects in place. So maybe we can bring that together, where school zones can be applied to more areas, to more spaces. So that is all. Thank you.
마이크를 좀 가까이 대달라는
The feedback is that it would be great if you speak closer to the mic. So thank you. And moving on to Dr. Han Young-jun.
박사님이나 김종민 주무관님 발표에 대한 의견도 좋고요.
Dr. Young-jun Han, you could ask the two speakers questions, or you could now respond to the question that was raised by Dr. Sang-jin Han.
우선 아까도 말씀드렸던
As
것처럼
was mentioned
저는
before,
아직 그두 가지
I
심원비를
still
보호해야
have
되는지
not
지켜야 되는지
come up
계속
with
고민
the
중인데
solution as to whether to protect or
좀
to
심원비라는
regulate
하나의
the small
단어에 이제
bees.
전부 다 설명하기는 좀 어려울 것
It's
같아요.
very
심원비
difficult to
중에서도
explain everything
하나가 있고 나쁜 애가 있을
in
수
the
있어요.
word small bee. I
지금
think we
말씀하신
have the
아까
good
한상희
small
박사님
bees and the
말씀하신
bad
그
small bees.
심원비들.
And
그
so
심원비들은
the
저희가 보호할 수 있어야겠지만
good small bees,
저도
the
이제
passive
지하철
users, I
타고
think we
다니면서
need to
보면
protect them.
정말
But
좀 심각할
I
정도로
do
알레르기
see some
증상들이 많이
malignant
있어서
small bees. Their
구체라기보다는
heads are
어쨌든
buried
교육은 최소한
in the
지금 분명히
smartphones,
필요한 시기가
and maybe
된 것
not
같습니다.
regulate, but to
계속 저도
educate
고민을
them.
해보겠습니다.
I think I will
그리고 우리 한상희
keep
박사님이
continuing
말씀해 주신
to search for the answer.
노동상공업공사
And I was listening to
저는 이제
Dr. Sang-jin Han's presentation about 50-30, and as a person researching the traffic rules, the speed slowing down, the traffic demand I think could be reduced, and I think it could provide some better environment to manage the traffic. The speed is reduced, and maybe you could make up for that at the intersections, but I don't think there is much research done on that area. And I thought maybe I should pay more attention to that. And listening to Mr. Jongmin Kim's presentation, we have the pedestrians and the cars and PMs and bicycles all crowded within a limited urban space. And what I consider important is pavement and how we package this. And if the roads are paved, then the people can perceive, oh, so this is the right of way given to cars, and if it is paved another way, then people will feel that pedestrians are given right of way, and the school zones will be paved in another way, and I think the school children will be protected. And you talked about CITS, and having researched the smartphone usage, we consider smartphones as innovative and world-changing technology because we can expand our world using the features of the smartphones. We have some safety hazards, but I think these issues could be partially resolved with the smartphone technologies. But we don't have these technologies all available for commercial reasons. But if we pay more attention to pedestrian safety, I think we could have smartphone technologies evolve to produce technologies that protect the pedestrians. Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Jongmin Kim. But before that, Dr. Han was talking about because the speed is reduced, maybe you could make up for the reduced speed at the intersections. And I think you're talking about the street light management. Dr. Sang-jin Han, with the introduction of 50-30, I think the street light management was introduced at the same time. Do you have some ideas?
With regard to this signal management or link, we did have an offset design for the 50-kilometer speed limit so that it can be linked. So that was just for a number of sites, but not all. And the reason why it was challenging to expand is because if you do not have the right budget, it's very difficult to push this in the administration world. And if you look at the existing signal system, because we reduced the speed limit to 50 kilometers per hour,
추정하고 실제로 한번
Some may
그런
think
식으로
that there will be increased travel time. However,
취지 중입니다. 이거는
we believe that's not the case. And we're trying to gather the data on that as well. We will be expanding this 50/30.
연동을 개선하지 않았다고 해서
But what I want to say is that because we don't have a corresponding signaling system that's linked to 50/30, we cannot say that this policy or this initiative is ineffective. So I think that is a different story. And as was mentioned, with reduced speed, there is more that we can do. There are more options. For instance, we may get rid of traffic signals, especially if we do, and there could be more options of adding roundabouts. And in terms of the signal operation, we can have a pedestrian-centered signaling system where a through left type of signaling should disappear, and also the intervals of more than 180 seconds.
충분히 횡단 시간을 더 줄 수 있는
And not only that,
차량은 녹색 신호로 직진을 하고 있는데
the cars are going through
기다려라.
on the green,
그런 식의 신호 운영
and we
팽배한데
up till now been having pedestrians wait on a red light, but I think that these are something that we can change going forward, in addition to getting rid of the through left turn signal. And now moving on to Mr. Kim's comments on the other presentations.
한 박사님께서 말씀하신 것처럼 사실
As Dr.
실제로
Han has
바로 앞에서
mentioned,
아이들 보행 사고가 발생하는 것들보다도
well, the accidents do not actually take place right in front of the school. In many cases, we see them taking place in the side roads or the narrow roads. But the reason why we had to prioritize is, well, we had to prioritize on right in front of the schools because of budgetary reasons, and that's why we weren't able to focus on the narrow roads. And there are many commercial areas or residential areas in these narrow roads or the side roads, so it's very difficult to put forward with the initiative. But we are seeing amendments made to the laws and acts, and we will coordinate with the central government to also expand out to the side roads and the other narrow roads where children can be vulnerable. And there is a question that was posed on the chat box on YouTube. So with regard to Safe Speed 50/30 initiative, there are many PR outreach that's being done right now, but still we do see quite a resistance amongst the citizens. So in addition to what you're all doing right now, is there any other measures that can reduce the resistance? And you've mentioned that plans are to reduce the speed limit to 20 kilometers per hour in the school zone. So how can we deal with the resistance? Do you have any plans going forward? Yes, I do know that citizens are concerned. We're very well aware of that. And we're not trying to force the citizens to adhere to these rules. What Seoul can do is, I think, PR as well as outreach, but what's more important than that is to provide the right road environment that would help transit or help travel nonetheless, even if we do have these initiatives. So for the school zones, as I've mentioned, it's important to make sure that the children have the right of way and to have the cars use the main roads. And to have that happen, we need to change the infrastructure. And as Dr. Han is currently researching, it's also about changing the form of the road to not have straight lanes, but maybe zigzag lanes, and to have street furnitures on the roads. So it's about changing the environment and to make it more pedestrian friendly. And that would help naturally have the cars adapt to this very different flow. So it's about changing the surrounding environment, and this has to be done simultaneously. Thank you. And Dr. Han, is there anything that you would like to add to this comment? Citizens initially
당연할 수 있다라고 생각이
can
들었는데
resist. They may have
내용에
divided
대해서,
opinions. It's only natural.
저희가 조금 더 적극적으로
But
알리는
I
것은
think
앞으로 좀 필요하다.
in the future, we
예를
need to
들면,
actively convince and
도시구도가
persuade
어떤 도로인지,
the citizens.
일반적인
When we
국도하고
say urban
어떤 차이가
roads,
있는지를
many people do not know the difference between the urban roads and any state roads.
도로는 차가 주인이야. 뭐 이런 식으로
But however, in many
아직까지는
cases,
좀 강한 상태에서
people or
이루어지는
citizens would think that
것인 것
roads,
같은데,
all roads,
도시구
should be that the
도로는
cars have the right of way.
차만,
But as I've already mentioned,
보행자도 똑같이
roads are shared by not only cars but also pedestrians.
도로이기 때문에
Pedestrians also have a right to use that space.
어떤, 새로운
So regarding the urban roads,
이해라기보다는
I think that it's important to make sure that the citizens have the right understanding towards urban roads so that they know what urban roads are all about. And to make that happen, we need more PR and more outreach, provide more information to the citizens.
서도 얘기하셨지만
And as was mentioned by Seoul Metropolitan Government,
보행자에게도 편한 공간으로 바뀌고
we have to change the environment to make it more pedestrian friendly and more bicycle friendly. So that also goes hand in hand. I speak with the younger generation,
찬성하진 않는다.
and I was able to see that they're not for it, but they won't be strongly against it.
해본 결과 좀 답답한 느낌이
And
있긴 하나
they say that sometimes it can be frustrating, but it didn't really increase their travel time by a significant margin.
이게 본질에 대해서 좀 더 이해하고
So I believe we need to understand what an urban road is, and we need to adapt to the situation. And I believe that the agencies, if they do provide a more pedestrian-friendly environment, it will be welcomed by the citizens.
그래도 큰 비난 속에서 살아남은 유일한
And the
이유는
reason why we're able to push forward with this initiative despite the resistance is because we can see in the statistics that the number of accidents are being reduced according to the police agency. So I would like to ask for your support in the future. And of course, if there is an issue, please let us know. We're open to any suggestions. But I would like to ask the citizens to understand what an urban road is and then add the comments.
보고요.
I think that such resistance or criticism can be justified, and in the process of planning,
시민들이 참여할 수 있는
citizens should take part in the process, but in many cases they don't have that opportunity, and it seems like they're being forced to observe the speed limit. And if Seoul does have the intention to reduce the speed limit to 20 kilometers per hour in the school zones, I think you need to make this participatory. You need to have a citizen participatory platform in place so that they don't perceive this as regulation, but as a future-oriented policy to create a better city for the citizens. And we have another question, and this question is for Dr. Han Young-jun.
사실 과속이라든지 신호 위반 같은 것들은
For
첨단 기기를 이용해서
speeding
비교적 손쉽게
and
접근할 수
violation of
있으니까
streetlights, we can detect that with technology. And so it is very easy to enforce the traffic laws. We do need to regulate the use of smartphones, but it's not as easy to detect using the given technology. So will enforcement be effective? How can we make the enforcement more effective?
지금 들어온 질문은 운전 중 스마트폰
I
사용에
think
대한
the question is actually about using the smartphones while driving. Yes, it's difficult to detect smartphone usage while you're driving, and I was actually pulled up by the police officer. What they were doing was the police officers were standing, and it was not a smartphone, it was a cell phone, and I had my hand up, and so the police officer would see me and then they would pull me over, and they would tell me, don't use your phone while you're driving. And so you can just rely on the naked eye to detect drivers who are using smartphones. And of course, you could go all distances, check the smartphone usage data while you're driving, but I don't think that will be effective. But I was more interested in how we can regulate the smartphone usage while walking. Compared to drivers using smartphones, I think it would be more difficult to regulate the pedestrians using smartphones. From the driver's perspective, the drivers have black boxes in their cars. So if there's a zombie and that person is approaching the car, and if that is recorded in the black box, and so, of course, the cars have to protect the pedestrian and have to brake in good time. But if there is an accident, how can the black box footage help the driver? At the current situation, this cannot be used as something positive for the driver. But in order to change the mindset, I think we could have the media. So maybe the pedestrian was walking and using the phone and walked into a car and was accountable for 30% of the damages. Well, I was talking to people working in insurance companies, but they said that pedestrians could not be held liable. But if there is a clear case when the pedestrian is the offender, then maybe the percentage of the damages could be split between the driver and the pedestrian. And I think this could be a good lesson to be learned, but I think we need to change the laws first. But before the amendment of the law, we need a social consensus. I know regulations are very difficult. We need to find the right answer. Thank you.
예,
Thank you very much.
법께서
Yes, we need a social consensus before amending the laws. That's what I am most impressed by. We have done with all the presentations and the discussions. And are there any last-minute comments that you would like to raise?
혹시 김종민 주무관님 추가
Mr. Jongmin Kim, is there anything you'd like to
제가
add?
질문 하나
Well,
있는데
I have a question for you.
아까 그 스쿨존의 속도를 20으로
You said that Seoul is planning to reduce the speed limit in the school zones to 20 kilometers per hour. So
정확한 사업용은 스쿨존
can
5사분이라고
you
그러세요.
give us
그다음에
how this is going to be done in the future?
작은 도로 여기서 말씀드린 작은 도로는
So
양옆에 보도가
what we
있는
do, what we have is this policy that we would call 532, and the typical arterial roads at 50 kilometers per hour, and we have 30 kilometers for your typical roads as well, and we have areas that we call school zones. And these zones are very different. These are where we do have children and areas where it really needs more development to make it more pedestrian friendly. So we're not going to expand this across the board. We're going to select specific sites to reduce the speed limit for those areas. So it'd be great if you can provide that information to the citizens beforehand.
보행 안전 정책
And with that, we would like to conclude the seventh session. We looked into pedestrian safety and also the cases of Seoul. There was a presentation on Safe Speed 5030 and also on what kind of impact or negative impact the use of smartphones may have on safety. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Han Sang-jin, Dr. Han Young-jun, and Mr. Kim Jong-min, and also to all of the viewers on YouTube.
세션 7번째
And with that, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 모든 발표분들과 또 좌장을 맡아주신 교수님께도 감사드립니다. 보행 안전 정책과 관련된 토론과 발표 들어봤는데요. 유익한 시간 되셨기를 바라겠습니다. Thank you once again to all of the speakers and our moderator for this session talking about the safeties for pedestrians in Seoul. 네, 그럼 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 이후에 또 이어서 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 8번째 주제 세션 같은 경우에는 데이터와 관련되어 있는 세션입니다. 보행 관련 데이터 수집 및 활용 방안에 대해서 논의를 할 예정인데요. 관심 있게 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. And now after a short break, we will move on to our plenary 8, looking at data and how we know what to want. So please do take a little bit of time to stretch out your legs, and we will see you back in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Love me. Oh, I need someone
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a nice break. And now moving on to our next session. Well, they say that data is the gold of the 21st century, but it's not just about collecting data anymore. It's more about the quality of data and how to use it. So with this, we start our plenary 8 session under the title Data and How We Know What to Want. And to moderate the session, we have our very own Ms. Bronwyn Thornton, the CEO of Walk21. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and our moderator.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, and possibly even the good middle of the night. It feels a little bit middle of the night this early for us here in the UK, but it is fantastic to be with you again for day 3 of Walk21 Seoul. The lovely thing actually about having all of our sessions running back to back instead of in parallel is that we've been able to attend all of them for the first time in many years. So welcome back, and to this very critical discussion that we're having today, because of course it is about data. It is about, we know now the world is awash with data. We have more than we've ever had before. We have big data gathering on our mobile devices. We have local opinion surveys, household travel surveys, GPS data. It's all telling us something about who we are, how we move, what we need, what we want, and sometimes telling other people more than what we want them to know about us. And in the world of walking, we've often been said, we'd like to do something for walking, but there's no data. We don't know, there's no data. There's not enough information on which to make a decision or on which to make an investment. And it's really quite interesting how over time the conversation has evolved around how do we measure walking, what do we measure, and how do we value what we're measuring so that we can invest in it. And many of you will know that we've been running pre-conference workshops at Walk21 talking about measuring walking, framing up what we measure, how we measure it, and how we use that data. So this session today, so it's very much at the heart of what we do is always negotiating those conversations and trying to support the development of good data for walking. So this session is going to explore, as the world generates more data and collects more data, what does that mean for walking, and how can we leverage that for action and investment in walkable streets and public spaces? But how we work with that, how do practitioners work with that, how do governments use it, how do advocates use it? And we've got 3 very different speakers this morning to share how they're collecting data and using it, and what those opportunities that they have found with that data. And so I'm very pleased. We're going to hear from, I'm going to introduce them all now, and then we'll have their presentations and a question and answer at the end. So please drop your questions into the chat. We can pick them up off the chat function, and I will share them with the speakers in the conversation at the end. First up this morning, we have Adjunct Professor Trevor Shilton. He is the National Director of Active Living from the National Heart Foundation in Australia. The National Heart Foundation in Australia has actually been leading on the walking agenda for a very long time over there now, and doing lots of the critical research that has informed the development of the walking agenda, not just in Australia, but inspired people globally over the last 2 decades. We have Dr. Anne Kerr, who is the Managing Director of Greater China for Mott MacDonald's Hong Kong Limited Office, and she's coming to us from Hong Kong today, and she will be talking about data as the new oil for our systems, which is very exciting. We've been working with Mott MacDonald's on the Hong Kong walkability study, and it's always fantastic to know that even cities with lots of walking are still looking at how to make that better. And finally, we have Taylor Reich, who is a research associate with ITDP, and he is based in the USA. His pronouns are they and them. My apologies, Taylor. It's still learning new habits with these things, but they will be talking to us today about the fantastic tool that ITDP has developed called Pedestrians First, and what it tells us about our streets and spaces all over the world, cities everywhere, and how walkable they are. So I'm really looking forward to this. We're going to hear about different perspectives on data, and then have a fantastic discussion at the end. So firstly, let me welcome Trevor Shilton to the stage. Welcome to Walk21 Seoul, Trevor.
Thank you, Bronwyn, and thank you to Walk21 for the invitation to present today and talk with you about this critical topic of data and how we know what to want, and indeed how we know how to use data that we have available to us. So I will share my screen and seek your feedback that you can see it. All good? All right, thank you. So my context that I want to talk about is using data for advocacy purposes, and particularly in this case study I'll present, gathering data on community perception and using that for advocacy purposes. I think it's important, if I'm going to talk about advocacy, that I define it, and it's very important, I think, to appreciate that advocacy is mostly not about individual behavior change. It's about using data to gain political commitment for walking, policy support, social acceptance, system support. It's really these system level things that we're trying to change with advocacy. This is a model of advocacy that I have developed and conducted training around the world on. It's not something I want to talk about in great detail, but just to highlight, if you look from left to right on that diagram, this is really moving from evidence to influence, and the evidence on the left, the data, if you like, on the left, through to policy relevance, coming up with policy relevant solutions, and then advocacy strategies across the spectrum of political advocacy. You'll see community mobilization is in there as well. And there is always a role for the art of advocacy and persuasive communication, which is on the right. So this is a model that I use, but if we go all the way back to the left, evidence data is a critical asset in health, and it's a critical asset for us in walking across other disciplines as well. It's a fundamental starting point for our advocacy. If I could summarize this slide, because we always think about evidence as being just about research, but it is about it's also about what works. It's also about cost effectiveness, and it's also at the very bottom there, gaining measures of what the community is prepared to support. And it's in that collective picture of evidence that informs advocacy where we have success, and we've seen that in other forms of endeavour in advocating for things like plain packaging of tobacco and taxation on sugary drinks. I'll be talking, of course, about the last one on that previous slide, which is about evidence of community support. So the Heart Foundation last year conducted a survey of about 3,000 Australians to gain a measure of community need and aspiration about the type of neighbourhood they would like to live in. So we surveyed 3,000 people, roughly equal distribution across the states and territories of Australia. We were in market in August and September of last year, and this was a 15-minute online survey. Our objectives were, as I just said, to demonstrate the degree of alignment of community sentiment with our walking-related Heart Foundation objectives. And we asked people what matters most to them when they're deciding where to live, whether this is buying or renting, whether healthy neighbourhood design influences their decisions in relation to where to live, to understand how Australians rate healthy design features, walkability and so forth, and how Australians feel their neighbourhood could be redesigned to support more physical activity. So those were the objectives of this community survey. So upfront, we asked them unprompted, what's important to you in choosing where to live in relation to your neighbourhood? And so these are the top line results to that question. People want to, you'll see a few themes emerging in the data across the bottom. People want closeness. And closeness is perhaps a proxy for density, but or destinations in their neighbourhood. They want to be close to shops, to public transport, parks and open spaces. They want to be, if they have children, close to education facilities, schools, healthcare. There's variance across these, but they generally speak about closeness, safety, and affordability. And you'll see some of those are utilitarian in relation to access to healthy food and shops and public transport, and others are more oriented around the lifestyle that they might enjoy or wish to have. It's interesting then, and I've got a number of these slides, but I've just chosen to focus on one. We cut this by age, by gender, by different demographics. This is the same data you saw before, but looking at females and males, the females in the lighter colored bars, and where the differences were, you'll see in the little green arrows, the statistically significant differences where females were statistically significantly more likely to indicate that being close to shops, close to public transport, in a safe area with low crime, and a quiet area away from roads. Two themes there are convenience and safety. We have, as I said, this data for different regions and for different age groups as well. In Australia, we have, and you can look at this at your leisure, we have an online resource called Healthy Active by Design. It's a tool for local governments, planners, designers across the design features that you can see listed on that slide: access to healthy foods, right through to sense of place, destinations, etc. And so we also quizzed in this survey on each of these design features. It was interesting to us that the thing that came up most frequently was access to healthy food, with 90% of the community rating that as somewhat important or very important. Females, those over 50, people living in Victoria, which we think might have been a COVID effect, were more likely to indicate that as a priority for them. But it was of interest that this came up as highly as it did, and everyone on this call would appreciate that food is often a significant destination when it comes to walking, access to food in your neighborhood. We looked at sense of place, and you've already seen this in the data, but very high rating of safety in its various different dimensions: traffic safety, personal safety, street lighting, around 90%, considering that to be very important. Natural elements in their place, public open space came in next, traffic calming measures, and a sense of community in their neighborhood. So these were all highly rated by the respondents to this survey. Public open space, not surprisingly, likewise, being close to parks, walkable distance to gardens. In the Australian context, that's often beaches as well, but playgrounds, ovals, and nature. And councils providing infrastructure for footpaths in particular was also strongly supported. In terms of movement networks, I mean, the principal thing that came up there was living within easy walking distance of public transport, but children being able to walk safely to school. I mean, that's 61% is across the whole population. Of course, in the subdividing the data into parents, of course, parents were far more likely to rate that highly. And there being safe infrastructure again, separated footpaths, cycle paths, and so on. Destinations, we've talked about this quite a bit already, but facilities that are convenient, that are close to home, living within easy walking distance of recreation facilities as well. And there's some data that we've collected on signage and wayfinding, and being close to your place of work, which was considered important also. And I think lastly, we asked about community facilities. And again, we've talked about much of this in relation to retail and food, and but this particular one looks at things like recreation facilities and community facilities. So we looked at three other things. So I'll touch on these quickly. Elements in your neighborhood that could increase your physical activity. And so the slides on the left, or the figures on the left, are metropolitan responses. The slides on the right are for those in regional areas. They're in a different order, but the same 5 things came up as important. And they're access to sport and recreation facilities, footpaths, walking trails, safe streets and spaces, parks and reserves, and social neighbourhood community activities were the things most commonly identified that could increase physical activity in your neighbourhood. So we were also, to be a little bit more pointed, and this was towards the end of the survey, there were 4 things we wanted to know about in relation to community support. We asked them about support for walking and cycling infrastructure, public transport infrastructure, reductions in speed in neighbourhoods, and support for an Australian National Physical Activity Survey. So just looking at those very quickly. So it's interesting to consider the wording of this. We didn't just ask them if investment in walking infrastructure was important. We asked them if they would be supportive of the government directing more of its roads funding into walking and cycling infrastructure. 67% of people either strongly or somewhat were in favour of that. But probably equally importantly, only 8% were not in favour of that. So I think that would come as quite a surprise to transport officials and politicians, and we're already using this data extensively in our advocacy. So we asked a very similar question with a very similar result with regard to public transport, with the same kind of prevalence, with 68% of people strongly in favour or somewhat in favour of the government spending more of its roads funding on public transport infrastructure. Speed limit reductions, this is very timely with the United Nations Week on Road Safety just last week. So again, 64% of people would be supportive of speed reductions in neighbourhood streets, and 13% unsupportive, and quite a few undecided in that instance. And the final one we asked about was support for a national physical activity strategy. Very strong support for this. There were 4% of people not supportive, not quite sure why, but that's been very useful to us in promoting through our advocacy efforts as well. And then finally, we had an assumption that people understood that walking and physical activity was good for you, but they didn't really appreciate just how good it was for you. And so we put that to the test, and we found, not surprisingly, that 93% of Australians agree that physical activity is good for you, 68% strongly agree, and that wasn't surprising. But when we asked them to name 3 specific benefits, only 1 in 4 people could. So while they had this general idea that walking and physical activity is good for you, they didn't really have an understanding of the areas in which it might be good for you. What was interesting as well, and this might have been a post-COVID effect in the Australian context as well, that the 46% of people nominating mental health was really quite striking. Weight loss and heart health or cardiovascular health were the top 3. But yeah, only 1 in 4 could name 3 benefits. So I guess just to finish up and go back to where I started, the Australian community strongly supports many elements of walkability and livability in our neighbourhoods. We set out to demonstrate for our own advocacy purposes that the sentiments of the Australian community were in alignment with the Heart Foundation's advocacy objectives, and this survey did demonstrate that very well indeed. Critically important, and this will come up in our discussions as well with this data, is not just collecting the data, but how you use it. And we've been using it extensively to add to our press releases, our advocacy. It's been really good to be able to say that something is important, the evidence supports it, but the community supports it as well. So this is also cut down by state and territory. It's been used in different regions around Australia as well. So Bronwyn, happy to participate in the discussion and the questions, and look forward to the rest of it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Trevor. It is really great to see that data. And we had Robin Davies on our program, on our conference yesterday, talking from Queensland, where they've implemented a walking strategy, statewide walking strategy. And when they had the draft walking strategy, they got 20,000 pieces of feedback on that strategy. So if your research is the solid deep dive, but that that headline number indicates just the level of interest that people have in this agenda in the Australian context. And 89% of people in their strategy consultation favoured prioritisation for walking. So I think you have got that sense of community momentum on your side in that respect. So it was it's great to see those elements coming together in terms of unearthing what people actually really think and what they really want, because it's very easy to see the dominant infrastructure or the dominant land use planning and think that's what Australians will always ask for. So thank you very much, Trevor, and we look forward to bringing you back for the discussion. I will pass now to Anne Kerr, who is going to share with us some insights as a practitioner and utilising data for the work that they do, and her thoughts on that. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just trying to get my,
that's okay.
My screen. I had it. When we did the presentation rehearsal,
it was perfect.
Everything working. Now I'm just.
Don't worry. Just
okay.
take a minute. There it goes. It's coming up.
There we go. It's coming up. Yes.
Except that's
indeed.
your emails, not your PowerPoint.
Exactly. Here we are. So thank you very much indeed. Here we are. Can you see my screen?
We can, but we've got an email.
Really?
Not your presentation.
Oh, it should be my presentation. I don't understand that at all. Apologies.
You need to just select a different window, I think, or open up the PowerPoint in that window.
Sorry.
It's okay. Technical hassles happen in real life as well.
Yes.
It's not unique to this context.
Goodness. So I'm actually unable to. Can
you go back to share screen and select a different window if you've got your presentation open already? Go back to the green, the view options or the share screen options.
I'm there. Yes.
Yeah.
I am. Oh, goodness me, I apologize for this sincerely.
It's okay. If you just, we're nearly there.
We're nearly there. Apologies. No, we're not. You don't want to see my emails at all.
But if you can click on the link to the presentation, did you have it open already, like in a different window?
I did. But goodness.
Would you like, Anne, that we go to Taylor for his presentation and give you
Apologies.
a moment to find that? Would that be easier?
Very helpful.
And
Thank you.
Taylor, is that okay to jump you on the spot like that?
Absolutely.
Great. That just gives Anne a moment so you can find your presentation. We'll have a race to see who can. Can you bring it up? And thanks Team Seoul for managing the transition behind the scenes here as we go to Taylor to hear all about their mapping of pedestrian infrastructure globally. So over to you, Taylor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bronwyn, and thank you to Trevor and Anne, and especially to all y'all for being here tonight or this morning or whatever time it happens to be where you are. It's in the evening here in Washington, D.C. So Trevor, in his wonderful presentation just now, really emphasized the importance of using data in advocacy and really, highlighted a strategy for how to use data in advocacy. And fortunately, I think I have something to help out with that because I have some data ready for you to use in your city, wherever you may live. I've got some data for you. But before I show you that data, I want to talk just a little bit about walkability. So walkability is hard. It's hard to understand, it's hard to measure. It may seem intuitive, but it really isn't always. It's very complicated. And so, you know, Trevor and Anne and all the rest of you here at Walk21 have been doing a lot of work to talk about walkability. But it does kind of mean that if we want to measure walkability, we can't just measure one thing. So take a look at this image here. This is from New Jersey, just a couple hundred miles away from me in the United States. You've got a nice wide sidewalk. There's nothing blocking you from walking here, but no one's ever going to walk here. There's nowhere to walk to. There's no destination. This is not a walkable city. This is an unwalkable suburb that happens to have a sidewalk. And now let's take a look at Addis Ababa on the other side of the world in Ethiopia. So clearly this does not have the same problem as New Jersey. There are people here, they have places to walk to, they have places to walk from, they've got public transit. The cars are probably not even moving that fast, so it's not as dangerous as New Jersey was in a way, but there's not the infrastructure. And so we can't go to both Addis Ababa and New Jersey and prescribe the same data-based solution. It's not going to work. So we need a flexible toolkit that focuses on the things that matter, all of the things that matter for walkability all over the world. And of course, those things exist at different levels. You know, you can't understand walkability in just one way. For a place to be walkable, walking has to be enjoyable, comfortable, convenient, safe, accessible, and the streets have to be passable. You have to actually be able to walk down them. And these things, here's the important point, are determined at different spatial scales. So you can measure passability, comfort, enjoyability. You can measure these at the level of the street, maybe at the level of the neighborhood. You can't try to look at them at the level of the whole city. That wouldn't make any sense. But if you want to talk about, do you have places to walk to? Are there destinations? You can't address that at the level of the street. You have to address that at the level of the neighborhood or the city as a whole. And so what do we have for you? We have Pedestrians First. Pedestrians First is a website. And you should go ahead and open it up in your browser right now. Here's the URL. It's just pedestriansfirst.ittp.org. I promise, like, you can look at it and it'll be more interesting than the rest of the slides I've got for you right now. And then you can put it away in time to pay attention to Anne. But it's a lot more than a website. It's a toolkit for talking about walkability. You can use it in many ways. It's flexible. As a toolkit, it contains your hammer, your screwdriver, your wrench. No matter what kind of conversation you're trying to have about walkability in your city, Pedestrians First is here to help you. But building off again what Trevor said, Pedestrians First is not meant for you. Pedestrians First is meant for the people who don't come to Walk21. You already understand walkability. You already understand why it's important. You already know what matters to make cities walkable, but Pedestrians First can help you communicate those ideas in simple ways to the people who are making decisions. And it can, using the data set that I promise I'm about to show you, it can help you communicate them in, you know, nuanced ways, data-driven ways. And Pedestrians First, finally, is just the beginning. So it can be a stepping stone. It can be a place to start. It's as complete as we could make it using global data, but it's not something you're going to use to do a walkability plan for your city on the whole. It's the spark for fuel for your advocacy. So it's a website, it's a toolkit, it's for decision makers, and it's just the beginning of a conversation. And I can't tell you all the ways that you could use Pedestrians First, but I can give you a couple demonstrations. So Pedestrians First, here, I'm going to go back to the picture here. It includes 4 different tools. It includes the City Measurements tool, the Measure Inclusive Transit tool, the Examine a Neighborhood tool, and the Visit a Street tool. The View City Measurements tool is the one I'm most excited about because it contains measurements, indicators, maps of walkability in 1,000 cities all around the world, measured using big data that you can access and download right now. The other 3, though, provide a lot of nuance and a lot of perspective. All 3 of them are self-survey tools that you can use to supplement the information from the citywide big picture tool. So what can you get from the View City Measurements? And if you're following along on your website, you can go to this URL, pedestriansfirst.itdp.org/city. So here's a map of Seoul, where we all wish we were right now. You can see here we're zoomed in on downtown, and you can see all of the areas in Seoul that are within 100 meters of some kind of car-free street or place. This could be a pedestrian bridge, a park, a plaza, a car-free alleyway, really a wide range of things. This is taking data from OpenStreetMap. And we find in our analysis, which you can also find on the site, that Seoul has 33% of its population living near some kind of car-free street or place. That's pretty good. I think above the global average. So another indicator we have, Trevor was talking about how access to local destinations, food, healthcare, schools, was one of the most important things for Australians when they choose a neighborhood. And we have this map here for any city in the world of all of the areas that are within a kilometer walking distance. That's not just a bubble, it's a walking along the network of streets of some kind of healthcare and some kind of school. We wish we could have included food, but we didn't have a global data source. Amman, Jordan, I used to live there. It says 20%. That's not great. But if you were a planner in Amman looking at this map, you could figure out where it might be most important to place a new hospital or a new school, or what might be a strategic location that's already near a hospital or a school to build more housing. Another indicator we have, this one's for Anne, is Hong Kong, and I'm showing you the indicator of average block size, because as we know, a tight street grid with a lot of blocks and connectivity is really important for walkability. And so you see here that Hong Kong does pretty well, 51 blocks per square kilometer, but may have some room to improve on this indicator. Now this is a data panel, so there may be some techies in the audience. So for you, I put this slide together. This is sort of our data flow. For anyone who's not a programmer, do not worry about this. Just to give you a taste of the other tools though. So the city measurements tool that has preloaded with data for any city in the world, and you can just go on the website and download the data. You can get the geospatial data as a shapefile. You can look at the maps, you can get your measurements. But if you want to take a closer look and really understand what matters for walkability at a street level, you can use our Visit a Street tool. And for this one, you pick a street and then you go to the website. And so for this example, we're looking at these streets that our Africa office was working on in Kisumu. And then you check through this checklist and just say whether or not it has each of these 40 or so attributes that are really essential for a street to be walkable. And so this can give you a quantitative, data-oriented way of assessing walkability at the level of the street. We also have a similar one for neighborhood and for the way that walkability interfaces with public transit. Pedestrians First also has a lot of resources for talking about walkability, making points to advocates, but I know I have just a minute left, so I'm not going to go into that. Rather, I want to talk about the other things that ITDP is thinking about when we think about walkability and data, walkability and data. We're interested in quantifying the health impacts. There's this HEAT, Health Economic Assessment tool from WHO Europe. It lets you quantitatively measure what Trevor was talking about. It can prove just how many lives will be saved by investing in walkability. It's incredible. And we're also, within ITDP, starting to discover from some of our evaluations research in our regional offices that investing in walking in cities like Chennai, India, or Kisumu, or Jakarta, or wherever, actually is drawing people out of cars, out of taxis, off of motorcycles, out of auto rickshaws, and getting them to walk instead, which is quantitatively reducing carbon emissions. So we are starting to be able to prove that walkability really is measurably a climate change solution. And the next frontier, I hope for us and other planners, comprehensive access measurement. I'd be happy to talk more about that if we have time later. And I would also be happy, please, to answer any of your questions by email, or if you'd like to schedule a window of my time to discuss in detail. Thank you so much to Bronwyn, to Minkyung and the other coordinators, and to y'all for attending today.
Thank you, Taylor. It's, I mean, you know how much we like your tool here at Walk21 and the opportunities that you are providing people to understand walkability in their neighborhoods so much more. So we continue to watch with interest. Okay, so now I think we can go back to Anne for your presentation before we have our shared discussion. So over to you, Anne, and your presentation. Great. Is it possible just to enlarge that's it.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
fantastic.
much indeed. So I apologize for the technical glitch, which has just caused us a lot of embarrassment here. But I'd just like to say thank you very much indeed to Bronwyn and Walk21 for inviting me to join this panel today. I'm really, really pleased to be here today to join the panel and to discuss with you the aspects around walking and walkability and data being the new oil. I was interested to hear the expression data is the new gold. So that's one that I might use in future. But let's first of all start talking about data and the new oil. Let's talk about it in the context of the strategic elements as well. And I'd like to actually talk not in terms of the numbers and not in terms of the data, as Trevor and Taylor have been doing, but in terms of the strategy, in terms of social outcomes, and also in terms of the strategic aspects. So, first of all, let's look at the phrase data is the new oil. We're looking at this in so many contexts around walkability. We have done this wonderful project, as Bronwyn has said, with Walk21 in Hong Kong. And we've been looking at many of the aspects around the designs and also the historical arrangements around designs of our streets and our connectivity. Looking at walkability in terms of moving people in the context of foot pedestrians rather than in terms of the cars. So we have today more data available at our fingertips than we know what to do with. We have a lot of data that we can collect, but what do people use this data for? How do they use it to make informed decisions? Who decides on what data to collect and how it is used? Questions are being asked by politicians, by advocates, by practitioners, and by the general public. But what do we actually do with the data that we collect? Is data being the new oil showing us that we've got some vulnerabilities as well? The vulnerabilities particularly being around the planning processes that we have and the actual planning processes that we have in relation to how we use this data, how we use our planning, and how we actually move forward in terms of health and the benefits to our health. Who holds the data that we collect when we're designing a digital twin for urban mobility systems? Who owns that data when we actually start to use that digital twin? And once the infrastructure is built, how should that data be used? How should it be shared? Should it be open source? Should it be free for everybody to take, use, and access and use it for their own purposes? So the data question is a really, really important one. The aspect around how we actually collect this data and how we use it is not just about sustainability, it's not just about health, it's not just about green city design, but it's actually about the ethics around data and how we actually use it. So data today, as the new oil, we collect it using the technology, and there's a significant amount of technology available to help us collect this data. We tap into it and draw on it to inform our planning decisions, but are we actually using it in terms of our design decisions effectively? How do we use it in terms of linear versus dynamic? So many of the decisions that we use in terms of our data for planning purposes for mobility are in relation to linear infrastructure, roads, routes for railway, etc., etc. Streets are actually linear, but we actually don't use the infrastructure in a linear way. We use it in a dynamic way. And how can we actually use this from the perspective of modeling and how we can actually use it for land use, planning, using the quality of space and not just the space per se. When we look at data as well from the mobility and car usage. We use that in terms of the value and the economic drivers for the infrastructure. But how do we use this data that we collect when we're actually walking around and moving around our streets to use it in a sense of value for socioeconomic values going forward, for the strolling, for the moving, for the passive opportunities? Do we actually collect data that we can use in terms of infrastructure investment? So when we look at cars, the 21st century, of course, was the century of the car. Everything was designed around the car. We got more people into cars, into buses, into mobile solutions that had 4 wheels or however many wheels. And then we just built more and more and more infrastructure to accommodate that. And we forgot many times that actually people need to move in terms of their 2 feet and move around. There's the last mile issue and there's the first mile issue, but sometimes people actually want to move for pleasure. So how do we actually encourage that, and how do we actually fix the situations that we have created over the last 100 years? Because for sure, we have been designing more and more infrastructure for cars and for buses and so forth over the years at the detriment and to the detriment of pedestrians. So we want to look also at the data, and Taylor mentioned this. So in Hong Kong, we have top walking statistics. So we are the top walkers in Hong Kong. But is that because we actually want to walk? Is that because we must walk? Is that because we need to walk? And even more importantly, the question is it a pleasurable experience? Are we enjoying it? Are we making the most of our walking? And is it walking because it's absolutely essential? Or is it walking because it's good for our health? Or because we actually want to wander around and have a look and see and enjoy the community? Do we want to sit, pause and reflect? Do we want to create an economic benefit? Or is it just a mere purpose of getting from point A to point B? We walk out of necessity in so many ways in Hong Kong. So therefore, this takes us to thinking about what are our aspirations for the future. So we do want shared streets, we do want ease of mobility, we do want wayfinding to be very easy and to be enjoyable. We want to be able to navigate, we want to be able to explore, we want to be able to find, we want to be able to be delighted by walking and walking around. And imagine those wonderful situations where in former years when we were able to travel, we would go to new cities and new communities and new places, and we would wander down a street and suddenly become absolutely delighted by what we find, the secrets round corners, in piazzas, in streets that we have no idea about previously. So there are many things that we want to do from a leisure perspective and also from a need perspective. But interestingly, I was fascinated to hear Taylor's comment on walkability is a measurable benefit in terms of climate change. So this is another element that we need to be thinking about in terms of how we need to purposefully put walking into our planning processes. Trevor talked about all of the aspects in relation to the existing facilities and the existing communities and the existing walkways and activities that are taking place. But what about the future? What about the new cities? What about the new developments that we want to create? And also, what about the change management that is needed? So we do actually need to think about change management in a very purposeful fashion. We need to think about cultural change. We need to think about how we use the cultural context in a very purposeful fashion. We need to plan for change. We need to have secure and safe facilities. We need to also think very much about how we actually use indicators so that we can demonstrate the benefits or otherwise of what we are doing in terms of our change. This is where the data becomes very, very useful. It becomes replicable. It becomes able to be used in other contexts, taken out of Hong Kong, taken into New Jersey, taken into Jakarta, etc. All of this information is really important. And these wheels of change are actually really important when we think about the way that we're considering walkability going forward. We also have to think about the actions that need to be taken. So these things don't happen just by chance. They don't happen by coincidence. They need to be taken in a very purposeful fashion. They need to be taken also in terms of not just the politicians and the decision makers, but they also need to engage the community. You need to get community buy-in if you want to make any changes at all. If you want to make effective changes, you need to think about how you actually gather your research, how you involve people, how you use social media, how in this context of us being in the confines of our places and not able to travel, how we can connect with each other. Well, we're doing it today. We are around the world. Look at this panel. We are in different places. We're going to have this rich conversation about how we can share knowledge, information, and experience to actually assess, review, and plan for better streetscape and plan for better walkability. And we also need to use digital activities. We need to use technology. We need to use technology to the very benefit of creating a smart outcome for citizens, because what we want are healthy, fulfilled, and people maximizing their potential. We need to look not just at the fact that walking is good for you, but also the maximizing of potential for people going forward and the development of new places for people. Putting people at the heart of this community is absolutely fundamental. It takes us back from time immemorial and from when time began, and it puts us into the future as well. And also, just to finalize, I would say that data, I believe, is the new oil. This is the view from outside of my window in the office. And I wanted to share this one with you particularly because when we moved into this office space 3 years ago, this walkway was not, this waterfront area was not a particularly pleasant place to be. It wasn't able to be connected. We weren't able to connect with the office and the sea. This is Hong Kong's harbour. This is a little typhoon shelter. It's really busy on a daily basis. You can see in the mists, the hills of Hong Kong. You can see lots of activity. There's a cruise terminal there. But this little piece of walkway and waterfront is actually a hugely important place for thousands and thousands of activities throughout the year. So over the year, we see people out there doing Tai Chi, doing all sorts of exercise. They're doing kickboxing, they're doing all sorts of things while the gyms have been closed. This has been the open air gym. The grass has actually been improved and it's not as bad as it looks in this photograph always, but people are also running, people are walking, people are sitting on those benches, they're taking their lunch boxes, they're having lunch, they're meeting their colleagues. I go down here frequently at lunchtime and I meet my colleagues and it's wonderful. We have a chat, we talk about something, we look and see, we see the fish jumping out of the water, we communicate, we connect, we enjoy, we're inspired, and we also relax. This is a hugely important development for a city which is with the highest rate of walking, but in many places it's not convenient, it's not pleasant. This creates another type of opportunity for us to see and to actually also connect all along the waterfront. So this is the desire that on both sides of the harbour there will be interconnectivity, so you can walk all along the waterfront. You can connect Hong Kong's busy commute, its busy place, its busy office environment, its busy commercial hub with the water that makes Hong Kong an iconic city as it is at the moment. And this is where I see this is the new oil, the social outcome of this small intervention, a positive and a purposeful intervention by community, by government, by the people who are moving through this community on a daily basis, by the office workers, by the people who are living in the area, who enjoy this on the weekends and have the little open air markets and so forth. This is an absolute example of a social outcome. It's a small intervention. It didn't cost a lot, but would this not have been better to have been planned in from the outset rather than put in as an afterthought later? But the fact it's an afterthought later and it's used by so many people and thousands of people are enjoying the new addition that has been created, which is a musical fountain in a part of this waterfront, is a testament to the thinking, the consideration, and the desires from the people of Hong Kong who want to be able to walk better. So walkability is very much a thing of the future. It's a thing of today and it's a thing of tomorrow. It needs to be done purposefully. It needs to be done using data. It needs to be done using people's interventions, and it needs to be with advocacy. it needs to be purposeful. We need to take this data, we can use it powerfully, we can use it purposefully, and we can use it to the benefit of people to create the best social outcomes that other places around the globe want to emulate. So this is the view of my office, and I would invite anybody to come and have a look and take a walk with me. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Anne. That is a lovely note to finish on, and to bring us now into a shared discussion about data. And let me just, there we are. I think we'll all be on screen together now, and we can talk through. We've got some questions coming into the chat, but I've got some to get us started. People are very stimulated by what you've been saying, all of you, and we'll come to that in a moment. I'd like to pick up on something that you said, Anne, as a starting lead to the conversation. And in your final remarks about that lovely little piece of land, you said it was an afterthought, and wouldn't it have been nice if it had been planned in from the beginning? And I wonder if you understand or know why it wasn't there from the beginning, because it's exactly the sort of thing that where walking has been neglected, in that they don't see it, they don't see the value in it, and they don't provide for it until it's an afterthought. And it strikes me that it's exactly the type of opportunity where information about the value of walking and people's need for those spaces, particularly in a dense city like Hong Kong, is so critical. Do you have any observations about why it was an afterthought, and how it actually got done, even though it was an afterthought, and how data helped, perhaps?
So it's a very, very interesting question, actually, because it was not connected. So the waterfront was connected with the water, but it was for a different purpose when it was originally created, because this area is an old industrial area. So it's a new CBD, but it's an old industrial area whereby it was all go-downs, it was all public working area, it was all small boats that were taking the goods from the industrial areas of Kwun Tong, putting them on the boats, and then distributing them around the Pearl River Delta or into other logistics centres, etc. So it was very much the working heart and the hub of Hong Kong. So this was about recreation of an old industrial area into a new central business district. It has taken about 25 years in the planning, and I was involved in the planning process many, many years ago when we looked at the redevelopment of Hong Kong and how to actually develop these old industrial areas into new revitalized areas. I said it was an afterthought. Perhaps that was a little bit unkind. Perhaps it was purposely planned in, but when it was originally created, it was definitely the working hub of Hong Kong. Then actually creating the industrial developments and revitalizing it, I think people were looking at this from an economic perspective. So data was absolutely, I can assure you, was absolutely used. We used the data for the planning to look at the number of vehicle trips, the employment opportunities, where people were residentially located, etc. And these were hubs. So the location of the central business district was very specifically located because of the population in existence. And this was about 25 years ago. So the development plans were strategic development plans, but this small strip that we have as our waterfront was an eventual creation into that process. But definitely we use data. It's just we didn't have the same level of tools or technology when we were planning 25 years ago to the planning ability of today.
So do you see, therefore, that there has been a shift in focus and understanding and value around creating these walkable environments from that original master planning in the way that these developments are approached in Hong Kong?
Very much so, because when we started the development and the new town development planning that I've been involved in for about 30 years, the walking trails were actually about cycle paths and so on and so forth, and they were not quite as much about enjoyment and as about creation of enjoyable spaces. But nowadays, when you look at the new town developments that we're planning, it's very much more about creating places for people to actually have that pause and enjoy and sit and play and do lots of different things. So the planning processes have, or the planning concepts have actually improved tremendously. And this is not just Hong
Great.
Kong, I see this around the world as well.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And we see, I mean, some of the work being done by Taylor is fed from a need to address the impact of our urban environments on children, and particularly very young children. And we'll come to that in a minute. I have, picking up on this, what was historically the way people thought and what's happening now. I'd like to come to you, Trevor, and this data about what people actually want in Australia. We've been, built our urban communities on quarter-acre blocks, and Perth is famous for being a very sprawly city. It was also a very early city to try and adopt, livable neighborhoods. And your data is very exciting. And I've had a question from the audience, both saying fantastic, that this data is what Australians want. And the question is asking about, and it overlays with some of my questions as well, is what is politicians' reaction to this data about what Australians want? Are they reacting positively to that? And potentially, what else do politicians want to know so that they could act on the data? Have you taken this to the political agenda yet?
Short answer, yes. We've had a wonderful opportunity to do that with a state election here in Western Australia, in Perth. But I guess I'll frame that answer in terms of just referring again to advocacy and all of its various forms. There are probably 4 levels of advocacy, which is the political advocacy that gets most of the discussion. But there's also media advocacy, there's professional mobilization, and there's community mobilization. And I guess the key connection I would like to draw here is not so much the data, don't get me wrong, is absolutely fantastic and it's really, really important, but it's what you do with it that's most important. And how do you translate thousands of pages of evidence into a soundbite, into a press release, into a community forum, or into a wonderful tool of the type that we've seen from Taylor? So advocacy, as you'll appreciate, is both a science and an art. But to return to your question, you mentioned Rachel Davey and the Queensland Walking Strategy. We had a state election here in March, and in the period between November and March, we had a very direct advocacy campaign targeting the state government here that Western Australia needs a walking strategy. It was a deliberative political, and if I could return to the types of advocacy I was talking about before, we got 20-minute meetings with the planning minister, the transport minister, the health minister, pretty much everybody in cabinet that we needed to speak to. We talked about why it's important, why a walking strategy is important from health and sustainability and social capital and other endpoints. We talked about the what works and essentially arguing for a judicious mix of infrastructure and environment and public education and programs. We talked about the economic evidence, and then we zeroed in on the market research, which is, guess what? People want this as well. So, the end of that story is a really good outcome. They've committed to a state walking strategy for Western Australia. We've got a budget coming up in September. They've said that their budget will be oriented around their commitments, of which this is one. So, we don't have anywhere near enough time to talk about advocacy in detail, but my proposition would be that advocacy done well, there is nothing else we do that has a better return on investment.
Yeah, I think it's really great news, Trevor. I mean, it's 20 years since Walk21 was in Perth in 2001, and at that time they were doing a local city strategy and some very interesting work. And these things, come and go in the political cycles. And I think what is super interesting with your study is that politicians want to know what people want. That's their customer base as such. And so you can present that to them. And I'm thrilled to hear that Queensland has put Australian states on notice. And I know that the Victorians will be very upset if Western Australia gets a strategy before they do. It's quite a good state rivalry in that respect. So I'm very glad to see that happening. I wanted to pick up on something.
We're leveraging off that rivalry as well.
Yeah, it's great.
We often do. So we've said Queensland has done this, but we can do it much better.
Yeah, and for our global audience, Queensland is always looked as being the state that's often behind all the other states. You know, there is all these hierarchies and rivalries, and Queensland has totally stepped up in this regard, and it's fantastic to see that momentum that comes as a result. I really liked also what you said about the different types of advocacy, and we've talked about that over the last couple of days, that there is the political advocacy, but there is also this media advocacy, and so often communities actually want what you've demonstrated that they want, and the majority want that, but the media need to generate conflict and points of disagreement and tension within the system, because that's what they sell newspapers, or they sell clicks on nowadays. Have you found, just quickly on the media advocacy, have you been able to get the media on board with these sorts of messages and with this level? The politicians haven't balked at a sort of a backlash, they're very quick to give the car drivers you're stealing from cars if you want any space. Have you had any of that to challenge what you're presenting?
Yes, we have. As I said before, you work on media advocacy, political advocacy, professional mobilization, and community mobilization in concert. You use the tools, you just made reference to them, that we have available to us now through social media and new ways of communicating. But at the end of the day, you need to give them a story. And so we were able to fashion creative press releases around this data. And we were able to leverage off the state rivalry we were just talking about by talking about what was specific around Melbourne data or Brisbane data. So this got a very good run in the media and continued to get a run over a short period of time. So the media is very important, not just in its consumer influence, but nobody are more avid consumers of the media than politicians. So you do it for that reason as well. So
yeah. Absolutely. Great. I'll go to you now, Taylor, because you're coming. I think, Trevor, you said it's an art and a science, and you need the science to underpin the art of that. And I'm very happy if other people want to come in on this conversation, please feel free to have it as a conversation rather than a game of conversational tennis. But Taylor, could you talk with us a little bit more about how the tool that you've developed potentially has already, you showed us a couple of streets, how it's informing that professional application of your tool, perhaps that professional advocacy, or just helping people make the correct decisions about what to do in the environments once they've had the green light. Just talk a little bit more about how it's being used and how having the data that your tool enables people to understand is generating better outcomes.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bronwyn. I think I want to actually maybe surprisingly address the sort of media advocacy question that Trevor spoke to first, though, which is, and point out a way that data can be very useful, which is that the media really loves rankings, right? The sense of competition. And, you know, Pedestrians First, when we released it half a year ago, was one of ITDP's most successful publications in the media because it had these rankings, because we got clickbait articles made about Peds First showing, oh, the top 5 most walkable cities in the world. And being able to collect data and communicate it effectively about walking, even if you're not doing that on a global scale, I think it can still be very helpful in terms of doing media advocacy, to be able to rank neighborhoods or districts or cities within a country. to compel decision makers to see walkability as something to fight for.
Do you see these? Do you see your tools? I totally get the rivalry thing, because we've seen that in the Australian states for getting a strategy in place, and we saw the media when it came out, and it's like the most livable cities in the world. You know, there's lots of those different rankings and things, and Melbourne and Vienna are always vying for the top spot. Have you seen the tool actually applied and embedded
being used, yeah.
in some of those funding applications or project development work since its development?
Well, so I think the thing that's coming to mind for me here is so the neighborhood tool is built using the TOD standard, which is another ITDP product that goes into sort of more depth about how TOD is transit-oriented development. It goes into more depth about how to measure the effectiveness of a transit-oriented development plan, which I would have to look up some more detail, but I believe was adopted within the Netherlands, either at a country level or by some particular city as part of their transit-oriented development plan in general. We've also been within ITDP using that to evaluate existing and proposed land use plans at the neighborhood level in India and Africa, these places where cities are growing very fast and planners aren't necessarily thinking about walkability, in order to prepare sort of policy guidance on urbanization in these lower income countries.
So you do see that this is actually building out that bias, that sort of vehicle-centric bias, by enabling people to see and understand the streets from that walkability perspective more. Because I think that's what we all want the data to do. We all want people to understand better and start to imagine the world differently. And you're starting to see some of that application happening, which is really, really exciting. If we're having that impact already, that's great. Is that what you're referring to? Yes. Yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yes, so I mean, so many of the metrics that are used in decision making are 50 years old, level of service, and we really hope that some new, more sustainable indicators will be used. Pedestrians First isn't necessarily built to fit directly into a city's walkability planning. It's really meant to help people talk about walkability. I see that Anne has her hand up though. And
that's
please.
okay. We'll come to her. That's great. Yeah, I just wanted to. That's okay. I think that's a really interesting point though, and it is enabling people to do that. And that's what this whole conversation is. There's the data, there's applying it, there's generating interest in it, and getting people to even pay attention is such a big step forward. And as you said, the release of Pedestrians First definitely generated that level of engagement, which was brilliant. And as your data showed, and as we know, Hong Kong is one of the most walked cities and walkable cities in the world. It's got proximity and destinations and all the things that you need. So that's a lovely segue to Anne, and please come in on those remarks.
Yeah, so thank you very much indeed. And Taylor, I was wanting to pick up on your planning processes in Africa and places like that. And I have another role, not just managing director of Greater China, but I'm also global head of cities. And so I've been looking at city planning and city discussions over the many, many years. And many places I've been to, and particularly when I was doing work in the city scale work in South Africa and on the African continent, a lot of people were talking about vehicles, they were talking about rapid transit, they were talking about how to actually put hard infrastructure in place for mass mobility. And when I started talking about walkability and putting walkability in the context of the safety, the security, and the desirability and enjoyment, people started to say, this is really interesting, because we don't think of walkability as being the thing that we aspire to, because when we're looking at communities moving into higher levels of income generation and so forth, people are not wanting to necessarily walk. They want to actually be moving in SUVs, etc. So there's a social aspect here as well, and a very, very important part of the work that you're talking about in terms of the media, the advocacy, and also in terms of the desirability is a really important one to think about. And the cultural context is really important. Thinking about how to actually present walkability as and movement of pedestrians, how to actually create the desire that people actually see this as something to do from a very desirable perspective rather than from the lower income necessities and needs. I think that's a really, really interesting element to explore. And I did a 3-day conference in South Africa, and on the last day was the only day when we talked about walkability, and that was quite difficult, I think, in terms of getting people's minds into that space. So it's a really important area of work to work.
So if I can respond to that.
Sure.
I think that 2 things come to mind. The first, when you bring up Africa, particularly, we found that it's most helpful when talking to decision makers in Africa to emphasize the economic benefits of walkability, the amount of money that a government or a country as a whole can save by investing in walkability instead of highways. And the second is that if you remember that pyramid-shaped graphic I showed at the beginning, I don't want to share my screen again, but at the very top of the pyramid, there's enjoyability. And it can be easy to forget about that, but if you really want a city to be walkable, you have to take enjoyability seriously. Otherwise, people are going to want to get in their cars instead. I'm sure you know Hong Kong.
Can I pick up on this now, then, Anne? Because you make an interesting point, and it's a field that, you know, the people who walk by choice and people who walk by necessity, and the quality of environment and aspiration. Because what we saw yesterday in our presentations about future cities was, particularly at the big money end of town, big, large scale whole city redevelopments, its walkability is the starting point for how they design those cities. And so they still have cars feeding into them, but like some of the developments in the Netherlands, where the cars are contained around the perimeter of communities and all the movement inside is walking and cycling, we are seeing this on a city scale, 30,000 people scale, you know, urban developments. And this is where the big money is being invested. And when we were putting together that session, we had quite a few opportunities and different presenters and designers and developers who were being asked or winning competitions for building walkable communities. And so the aspirational element around has almost come full circle from everyone wanting cars to now rebuilding in these walkable communities. And I wondered if you had any observations on that. You know, your remit is China, and you're seeing these big cities happening. Do you see that walkability is becoming, do you see it more broadly than perhaps the examples we found? And is any data about people and the impact of urban contexts and that sort of people-centric approach, do you see that in the work more broadly across Asia that you're working on?
Most definitely, there's a lot of interest in it. But I still go back to my point that we're talking about millions and millions of people who do this by necessity and who don't have opportunities and choices. And they're the ones, not the 30,000, not the 50,000, not the 150,000 people who are being designed for in the very, very high-end cities that are being created in, for example, the Middle East, etc., where walkability is very much at the heart and center. So the car-free zones, etc., and moving around in the walking sense is very much at the heart and center. That's great from an economic perspective. That's great when it is at the higher level of income. But there are many, many imperatives where people are, you know, we're thinking of 2 billion people who actually walk out of necessity, and there's no way that they can actually be moved forward unless there is a purposeful measure associated with the benefits that are for the community as a whole. And so I'm thinking that there's something here about the discussion of resilience. So people are resilient and so forth, but the resilience in terms of the climate resilience, in terms of actually pushing this forward. And so Taylor's point, I'm very interested in Taylor's points about taking the climate issues and taking the economic issues and pulling them all together, because I think we've got a long way to go. So we talk, I think, in the planning sense, in quite segmented fashions, but we don't talk about it in the holistic sense of what are the mega trends at the moment, and climate is a mega trend. So I think that that is one to really push hard on, and it's given me food for thought.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. And the framing I was putting was that if we think at the moment, the people who walk out of necessity, their aspiration is to get into motorized travel. And yet in other communities, when you get up into the other sectors, their aspiration is to go back to walkable communities.
Yes.
And maybe we can leapfrog this motorization by providing that proper infrastructure. And the climate and health agendas, we had a fantastic discussion on the opening plenary for the conference was about those global imperatives. And the Christian Brand and Francesca Racioppi from World Health Organization have just produced some of the first material about the climate mitigation impacts of active travel, walking and cycling. And it's the data is the numbers are starting to be crunched, but it's always incredibly difficult, as we discovered in that conversation, because when you start as a zero carbon, it's very hard to decarbonize, of course. So it's really a critical factor, though, as you say, to be picking up on those imperatives. I would like to come back to Trevor. We have a few more minutes, and I'd like to think about picking up on Anne's point. Like, you've found what Australians want. You've taken this to package it up. You've understood the need for packages and infographics and how to communicate and things like that. Do you see that the resonance of some of these global agendas, and I know the climate conversation in Australia is fairly fraught, but do you see in the conversations you have with people, and I mean the health conversation is there, are they picking up on some of these global agendas when they're asking for walkable communities? Do these issues resonate at ground level with our communities in a middle income country?
Yes, they do, and they resonate with media as well. And with politicians. So if I reflect on the ministerial meetings that I was referring to earlier to talk about a walking strategy for Western Australia, a big part of that conversation was about co-benefit, and that walking is good for health, but it's good for safety, it's good for social capital, it's good for crime reduction, it's good for vibrant, economically successful streets. And of course, you nuance that for your particular city. Our city is investing a lot at the moment in light rail, and so a big focus of our advocacy is around the hubs and the spokes and the precincts around that light rail and walkability. But I'm acutely aware that in developing country and developing city contexts, it's quite different. I'm really interested in the points raised by Anne and Taylor around, how do we disrupt that aspiration that people are walking out of necessity and they'll get into a car just as soon as they can, and design spaces so that their aspiration perhaps can lead to them doing it because, yes, it's out of necessity, but also perhaps they want to, and it's a pleasurable experience, and they can get to and do the things they want to do by walking. Cheaper, easier, cleaner, faster.
And maybe we need to jump to the top of Taylor's pyramid much quicker and build in the other things behind it. Maybe we make it enjoyable first, and by making it enjoyable, we have to make it safe and those other things. So it.
I just want to make a quick. You talked, Bronwyn, about new cities and cities of the future. Of course, that's important, but perhaps a more important conversation is retrofitting existing spaces.
Absolutely,
and,
absolutely.
And that I gave an example of that where because of the state government's commitment to light rail, there's a wonderful opportunity for a discussion around the stations and the precincts and the hubs that connect communities around the light rail. And they're very, very receptive to that, and so is the community.
That's music to my ears, because in the conversation yesterday where we started with the future city and that big picture glossy magazine sort of idea. The very next speaker was Anisha from Indonesia, saying this is the glossy image, but this is the impact, you know, on the ground. And how do we retrofit our cities? We have to be doing all of these things at once. And I'm really pleased to hear that it's happening in different cities at different scales, because Perth is certainly a very different city from Hong Kong or some of these cities in Africa that we've been talking about. I think the threads have come together very nicely here, because in our opening plenary we had Dr. Etienne Krug from World Health, and we had the, as you mentioned, Trevor, the UN Road Safety Action Week for Road Safety last week, and the new decade of action for road safety identifies the need for improving walking and cycling, mode shift to walking and cycling for the road safety benefit of everybody. And we really see the joining up of these agendas. You can't have a safe system without a sustainable system. We have to do climate and sustainability and equity and gender, and all of it comes together in an economic package. And the joy for us, both here at Walk21 and us on this conversation, is that walking sits right in the heart of all of that and is part of the solution. It doesn't matter where you start, you can come back to walking, and walking can make that contribution. And it feels very exciting as we launch the second decade of road action for road safety, as we work towards the climate talks in Glasgow at the end of this year, that this conversation, and we at Walk21 sit at 21 years of generating a conversation about walking and enabling and facilitating that across the globe, that the conversation has got so loud that it's being talked about in so many different arenas and different agendas. And I really appreciate that you have joined us today here. We have to wrap up now, but I think we've brought some really different perspectives, that community perspective, the actual science and the art of data and how it's being used, and that sort of big picture perspective that Anne's brought as well. And I really think the different elements that we have to weave these elements together: the community advocacy, the four advocacies, Trevor, I think you captured it nicely: political, media, community and professional advocacy, and we can all play our part in that, and data underpins it, and more data is available for us to sell walking and for it to be part of those solutions. So thank you very much, panelists. I think it's been the wide-ranging conversation we'd hoped by bringing you together. Congratulations on your report, Trevor, and your work, Taylor. It's really great to see. And Anne, I know that you are working always on walking in the work that you're doing and building it in, and we look forward to hearing from you all again in the future. And thank you for being part of Walk21 Seoul.
Well, thank you once again to the speakers as well as our moderator, especially Ms. Thornton, that it's in the middle of the night. Thank you for moderating this session. We talked about the various different ways of using data to our advantage to form policies and, of course, the overall environments of walking. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to a close for this session. We will take a slightly longer break for those in Korea. Please do enjoy your lunches, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Korea Standard Time to continue on with our next session. Our next session will be oral presentation 4, Improving the Walking Environment and Addressing Air Pollution. It's a win-win. So with that, I leave you, and I'll see you back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
We
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed the long break that we had. I hope you had a chance to stretch out your legs and walk a little bit. Well, we are now on the last stretch of our conference. I hope that the past few days have been an enjoyable and, of course, an informative ride for all of you. And I'd like to mention that this conference is being streamed live on the Walk21 Seoul conference YouTube channel and the Walk21 Foundation YouTube channel. Simultaneous interpretation for Korean and English are provided on this channel. All copyrights of this conference belong to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent from the Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation could constitute copyright infringement. And the reproduction and distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is also strictly prohibited. I'd also like to inform you that our virtual conference room has been disinfected and is following the quarantine instructions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our oral presentation under the topic, Improving the Walking Environment and Addressing Air Pollution. It's a win-win. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Margarita Para-Cobaleda, Director of Transport of Clean Energy Works. With that, please welcome Ms. Cobaleda.
Oh, thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be here. Greetings to everybody in whatever time zone you are in New Zealand. So a little bit ahead of Korea in the daylight, but I know some people are tuning in from Europe, waking up early to be here with us, so that's great. And it's a pleasure to be here in Walk21. I always wanted to be in this conference since it was in my home city in Colombia a few years ago. So I had the privilege to be this year in this oral presentation in a topic that is dear to my heart, improving the walking environment and addressing air pollution, a win-win. And I totally agree. I've been an advocate for air pollution reduction. I'm an environmental engineer, and I am working to ensure that we have emissions-free mobility for all, that we don't have more tailpipes, and we don't really smell the smoke of motorized transit. And walking is such a emissions-free mode of transport. And I know today we're going to be hearing from researchers, advocates, practitioners. You're going to be really treated with amazing speakers that the conference has brought together for this panel. So it's a pleasure to be moderating this session. You all have the chance to see their bios in their website, so I won't repeat everything that is in there, but I want to just bring to you a little bit of what caught my attention when I read the resumes about this specific session. So with that said, we're going to welcome all these five, and then we're going to engage in a discussion. And they're going to talk for 10 minutes, and then I'll pass into the other, and then at the end, we will collect all of them for a Q&A session. So our first speaker on this session is Hyun-Sung An. Welcome, Hyun-Sung. And she's also our younger speaker, so it's great to have a young researcher. And she's from Chang'an University, and she's doing her master's degree. And one thing that really caught my attention of her presentation on her bio is that she's been passionate about this relationship between air quality and the urban planning, the built environment, since her bachelor's degree. So I can't wait to hear what she has to say, what she's researching right now. And her topic is impact of pedestrianized greenways on air pollution exposure, results from field measurements in Seoul, Korea. So, Hyun-Sung, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me, Margarita. And yeah, I'm gonna share my slide. So, yeah, hello everyone, good afternoon. This is Hyun-Sung An, and I'm master student majoring in urban planning and urban design. And today I'm gonna present about the impact of pedestrianized greenway on air pollution exposure in Seoul based on empirical study. So these are the contents that I'm gonna say today. So these days, air pollution is one of the most serious threats to public health worldwide. So being exposed to air pollution can cause serious health effects such as disease in respiratory and cardiovascular systems, and it can even cause like premature death. So especially Seoul is one of the most polluted cities, and the annual concentration of PM 2.5 is worst among OECD countries. And so we Koreans suffer from severe air pollution problems every year. The primary source of air pollution in cities is traffic emissions globally, including Seoul. So many cities are struggling with air pollution problem and put many efforts, but it mainly focused on reducing traffic emissions. However, physical or urban design solutions are relatively less discussed as air pollution management policy, and air pollution problem has to be, I think, dealt in a perspective of sustainable development in urban planning and design field. On the one hand, in Seoul, with the motto of walkable city Seoul, like many pedestrianization projects, which convert some part of the traffic road into pedestrian-only areas, are being implemented recently to provide better walking environment for citizens. So therefore, this study investigates air quality in different design typologies of pedestrianized streets in Seoul to investigate the effect of pedestrianization projects in terms of mitigating pedestrian exposure to air pollution.
Hesung, sorry to interrupt you. Can you speak up a little bit? I think we're hearing at very low volume. So yeah, please do speak up.
Yeah, okay. Is it okay now?
A bit better, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So these are three sites in this study. These three sites are with different, have different street structures we selected. These sites are all located in downtown Seoul. And the common feature of these sites are that the middle part of the street was originally traffic road before, but it has been converted into pedestrian-only plaza or park. So, and we call them pedestrianized greenway in this study. So the different feature of these sites is that the street structure of the greenway. You can see, as you can see, site A is at-grade greenway type, where the greenway is located at the same level with road traffic. And site B is elevated greenway, which is located above traffic, and site C is sunken greenway, which is located below the traffic road. So in these three sites, the difference of pollution concentration between on greenway and general sidewalk at the ground level was investigated by field measurement. So, so we investigated to check if the pollution level could be reduced on greenway compared to sidewalk. So to compare the difference of pedestrian exposure between greenway and sidewalk, field measurements were carried out using portable instruments. So two types of air pollutants were measured. One is ultrafine particles, or UFP, which is very small particles, so they can go so deep inside to human body. And another is black carbon, or BC, which is major source of vehicle emission. So, and two types of measuring method were used. One is mobile measurement and the other is in situ measurement. So for the mobile measurement, two researchers walked along the greenway and the parallel sidewalk on the ground level at the same time. And for the in situ measurement, the same set of instruments were fixed on the one set on the greenway and the other set on the sidewalk at three different spots with different built environment features at each site. So the results from the mobile measurement for UFP concentration shows that in every site, the pollution level on greenways was lower than the sidewalk. And the greatest difference between greenway and the sidewalk was detected at the sunken greenway site, which is greenway is built in the lower part than the ground level. It showed about 19% reduction. And as you can find in this time series plot, the orange line which shows the sidewalk values, are higher and more uneven than the green line, which shows the greenway values. And for black carbon concentrations by mobile measurement, the concentrations on greenway were much lower than on the sidewalk at every site, from 16% to 30%. And similarly, the greatest reduction was achieved at the sunken greenway site. And these are the result of in situ measurement at each site. So through this part, we additionally investigated the effect of micro-scale built environment within a site, as well as among the sites. So begin with the at-grade greenway site. The main differences of selected 3 different spots are the traffic environment and vegetation. So the biggest UFP reduction on greenway compared to sidewalk was achieved at spot 2. And the feature of this spot is that the greenway here is covered with grass. So this vegetation feature might affect mitigating air pollution concentration. And at spot 1, black carbon concentrations were significantly higher on the sidewalk compared to greenway, because measuring spot of sidewalk at spot 1 was affected by near traffic lights and bus stops. The main difference of 3 spots in elevated greenway is height of the greenway measuring spot. So the biggest reduction of UFP concentrations was observed at spot 2, where the greenway spot is highly separated from the road traffic with 14 meters height from the ground level. And at all the spots, a significant black carbon difference were observed up to 80%. And lastly, the main difference of 3 spots in sunken greenway site is the land use of the surrounding area and height of the surrounding buildings. So the biggest difference of UFP concentrations between greenway and sidewalk was observed at spot 2, and there were many restaurants and cafes near sidewalk at spot 2, so that the activities in this area could play a role as pollution sources. And spot 3 is interesting because BC concentration on sidewalk was highest among 3 sidewalk spots, while BC concentrations on greenway was lowest among 3 spots. So the feature of sidewalk is that spot 3 is that it is surrounded by old business clusters with many tool shops around. And there are many motorcycles or traffics or vehicles for goods delivery. So all of which produce high levels of black carbon concentration. However, sunken greenway spot at spot 3 was with the green walls covered with vegetation around, so that the black carbon levels were even lower than other greenway spots. So to summarize, mobile measurements show that UFP was mitigated up to 18% and black carbon was mitigated up to 30% on greenways rather than on sidewalks. And through in situ measurements, the BC black carbon concentrations were reduced up to 80% on greenways over sidewalk. So overall, pedestrians who walking pedestrianized greenways are less exposed to air pollution than walking on general sidewalk at the ground level. And the mitigation effect was greater if the greenway is elevated or sunken compared to the at-grade greenway. In addition, we found that according to the microenvironment, such as land uses, height of surrounding buildings, and nearby traffic or vegetation, these microenvironmental factors could affect street air pollution distribution. So our conclusion is that separating pedestrian from road traffic by street design could be a great strategy to reduce pollution exposure for citizens. So these results present that pedestrianizing projects of Seoul, which are being implemented to enhance and improve walking environment and quality of life, could also play a role in terms of improving air quality. Also, these findings highlight the importance of urban design in dealing with air pollution problem that physically change the street structure or street morphology could be an effective way to improve walking environment and also public health. Yeah, thank you so much for listening today.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Hesung. That was really fascinating research. And so glad that you have data. I think all of us here that come to Walk21, we know how impactful is those fumes, right? And that exposure to air pollution, that if you are in a sidewalk close to the cars, you can feel it. And it's so interesting that you are measuring the impact of different urban designs with different types of vegetation and different elevations. And to me, numbers of reduction of 18% to 80%, that is a lot. And I feel like most of the practitioners that we're going to hear from now on will use that data, right, as a basis for advocating for better policies, both in the urban planning, but also in the air quality reduction measures, air pollution reduction measures. So thank you, Hesang.
Thank you.
And she's just saying if they are interested in their actual results, this paper is going to be published in Sustainable Cities. That's great. I think we can publish those links so people can learn more about Hesung research. So then we have coming up to complement this kind of this data kind of first presentation, data-rich presentation. We're going to hear from an advocate. So we're going to welcome Glinda Baterina, and she is the Executive Director of Clean Air Asia. Welcome, Glinda. Glinda and I share one thing, I don't know if she knows that, but in 2020, both of us were named as Remarkable Women in Transportation by TUMI, which is such an honor for me, and it's so great to know another of the women who were highlighted, about 100 women across the world. We were alongside the mayor of Paris, for example, so we're kind of at the same level, Glinda. And Glinda is going to be talking to us. Clean Air Asia is an institution that most of us know, working on air quality, been working for a long time to clean air pollution in Asia. And she's going to be talking to us about changes needed for walking, clean air, and climate. So welcome, Glinda. Take the floor.
Thank you so much, Margarita. Let me now just share my screen so you can see some of the slides that I have. Just checking if you see this now in, yeah, okay. Yes. Great. So, as Margarita said, I'm the Deputy Executive Director of this non-government organization called Clean Air Asia. We're 20 years old and have been working to reduce air pollution and mitigate climate change in Southeast Asia and across Asia as well. No, we have offices in Manila, Beijing, and in New Delhi. And most of the work we do is really to develop policy guidance at all levels, regional, national, and city level. And we work a lot to capacitate cities. And as we know, walking infrastructure is many times really under the ambit of our subnational governments, cities and municipalities. Now, I will share with you some of the observations, not just of my organization, but also of people about the state of walking facilities in Asia. So while I was preparing this presentation, I saw this article from the New York Times where somebody from a resident of Jakarta, Indonesia, observed that this Jakarta is a city where nobody wants to walk. And her conclusion was based on her personal experience of seeing that the pavement is cracked and uneven. There are missing sewer covers, so there's risk of you falling into one of the exposed sewers. There's electrical wires and aggressive motorcyclists using the pedestrian facilities. And there's also the heat, the tropical heat. There's the air pollution, even pickpockets and other shady characters. And for this reason, she doesn't feel safe walking in the streets of Jakarta. Now, in very early, about 10 years ago, Clean Air Asia administered a walkability survey across several cities within Asia. And as you can see here, just some uh, very good reflective photos of the different types of walking facilities that can be seen in Kathmandu, in cities like Lanzhou, Metro Manila, Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, Davao City in the Philippines, and Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. And as you can see, the facilities are in different states of repair or disrepair. So sometimes they don't even exist. So people don't actually have places where they can walk safely. So some of the challenges that you can see are that facilities are being used as parking spots by two-wheel vehicles or four-wheel vehicles, and inadequate walking facilities in places where you have such huge dense population. So you can see people walking on the streets already because the facilities are not enough for such large populations. So I think many of us who live in the developing region of Asia are witnesses to the different states of walking facilities. Now, having worked for 20 years in Clean Air Asia, our concern is really reducing the exposure of people and pedestrians and commuters to air pollution. So, one of the early studies that really estimated the traffic-related pollution, air pollution, was done by the Health Effects Institute in 2010, and this was a study largely of North America, and based on the scientific panel's findings, they identified an exposure zone of from 300 to 500 meters from a highway or a major road, which is the zone mostly highly affected by traffic emissions. And to this panel, that comprised about 30% to 45% of people living in the large North American cities. And they found that there was a causal relationship of the traffic-related pollution with the onset of childhood asthma, non-asthma respiratory symptoms, impaired lung function, even cardiovascular mortality, cardiovascular illnesses, etc. No? So very clearly, even at that early 10 years ago, there was a recognition of this high risk zone close to the 300 to 500 meters from a highway. Now, a more recent study, which I found was done published in 2018, which showed that PM 2.5 concentrations while walking were 1.6 and 1.2 times higher in Asian cities compared to cities in Europe and the US. And the average PM 2.5 concentrations in other modes in Asian cities, such as cars and buses, were also much higher than their European and American city counterparts. And what was more worrying, is that the ultra-fine particle exposures in Asian cities were twice as high for pedestrians and up to 9 times as high in cars than in cities in Europe or the USA. And just talking about the exposure of people who are walking in Asia, Asian pedestrians were exposed to 7 times higher black carbon concentrations compared with those who walk in the USA. So really, the exposures are very high, even though we want to encourage walking, that means we need to change a lot of things to reduce exposure of pedestrians. Now, what needs to change? From the title of the session, there is an impression that starts with the need for improving the walking environment. And maybe some people will say, yes, we need to ensure the infrastructure, the built infrastructure must be improved to encourage walking. But let me pose a new idea that yes, we need to improve the walking built infrastructure, but more than that, we need to improve the walking experience. And many times, the walking experience is affected not just by the built environment, but by the attitudes of other people who use or who are around or close to the walking facility. So improving the air quality near pedestrian facilities definitely will result in a more pleasant and safe walking experience. And therefore, that would encourage more people to walk. And we would be encouraging a zero emission mode of transportation, which is what we need, especially when we want to address climate change and air pollution. However, we cannot stop by just improving infrastructure. We also need to improve the walking experience. And what needs to change? What needs to change are the mindsets of people and planners. Mindsets of people to change to be sharing the road rather than owning the road, that all different types of modes have a right to use the road. So a person with a four-wheeled a private motor vehicle or a two-wheeled motorcycle should respect the space for pedestrians and not use that space as parking. And while pedestrians are walking or crossing the streets, we need to have a more respectful mindset and not think that, oh, these pedestrians have need less respect or are entitled to less respect because they cannot afford an expensive four-wheeled vehicle. So we indeed should be treating pedestrians as priority commuters because they are the ones that do not contribute to any air pollution or climate emissions. And so what is important in making all of these changes to improving pedestrian infrastructure and improving mindsets, changing mindsets? It's really to listen to the needs of the pedestrians. So as part of that study way back that Clean Air Asia did, with support of the Asian Development Bank, we did pedestrian surveys and asked them what are the conditions that would make the walking experience pleasurable and safe. And this is one of the examples which we found. One of the results was that what is the distance that pedestrians are willing to walk? And what we found was very interesting. Most of the respondents said they were willing to walk 50 meters. And well, there was a percentage that also said up to 100 meters. And then the longer the walk, the longer the walking distance, the lesser was the desire to walk. And so these kinds of results could help planners to situate where the walking, the crossings could be located, no? So that we encourage the use of safe crossings for pedestrians. Now, another way, of course, that is being quite now becoming very well studied is the role of greening, greening the pedestrian spaces to provide cooling effect and also just a wonderful, more pleasant experience. And there was this very extensive article that's on the BBC, where they even discussed what are the most suitable types of trees that could really reduce air pollution, and also how they should be planted so that they don't block circulation and etc. So I think these are some of the thoughts that I wanted to pose to all who are in this session and to the planners among us, to consider this idea of not just improving the walking infrastructure, but improving the walking experience. So I'll end there and give back the virtual podium to you, Margarita.
Excellent. I love the visual podium. Thank you, Glinda. This was very, very fascinating. Thank you for doing that research for us and to tell us about your experience as well on those 2 decades of work. One thing that I wanted to highlight about what you said is that this thing about priority commuters. I love that. I never heard that expression, and it's so true. We talk about commuters and always people on cars or on buses or on metro, but priority commuters are all of us who have to walk. And as we learned yesterday in one of the sessions that I tuned in into the conference, all trips have, of course, a component on walking. And there was a researcher that showed that there's almost 50%, between 40 and 60% of all trips have a walking piece of them. And some people more, and you're right, improving the experience of that walking is so important, not just the infrastructure. So this was great and really good flow from our previous presenter. So thank you, Glinda. Next, we're going from Asia to the UK, and we have with us Mary Cray. She is the Chief Executive of Living Streets, a nonprofit that dedicates its time to promote walking. It's fascinating. And Mary, I read in your resume and your bio about your dedication to public service, and that really caught my attention. I really like to hear stories about people who dedicate to serve as members of parliament. And I think you did it for many years in your district, and now you still are serving in the nonprofit capacity. So we welcome you to tell us about what you're doing now with Living Streets. So take the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's wonderful to be here with you from a bright and sunny London this morning. It is my real pleasure to present to you about the work of Living Streets, and I was absolutely fascinated to see the discussion there about trees, which trees, because I'm very interested in nature and nature solutions, and that article said that the cotoneaster is actually the tree that is best for capturing air pollution because it's got thick and hairy leaves, but it's also absolutely fantastic for birds and for bees. So we are Living Streets. We are the UK charity for everyday walking, and we were invented 92 years ago by some visionaries as the Pedestrian Association. So our vision is to get people walking on better streets and inspire people to walk more. As we've heard already this morning, air pollution is one of the barriers to encouraging people to walk, and in the UK it is harming our children, and this I'm sure will be a global picture. 6,500 schools educating 2.5 million children are in areas where fine particulate matter exceeds WHO recommended limits. But the picture is worse in some areas. So 7,800 schools were co-located with annual particulate matter of 2.5, the very finest particulate matter above recommended limits. And what is really interesting and powerful and important about air pollution is that those schools are more likely to have disadvantaged, poorer students on their roll. They're more likely to be ethnically diverse schools, and so they're more likely to, air pollution is likely to be a multiplier of deprivation. So the children are already living in poor housing, very close to traffic, and then they're going to school and there is no escape when they go to school. And so the physical and housing inequalities are exacerbated and multiplied by their school environment. This is a map showing air quality in England, and you can see that the west of our country tends to have better air pollution pollution than levels than the east of the country. This is to do with the geography of the country. Down the middle, we have the spine, the Pennines. I can't show you where, I can show you where my constituency used to be, just along here, there. But we have the Atlantic winds that blow things away. They get blocked by the Pennines. And we also can end up with pollution in incidents coming up from Eastern Europe or coming up from Saharan Africa. So we are, not all air pollution is traffically related. So there's certain things that we simply can't change, but we can change the traffic. So the school run is what we call it in the UK, but it isn't a run, is it? It's a drive. And 1 in 4 cars in the UK in the morning are on the school run. These are obviously figures pre-pandemic. The lockdown has obviously changed a great deal of that, and I can say a little bit about that if I have time at the end. Those cars have the same carbon footprint as Greenland. So that is the same carbon footprint as another country, which is a disaster. We also have seen a decline in the number of children walking to primary school. When I was growing up, it was 3/4 of children walked, cycled or scooted to school. In 2019, it was fewer than half. And our government has set a target to get 55% of primary school children, that's children aged between 5 and 11, walking to school by 2025. And on current trends, we're set to miss that target. So we need investment in walking infrastructure. It isn't enough to just set a target and say, come on, everybody, do encouragement. You actually need a really sophisticated program of behaviour change interventions, even when you're putting cycling and walking infrastructure in. We know that air pollution causes up to 15% of new childhood asthma cases, and we have, as well as we have an epidemic of obesity and inactivity. So a third of 11-year-olds are overweight or obese, and nearly half of children do not meet physical activity guidelines. So walking is our best medicine. It is the wonder drug that if we were going to the doctor, we'd all demand to be on it, because it cuts our risk of cardiovascular death. It helps reduce the risk of cancer recurring when we've had cancer. It is the absolute wonder drug, and we have to get everybody on it. So air pollution is actually now worse than smoking in the UK. It causes 64,000 early deaths a year in the UK. This is some new figures from a recent German paper. 800,000 early deaths in Europe, and 8.8 million deaths globally, compared to 7.2 million smoking deaths. I know we can probably talk about direct deaths and indirect deaths, because I saw figures from an earlier speaker of 4.2 million. But it's also, it pollutes our economy. It's not just something that's around us, it has a financial cost as well. So we're polluting our economy. It costs us £22.5 billion a year to deal with the costs of air pollution, and it causes up to 15% of new asthma cases. There's emerging research coming out that from Barcelona of reductions of between 10 and 20% a year in cognitive growth in primary children exposed to traffic air pollutants over 3 years. So this is, we're actually, harming children's ability to learn. So that the indirect costs of that are lifetime. And we're also beginning to see now evidence of a faster cognitive decline in older pollution who are exposed to traffic pollutants. And there's a very interesting article as well showing that it could be linked to psychosis. So our babies are being born pre-polluted. This crosses the placental barrier between mother and baby, and there's evidence of this pollution in newborn children. Before our children are born, they're breathing air pollution. So we at Living Streets have developed a behaviour change programme. I mentioned earlier, it's not enough to just build good pavements, and some of those figures and slides there reminded me of my travels in India, and just how difficult it was. I remember walking down a street and there was an elephant one day. Don't get that in London, but sort of you're sharing your space with such a lot of people, and cars and animals, and it was we decided that we were going to try and do the behaviour change and reward children and families that walk to school. So we set up this programme about 10 years ago. And it's a program where in the classroom, it's a digital whiteboard. And as the children walk in, they just touch the screen, or they can log it, or you could do it in a paper-based format. And am I still showing my screen? Yes, no, I am still showing it. And they log their journey. And what it does is at the end of the month, if they logged a certain number of journeys that are walking, cycling or scooting, they get a little badge. And you might think that that is not very important, but actually if you're 5 years old and you've done the badge competition and you're trying to beat the other classes in your school or beat the other children in your class, it is highly motivational to get this small badge. And these are small plastic badges. They are made from recycled, they're made from the offcuts of yogurt pots, so there's no primary plastic is produced in the making of these badges. These are offcuts, and there are 10 or 12 badges a year. We get the children to design the badges, so we're in the middle of our badge competition at the moment. So we have a travel tracker where we can register the baseline data, and then we can register the behaviour change. And what happens is 23% more children walk some or all of the way to school, and we have a reduction of 1/3 of all the way car journeys. Now, in some areas, we cannot, in rural areas, for example, where children are travelling very long distances, it's inappropriate for them to be able to walk all that way. So we encourage park and stride, so that they would maybe park in a local supermarket car park or in the village church or at the cricket ground, and then walk the final way. And our programme each year averts 700 tonnes of carbon dioxide, and we can use that as a proxy then for the air pollution reduction as well. So that changes all other travel behaviours around the school, and what it means is that you end up building a community for change. Often when you try and change urban environments and restrict access to the car, you have the voices of the drivers for whom the area has been designed saying, I don't like it being redesigned for pedestrians anymore. But as Glinda said, half of all journeys are walking. We have to change the lens. We have to invert the lens. We have to make sure that we're listening to the silent majority of voices who are in favour of better walking journeys. And how you build that community for change is to get more children and their parents walking and cycling these small, short distances. Most primary kids in the UK live less than 1.5 kilometres from their school, and you build that community for change that says, yes, actually we do want this. And you're also listening to the voices of the digitally excluded. So we have a lot of noise on Facebook and on Twitter, but what about the older people who are not digitally connected? What about the children who aren't digitally connected? How are their voices heard in this debate? So it's about spreading the inconvenience. We have we don't like congestion. We think of congestion as 12 cars waiting at traffic lights. We don't think of congestion or as being 15 people waiting for a green man crossing, so to safely cross the road. So in the UK now, we're starting with default green person crossings. So the crossings are set automatically to pedestrian priority until a car approaches. So they're permanently on red for car, and they're permanently on green for pedestrians. This is on the front page of the newspapers tomorrow. It's just been announced. We're doing it in 18 places in London. It's one of our inventions as Living Streets. And the headline is, drivers fuming over changes to crossing, questioning why would we want to make cities more walkable, and walkable is in inverted commas as though it's a weird and unnatural thing. So shaping the place, retrofitting our streets, involving retail and freight. We know that when you do that, you increase the value to the local shops by up to 30%. And that is really important as we come out of a very long COVID lockdown here in the UK, and where businesses and restaurants and cafes have had a very difficult time. So bringing people in on by foot and by bike helps increase the amount of money that goes to local shops. We've got a connection there that I can post in the chat about some of the myths around what happens when you try and do this. And we've also just published a really interesting report on ethnicity and pedestrian risk, which shows that compared to the richest 10% of the population, if you're poor, your risk of being killed or injured as a pedestrian doubles. And if you're poor and from a Black, Asian and minority group, your risk of being killed and injured as a pedestrian trebles. So I'll leave it there.
Wow. Thank you, Mary. You were so uplifting until the end, but I know those are hard figures that we actually have to confront and really inform our work as advocates, as researchers, so thank you. But I want to congratulate you for that measure that you just announced before that was so uplifting, the fact that you are actually changing the priority to walking people, not to the cars. I'm sure that the media and all people are going to be complaining, but when people start walking more, they are going to see that's the benefit, because it's true. Sometimes we have to wait for a long time. And what was Henson saying, when we are in those cross walks, when we are waiting at an intersection, we are really more exposed to that air pollution. So the least time that we wait is better. That, again, back to what Linda said, improving the walking experience. So wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Mary, for sharing that. And we will have more questions after, I'm sure. Next is the time for the male panelists. We did first female panelists, ladies first, and now we have two more panelists that are going to share their experiences as well. So I welcome Patrick Fung. He is the Chief Executive Officer at Clean Air Network, another nonprofit organization that advocates for air quality. And Patrick lives in Hong Kong, and he's a regular speaker on these issues of urban environment and air quality, which is good to know, because maybe you're a really great speaker. It's good to know when somebody's sought after a lot, because it has that gift of public speaking. So interesting from your resume, I like the fact that even though you are also part of a nonprofit, you've been serving on working groups for the Hong Kong government to really improve also air quality. So that's a great civil participation there. So Patrick, please share us your experience with Clean Air Network.
Thank you, Margarita, for your introduction. And just checking if the screen is now going on full screen now. Yeah. Okay. Thanks again for the invitation. Hong Kong was lucky to be the host city of Walk21 conference back in 2016. At that time, which was the first in Asia. And then 5 years past, we're still working on this issue. One quick message is that this kind of thing does take time. So we have to be making consistent effort on this. I've been working on advocating for cleaner air, public health, transport management, urban planning for about 10 years. It's very glad to see walkability has grown into a wider discussed issue around the world, and a lot of knowledge exchange has been fostered. So in today's meeting, I'd like to summarize some of the tool and experience from our point of view on advocating for better air quality as well as walkability. So let me start with just one photo. And so there are always landmark spots in all cities, you know, all the spots on the postcard you see. But this photo actually is not. It's not that landmark spot. I'd like to show this photo because it shows a situation where a lot of population they will anticipate this situation in their daily life in Hong Kong. So look at the photo. We have relatively narrow pedestrianized road. We have a variety of road user. So the commuters we just talked about, right? So not only pedestrian, not only the four wheels car user, there are some other types of wheel carts. As you see in the middle, there's a lady pushing a wheel cart of stuff, so really heavy stuff. So let's imagine what's happening with the lady. Around her, there are, I think, more quick speed vehicular traffic. And if you look at the street canyon on that particular spot, measured by tall buildings at the size of the traffic road, forming a canyon-like microenvironment that traps all the air pollutants, it is the situation where this lady is exposed to. And if you put ourselves in the shoes of this lady, she's rushing, she's doing her work. I think it's not that pleasant because of all the safety concern as well as public health concern. And this is a situation where population meets air pollutants. And perhaps it is the scene where we can really think about what clean air and walkability means. So one way to see it is a very positive side. With better air quality, walk becomes more attractive for people. As more people walk, there will be even less vehicular transport. It is possible that this lady would have a better working environment, isn't it? However, there would be a negative side of seeing these, as air pollution is bad. We talk about air pollution affect public health. People have another reason not to walk. As a result, for the lady, she has still to get adapted to the roadside. She has no option. She has to work there and left in a very dangerous and unhealthy environment. And I try to summarize a bit on the interesting relationship between clean air and walkability. And on this side, as you can see, there are multiple social impact and key approaches. I think public health is a really common goal between clean air and walkability, especially after and since COVID. If we're able to expand that a little bit, it means physical, mental, and social well-being. It would be a great policy driver in the governmental point of view, and then to strengthen some of the momentum for behavior change. When we talk about well-being, happiness, inclusiveness, I think it's something that we all miss since COVID, and would be a very good reason to attract people to really put them into action. On the clean air side, there are multiple approaches to achieve the goals. Some of the previous speakers mentioned that. Emission control, it means shifting to electric, hydrogen, or other zero emission modes. Exposure control, how do we control and manage people's contact of air pollution, and thus reduce the public health costs more effectively. And then when we talk about transport management and urban planning, this comes to a part where walkability could really help. On the other side, on walkability, there are, I think in summary, there are successful cases in some of the world's that low traffic neighborhood, low speed zone, low emission zone, different types of pedestrian zone, and even the concepts of 50-minute city that helps to bring up some of the measurement of walkability. And on both clean air and walkability, I think from perspective as an advocate, there is always some of the key challenges, such as how do you communicate and argue, debate, demonstrate the cost risk benefit with the decision maker of having more walkability measures and more emission control, exposure control measures, such as the vehicular traffic transformation to achieve clean air. So communicate and argue is very strong challenge. And how do we transit from knowledge to experience? And how do we feedback our experience back to the whole planning? So in today's discussion, I'd like to demonstrate some of our thoughts on the toolbox as well as experience. So one toolbox would be look at it from a macro point of view. What are we really doing? So we think knowledge building, strategic collaboration, advocacy for solution will help to achieve both goals of clean air and walkability. And it depends on who you're talking to. So of course, there are decision maker, there are the community side, and there are some of the intermediate agents that worth our time to explore, such as the researcher side, the academia, and the business side. And then as the theme of Walk21 Seoul let us know that a smart, walkable city I think data would be something necessary for the decision maker or policymaker to manage and run the city, especially on all the walkability measures. And here, I would like to provide some suggestion of what kind of data that would be very relevant. So air pollution data, as the first speaker has let us know that there are multiple tools to achieve that. We could have regulatory framework from the authority to look at the data. We could have indicative data from academic. We can measure that by air pollution concentration, population weighted mean, etc. And then on public health side, Hong Kong is very lucky to have a Hadley Environmental Index. That index helps to quantify the social cost of air pollution in terms of doctor visit, hospital bed days, premature death. And there are other approach to get all the data, say from the lung function and all the respiratory disease. And then on the walking side, I think we do have some knowledge on the walk score, how to quantify the walkability of one place. And then if we have more data of pedestrian volume and even personal data, say emotion behavior, say through the hashtag that we are all doing every minute on social media, it is possible to capture at that moment what's happening for all the road user. And then when we gradually go from the data or tool, I would like to present a systemic thinking, a hypothetical model. So this model helps to describe the dynamic relationship between different actors. So the model begins with air pollution impact as a central issue for which the solution are created. And then we want to activate the flow of information about air pollution to concerned individuals. So on this right-hand side box, so there are socialization of health impact. This is where a common general public could start to contribute their information. Those information include mentioned emotion or what's happening, what's the behavior at that particular moment. If it is possible to fit these information into a information common, let's say for health, then it is possible to inform policymaker as well as to inform business decision. So we hope that through such systemic thinking, we are able to change things, to solve some of the deep-rooted problem. And but I have to stop there for the toolbox. I have to move on to the experience sharing. So in the past, as mentioned, Hong Kong has been lucky to drive some of the momentum on walkability. And then back in early 2010, I think in Hong Kong, there were studies to build up and share the knowledge on walkability and how walkable city would benefit Hong Kong people. And then from there, we want to get to actions and get the actions seen and participated by all sectors. As you see in the second photos, I could elaborate it more after. And then after that, we have the Walk21 Hong Kong conference. It is a platform that we are able to get policymaker high level to make pledge, to make commitment so that we could hold them accountable afterwards. And then since then, it's very good to see Hong Kong government has committed to conduct a walk-related study, walkability study for Hong Kong. So it is the first time an official study is going to collect all relevant data for Hong Kong. Of course, we haven't seen this report yet, but it is possible to activate such change through knowledge building, action, and solution. And in this particular example, the CBD traffic thoroughfare, as you see in the photos there, is always a place considered with very low living quality. You see all the buses down there, and you see, you can imagine noise pollution, air pollution. People don't want to stay there in the CBD after work. So what we're doing is that we transform that particular zone into a one-day experiment, a fun day, so that everyone could enjoy the space there. So the enjoyment, the participation would be recorded, would be memorized. So this is our thought. And then when we go further on other experience sharing, we hope to point out a statement that public health is a great policy driver. From emission control, we have to move on to exposure control to reduce the contact on air pollution by general public. And then let me summarize my 4 suggestions, the tips. So don't waste the crisis. We're now in a crisis on COVID. We're now on the crisis on decarbonization. That is immediate term and medium term. But I believe it is a time for us to think about how to use this time to retrofit some of the things we have not done good in the past, and how do we do better. And then right on decarbonization momentum, that's easy. Decarbonization has a lot to do with reducing emission sources, and walkability is the solution. How to rebuild knowledge to action, as demonstrated, is very, very important. And then also important, how to rebuild the capacity, either internal or external, for the whole movement. And just one question, last question for thought is that, so we know 50 years ago, cities made for cars. Now we think it's not good. Now we think we want walkability. Let's be very critical. How do we know we're right today? And imagine if in a decade's time, all the cars transformed to electric cars, hydrogen cars. Wouldn't be that problem solved already? I don't know, but my point of view is that we're still right to talk about walkability, because we want that. Not only air pollution is good, public health is good, but it's also about people's interaction. We want organic, we want, bumped up to somebody and talk about daily lives in, on a normal pedestrianized street. So I think it is still very, very relevant to meet the new generation's demand. So thank you very much. This is a summary of today, and we hope to stay connected with all the speakers and audience. Thank you, Margarita. Back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. I know you're very passionate. I can tell you really wanted to tell us more, which is always great. It's so great when people are willing to share their experience. And you really were telling us a story. I like it for advocates like me, from going from the knowledge and the data to the collaboration, to the advocacy, to the decision maker. I think that's a path that most of us who are working as advocates know well. But I think you were really bringing all these synergies between walking and air pollution reduction measures. So that was all great. Thank you. And last, and then we can go to some of the questions, and the e-mobility actually is already one question that people pose, so we will talk about that. But our last speaker, our most patient speaker, Dr. Hyun-Sup Lee, is the Senior Program Manager Officer for the UNEP Environment Program for Asia and Pacific. Welcome, Mr. Hyun-Sup. It's great to have you. I know it's always good to have also like a broad view from United Nations and the Environment Program, because I know you guys think more comprehensive and you tackle many different problems. So it'll be great to hear what's your approach to the region and to the problems of air pollution. And also just wanted to highlight, because of one piece of data about every speaker, I think I really appreciate that you work for the Ministry of Environment in Korea. It's great that you have that experience working regulating air pollution, I'm sure, in one country, and now you can export or extract some of the lessons learned for how you did it in Korea to other countries. So please take the floor.
Thank you, Margarita, for the introduction, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay. So, okay, on behalf of UNEP, I wish to express our gratitude to Walk21 Foundation and Seoul Metropolitan Government for inviting me. So, estimates of health impact of air pollution paint a worrying picture, with around 91% of world population living in areas with poor air quality. Here in Asia Pacific, about 4 billion people, 92% of the region's population are exposed to a significant level of air pollution. Everyone is affected, but the impact is heavy on the most vulnerable: children, women, elderly, and people living in poverty. The State of Global Air estimates that in 2019 alone, around 216,000 newborn deaths were associated with air pollution across Asia and the Pacific. And early studies suggested that the air pollution may be putting people further at risk during this pandemic. And this gives us another reason to urgently improve air quality. So the need for urgent and immediate action on air pollution has been recognized at global and regional fora. UNEP was called upon by member states at the UN Environment Assembly in 2014 to facilitate immediate and coordinate action to address air pollution and to prepare regional assessment on air quality. The Asia Pacific Office of UNEP responded to this mandate by launching the Asia Pacific Clean Air Partnership, or APCAP, in 2015 to have synergies across various air pollution initiatives in the region. Soon after, in partnership with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, APCAP coordinated the assessment of the latest science to identify solutions to reduce air pollution in our region. This assessment identified 25 policy and technology measures that will deliver benefits across key sectors, which are the main sources of PM2.5 and ozone in our region. If fully implemented, we could see 1 billion people in Asia breathing air that meets WHO guidelines by 2030. The 25 measures can be summarized into 3. First, conventional emission controls focusing on primary PM2.5 emissions. This includes strengthening emission standards and controls on vehicles, power plants, and industries. The second, measures for reducing the formation of secondary PM2.5. These are not yet major components of clean air policies in many parts of the region. This includes reducing burning of agriculture and municipal waste and preventing forest and peatland fires. And third, measures contributing to development goals with benefits for air quality. This includes providing clean energy, improving public transport, and promoting use of electric vehicles by renewable energy. The transport sector accounted for 19% of energy consumption in Asia and the Pacific region in 2019. The road transport is responsible for about 3/4 of transport carbon dioxide emissions, and emissions from aviation and shipping also continue to rise. The transport sector in many cities is a main source of urban air pollution. These emissions have an adverse impact on human health, of course, especially in heavily populated urban areas. In these areas, pollutants are emitted within breathing zone of pedestrians. So it is estimated that the transport sector was responsible for 10.5% of air pollution-related premature deaths in 2015, with about half due to on-road diesel vehicles. So as we know, diesel engine emissions has been classified as carcinogenic by the International Cancer Agency. So UNEP promotes a sustainable low-emission transport and work to reduce its contribution to air pollution and climate change. Shifting to zero-emission transport is the measures that first, reduce travel demand, for example, through better city design. And second, shift to a more energy efficient transport, such as public transport. And third, introduce a zero emissions vehicle and non-motorized transport, such as walking and cycling. In cities across the world, many people rely on walking and cycling as their primary mobility. But despite the high social cost, increasing road space for cars continues to be a priority for investors and governments. The importance of walking and cycling was highlighted during the pandemic, especially with the implementation of movement restrictions. With the current need to maintain physical distances, bicycle use has gained popularity and filled the gap left by limitations of public transport. Bikes are an affordable, reliable, clean, and environmentally friendly means of transportation and has been recognized as a key component of post-COVID-19 green recovery. The Shared Road Program supports governments and other stakeholders in developing countries to move away from prioritizing the car driving minority and supports investing in infrastructure for the majority, those who walk and cycle. The goal of the program is to introduce policies in government and donor agencies which are investors in walking and cycling road infrastructure. All of our work falls under the global agenda on sustainable transport, particularly with regard to the environment, safety, and accessibility. The program was launched by UNEP and the Foundation for the Automobile and Society in 2008. Investing in infrastructure for walking and cycling leads to massive benefits for environment through less pollution and greenhouse gases, and safety through the protection of road users from high-speed traffic, and accessibility by providing the majority of citizens with safe means of travel to reach basic services and connect with other transport options such as buses and trains. Our work includes developing relevant tools in providing in-country support and advocating for non-motorized transport at the global level. One example of our work is to support the government of Indonesia in achieving its commitment to a national walking and cycling vision and guidelines for the country. We worked with them to publish this as a practical guide for the planning and design of infrastructure in urban areas. This guideline aims to create a safe, comfortable, inclusive, and comprehensive walking and cycling space, which supports public transport usage. So many people recognize PM 2.5 as one of the key air pollutants to address in this region. To design appropriate strategies to address this pollutant, we need to first understand its nature. First, the PM 2.5 transcends city boundaries. Most air pollution is caused by local and regional sources of emissions, but it does not stop at city or national borders. And second, PM 2.5 emissions come from many sources. It does not just come from one source, but from multiple sources, including transportation, residential cooking, lighting and heating, waste, agriculture industry, and power generations. And third, reducing PM 2.5 requires addressing primary plus secondary PM. Primary PM 2.5 are those released directly to the atmosphere, while secondary PM 2.5 are formed in the atmosphere from chemical reactions involving primary gas emissions. So this means that to manage urban air quality effectively, regional, national, urban, and rural authorities need to collaborate more closely, employ multi-sector and multi-pollutant approach. So we have already seen the application of multi-city coordinated approach. One of the main components of Beijing Air Quality Plan is to strengthen cooperation with the neighboring cities. This process took a few years to realize, but it is interesting to highlight a few milestones, including setting up a coordinated prevention and control of air pollution in Beijing and surrounding areas. So the air quality of the whole region has improved. The annual PM 2.5 of the Beijing and the surrounding areas decreased by nearly 25% during 2013 to 2017. So UNEP works with member states, analyzing and sharing stories and good practices can help inspire other cities to implement air pollution reduction measures. This also demonstrates the importance of multi-city cooperation on clean air. Many cities lead efforts to reduce emissions. In the East Asia region, there has been a substantial action taken up by Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon to address fine dust. So this is another example of collaboration to address air pollution. So in 2019 alone, several measures to reduce emissions in key sectors and reduce people's exposure has been adopted to reach the goal of reducing PM 2.5 emissions by 30% by 2022. In March this year, we launched the new partnership with Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi to beat air pollution through evidence-based solutions. The objective of this partnership is to assess the efforts in Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi from 2005 to 2019, and we will increase understanding and awareness on the status of air pollution and on the actions taken, and improve future policy action to reduce air pollution with better understanding of the effective policies and measures, and identify good practices to inspire other cities and countries to beat air pollution. So in summary, although air pollution is taken very seriously and good progress has been made to limit emissions, but more needs to be done to protect human health. So we need a multi-sectoral and inter-agency collaboration. Most people in Asia Pacific region live in cities, and so the focus of the prevention to date has been on cities. However, spaces around cities are causing pollution due to atmospheric transport. To address this, national, urban, and rural authorities will need to collaborate. To effectively reduce the PM 2.5 within a city, we need to have a coordinated and multi-pollutant and multi-sector approach within the city and with the neighboring cities. And we need to evidence to act. Scientific assessments, including source finding and modeling, is an important tool to better understand PM 2.5 sources and their contribution in order to develop well-informed policies. We need innovation technology investments. While many existing policies focus on large sources, another control options involve improving smaller scale technologies and social practices related to biomass stoves, in industrial process, vehicle inspection and maintenance, and several others. So a multi-level, multi-stakeholder partnership will be essential for getting the most out of these smaller scale measures. And we need consumer actions as well. Everyone has a part to play. Rethinking our daily consumption of goods, reducing our footprint, and choosing a sustainable option will contribute to efficiency and pollution reduction. So UN Environment Program will continue to support efforts to accelerate urgent action needed.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
I know I was trying to accelerate you, but I know everything you had to say was very important. So I appreciate that. I just wish they gave us more time because we were 5 speakers and all of them have a lot to share. So thank you very much. I think we have 2 minutes for questions. I don't know if we get more permission because we have a few questions that came out in the list. So maybe I'll just go ahead. Until I listened that we had to stop, I will just keep going because we got an interesting question already from the audience, and I also have my own questions, but it's very interesting. It seems like there is this kind of dilemma, and I think Patrick alluded to it a little bit about the balance between advocating for active mobility and all the benefits of active mobility, and also activate the advocacy that is going on to electric mobility. I know there is always kind of this I don't know why we had to be fighting. And as Patrick was saying, maybe we're actually part of the same solution, but sometimes we actually had to fight for resources and for attention of decision makers. So I was wondering if in this, in the spirit of what are the win-win strategies to get walkability and air pollution reduction, what's the role of the advocates of e-mobility? What will be the message that you guys have to say to them? And maybe because Patrick, you put this on into the conversation, I want to have you say something, but very quickly. We won't have time for a long answer because we only have little time.
So very quickly, I think, as mentioned, cross-sectoral partnership super important. It's not a slogan. We have to put into action. I don't have a silver bullet for a how to achieve the win-win, but my gut feeling is that get the general public excited. As long as they will participate, I think we are able to roll the ball and see how could we iterate to the whole process. And then we have to be very nimble and be flexible on our approaches.
Mary, go ahead. Thank you, Patrick.
We have a very live debate about e-mobility and electric vehicles here in the UK, with trials of e-scooters starting. There have been 300 pedestrian injuries from e-scooters. So again, contested road space and them coming on the footways. And we cannot replace 20 million cars in the UK with 20 million electric cars. All we're doing there is, somebody said yesterday, redecorating hell. It is not, electric cars are not the solution. We have to ditch the car for journeys under 5 kilometres. That's it. We have a carbon budget in the UK. It suggests that to get to net zero, we will have to reduce our car journeys by 9%. That is an absolutely massive behaviour change, and it's going to need carrots and sticks. And one of the ways that we're doing it here in the UK is barring access for traffic, getting them away from people, getting them away from domestic dwellings, and keeping cars on main roads only. So you still have functions and delivery working, but you keep them out, and you change the inconvenience, you spread the inconvenience so they aren't going past people's houses and people's dwellings. That may be a much bigger challenge in other countries, but where we have domestic populations, we're trying to just keep them onto the main roads, and of course investment in mass transit. But what we're seeing is EV chargers on the footway here in the UK. We already have not enough space for people, and now we're putting the charging points for cars as well.
Thank you, Mary. I've been asked to wrap up, so I have to say what you just say, all of it, I agree, Patrick. And I think this can be summarized with something that some of you said, which is prioritize the pedestrian, which is the principal commuter. It boils down to that. And I love what you say, Mary. If it's less than 5K, we can do it on foot. So I hope all of you learned something about these wonderful speakers and their experience about how we advocate for clean air and also for walkable cities. I did learn a ton, so thank you so much. And please stay in the conference. There is more good information to come.
You once
Thank you.
again.
Thank
Yes.
you for having me.
Thank you. Just experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty there. Thank you for the great presentation as well as the moderation, Ms. Pera Kobaleda. As you mentioned, there are no silver bullet solutions when we're talking about tackling environmental issues as well as human issues altogether. But thank you for your input, and I believe that that has provided great food for thought. And before we continue on to the next session, we will have a short break, and then we will resume with the next session, the oral presentation 5. It's titled Measuring Walking, the Invisible Asset and How to Make It More Visible. So please take a short break and come back in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice break. We've been covering a wide variety of different issues and topics about walking and the benefits of walking. And this time around, we also have another oral presentation on measuring walking. It's the invisible asset, but how to make it more visible will be the topic of discussion for this session. So we will start oral presentation 5, and it will be chaired by Mr. Daniel Sauter, the director and owner of Urban Mobility Research in Switzerland. We also have a panel of 5 different presenters. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sauter.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening to everyone joining us from wherever you live. I'll do the share the screen. Just a second. Can you see that? Can you see? No. For some reason, there's a problem. I'm sorry. Okay. So welcome to our session on measuring walking, the invisible asset, and to make it more visible. It's a great pleasure and privilege to moderate this session. We have a wonderful lineup of great speakers and inspiring presentations. Originally, if we had been in Seoul live, this session was planned as a full-day participatory workshop. Now we're online, and I'm very happy we can still debate the issues this way. I want to start with a few words on the background of our Measuring Walking project we have been collaboratively working on in the past 15 years. It all started in Melbourne in 2006 when we adopted the International Charter for Walking and said we also need to establish a set of international guidelines for the collection, the analysis, and the dissemination of quantitative and qualitative techniques for measuring walking. During the following Walk21 conferences, they're all listed on this slide here, we debated many different issues around measuring walking. Usually between 40 and 70 people participated in the workshop. If you want to look up some of the presentations, they are all accessible on the website measuring-walking.org. One of the important results was that measuring should stand on 4 pillars: input, output, outcome, and impact. Input refers to the institutional framework, such as resources, leadership, or collaboration. Output is about infrastructure and promotion, for example, land use, which is linked to accessibility or the quality of the public realm. Outcome is, for example, how much people actually walk or stay in public spaces, how safe it is, and what people's perceptions are. Impact finally refers to the ultimate economic, social, health, and other benefits. This all is happening in a broader context in terms of geography, population, and history, etc. There are many ways to collect data, each with its advantages and disadvantages. You can collect, for example, your own data, which is often costly, but you can actually determine what you gather. You can, as a second point, provide tools and guidelines for data collection, as we did, for example, with the International Walking Data Standard. But you often don't know how the tool is used, and not all tools are open source. And finally, there is the possibility to build on existing data. And today we hear from the custodians of such data who will show us what kind of data they have, how they collect it, and what their plans for the future are. This brings me to a quick overview of the format of today's session. We first will hear from Jim Walker of Walk21, giving us an overview of the issues we're debating, followed by Aida Kafel Rodriguez, also from Walk21, talking about policy and data for key indicators. Afterwards, Fiona Bull from the World Health Organization will present the data they collect on physical activity and road safety. This will be followed by Stephanie Holtzworth from UN Habitat, and she will show us how they measure public transport accessibility within their organization. And last but not least, Monica Ollislagers from IRAP will present the star rating of road safety of her organization. And then we'll have time for discussion. So I turn, just a second, this over now. Did you already take my slide? I used the opportunity to introduce Jim Walker. He doesn't need much introduction for sure. He, together with Rodney Tully, is the founder of Walk21, and without him and Bronwyn, we would not have enjoyed already 21 exceptional Walk21 conferences so far. So, Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel. That's really kind. And, you know, you've been with us really from the beginning and led so much of this work about measuring. I just wanted to explain how we've been using maybe this pandemic time, I guess, to sort of reflect a little bit, particularly on the charter that you led so expertly. And thinking about that, what we've looked at is not just how many people have signed it, but where they have signed it from. And this is the first time we're really showing this data, but actually we've had more than 83 countries, people in more than 83 countries sign the charter. This is a density map that illustrates the darker the color, the more the people. But I think that's a phenomenal reach, nearly 5,000 people around the world. And it illustrates to us that there is a commitment. But the challenge, I think, that we've been facing and the ambition that we needed to consider is how to unlock that commitment into action on the ground. This, you know, we've talked about the various keys over the years about community engagement, political commitment, the need for design standards, policy, money, and of course, more than anything, data. And I really was touched by the fact that there was finally a consensus, not that it was difficult, but just we had to somehow or other put down in all the different systems around the world, and more than 40 people were in the last workshop in Rotterdam. We did agree that there could be 36 key indicators, and we tiered them into understanding what are the key things that matter most so that we can get a good measure, objective, subjective, and perception measures of really what walking is about. But the trouble we still faced, and New Zealand, I think in that workshop put it very, very well. They had a fantastic system measuring more than 200 factors, but that doesn't mean that they could get anybody to actually start using it. And so how does that change?
Jim, sorry, can you make your screen larger?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just hang on a sec. Hang on a second. Is that coming out better? I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. That's great.
Yeah, so we came up with these indicators and we tiered them to make it as easy as possible for people to say, start with tier 1, just measure 5 things, you know, then maybe consider tier 2, maybe consider tier 3. But actually these things became a real challenge. Getting people to actually use them didn't necessarily get us to the place that we wanted to be, which was thinking about the real questions we wanted to know is there a policy to retain, protect, and enable people to walk? Is there just how much walking is actually going on? How safe is it to walk? How many people are within walking distance of public transport? How comfortable is it to walk? And and ultimately, how satisfied are the people with the walking experience? And we just felt maybe if we could just look at existing data, maybe we could ask that question and see whether, if we put a walking lens on existing data, which is the point of this session as much as anything, whether we could tell a story, at least for something, in every part of the world that would maybe evolve the conversation and get people to start using the measurement tools we've been working so hard for. So look, Ada is particularly going to share with us any second now about the detail of that. But the one thing I also wanted to just mention here is that, you know, there's still work in progress going on. Richard mentioned about yesterday from Indonesia about satisfaction tools, reporting measures, and we are working on one about walkability. So that we can think about the way that people can respond and collect data. We can divide the data by gender, ability, and age, and actually start thinking about not just where people are having problems, but categorize those indicators into visual icons that people can say, yes, it's speed is the issue, or it's footpath quality, or it's lighting and seating. You know, we've got a great partnership here with the Alstom Foundation, Sedeus, TU Dublin. Various people have worked together to help us build this tool. We hope it'll be ready in a few weeks' time. But this is the satisfaction measure. We're working on it. It's not ready yet. But what does the other data share with us? Does it help change the narrative? And that's the bit I hope we can now get into today by letting the other people talk. So that's the ambition, evolve the narrative. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Jim. It's impressive and really good to see all that momentum going on within what you're doing within Walk21, but also what we've seen already during the conference in many places, as you mentioned yourself. It's now a pleasure to introduce to you Aida Kafel Rodriguez. She's a lawyer and consultant with Walk21 and has been analyzing in particular data on global walking policies. And she'll be talking now about the opportunity to make walking more visible internationally. Aida, please take the floor.
Good morning, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here with you today. I'm really excited to present our results. I will just... So, as Jim mentions before, our work was trying to measure walking, and for that we focused on 5 key questions about policy, about how many people are walking. Is it safe to walk? Is it easy to walk? Or is it comfortable to walk? For each question, we tried to look for data available. For each question, we found data on, we call that our indicators for measuring walking. I have to say that that data set has their own limitation. However, I think it's a truly good starting step to engage the conversation about the feasibility of being able to measure walking. So what we will do is answering each one of these questions, and I will show our results. The first one was about the policy. We had to do a deep dive analysis on global policies on walking and cycling. We did it for more than 207 countries. And it's important to keep in mind that in this research, we consider that the country has a walking and cycling policy if it's included in a transport national policy, in a subnational policy, in a standalone policy, or a non-motorized transport policy. So as I mentioned, we did the research for 207 countries, and we're starting to find really good, interesting data. We found that globally, 50% of the countries has a walking and cycling policy. That's represent 49% for the Americas, 35% for Africa, 69% for Europe, 53% for Asia, and 35% for Oceania. And of that countries which has a walking and cycling policy, 44 are high income, 26 are upper middle income, 22 are lower middle income, and 8 are low income countries. So our next question was about how many people are walking. It's our activity indicator. And for answer this question, we found that WHO has an interesting question from their Global Physical Activity Questionnaire. The question was, how much time do you spend walking for travel during a day? So we found, for instance, the process was to collect the main minutes reported for each country. And we found, for instance, that Niger reported the most activity with 141 minutes. On East Timor reported the less. And we found, if you start to compare the data, we found that Africa on Europe are the continent with more activity, and that Asia and America are in the global average. So as I said, our data is limited sometimes. For this data, we have access only for 35 countries in Africa, 22 in America, 35% in Africa, 6% only in Europe, Oceania 40%. On the global average of information was 27%. And about safety, we collect the mortality data of pedestrian fatalities from the Institute for Global Metrics and Evaluation. We considered here 204 countries, and we tried to compare the data per capita in 2019. And again, we started to find really interesting information. And we found, for example, that the place with less pedestrian fatalities was Iceland, maybe the safest place to walk. On the countries with the most road pedestrian accidents were the Central African Republic. And if you compare, or if you look to the percentage of pedestrian fatalities from the total road fatalities, we discovered that the global average was 30%, which I personally think it's still really high. And if you look for Asia, it's 40%. And regarding the accessibility, we found that UN Habitat has a data set available, but that will be explaining later in the session. So I will try to focus on our results, on our methodology. The process we went through was collecting information from 106 cities. We chose the important cities available, or the biggest, where the data was available. And then we proceeded to analyze it and compare them. And we discovered interesting things again. For example, the city with more accessibility to public transport is Braga in Portugal. And the city with less accessibility is Riyadh in Saudi Arabia with 8%. And we discovered that the global average is around 61%. And for example, that a continent like the Americas is above the global average. And for our last indicators related to comfort and to infrastructure, we referred to the information from IRAP, and again, that will be presented later. So I will switch to our results. But I have to mention that, again, we have accessibility to 42 countries information. On what we did was collect the data of the countries of the infrastructure classified of 3 stars and above by IRAP. And we find that globally, 25% of the countries where we looked have their infrastructures above 3 stars. And that's represent 33% for the Americas, 17 in Africa, 17 in Asia, 35 in Oceania, and 69 in Europe. And that's mean that the continent with most comfort for walk is Europe, and the country most comfortable to walk is the United Kingdom. If you put all this information together, we can actually find a lot of interesting data. If you start comparing between countries or on regions with the average, global average, you can have amazing information on, you can engage the conversation on how to measure walking. Is what we are trying to do now. This is all for me, Danielle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aida. I'm really impressed of how many countries do have some form of policy on pedestrians or active mobility. I'm really surprised that the global average is around 50%. So that's good news. And the diversity in all the other dimensions, I find that fascinating too. And I'm sure we'll hear more now with the custodians of those data, that data that you presented. And so it's a great pleasure now to welcome Fiona Bull from the World Health Organization. She is the head of the Department of Physical Activity at the WHO. And it's a privilege to have you with us, Fiona. You will be presenting the data you at WHO collect in terms of physical activity and on road safety. So please, Fiona, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, and a very good morning and good afternoon to everyone, and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to join this session. I'll do my very best to cover both of these areas, and I'll share my screen to bring up my slides for everyone and get to slideshow. It's just a little delay, I think. There, very good. So very good morning. And in this presentation, as introduced, thank you, Daniel, I will be presenting on two data sets which have become very important to the work that we're doing at the WHO, particularly on physical activity. So I'll start with the physical activity and particularly set the scene for those in the audience who may be less familiar with where walking fits into the work of physical activity. Well, firstly, physical activity is a major contributor to the leading causes of death, which is non-communicable diseases, the heart disease, cancers, diabetes. And so in a global action plan set quite some years ago, there was a target to address this important risk factor, physical activity. That target was updated in a new document, very recent, the Global Action Plan on Increasing Physical Activity. And this was aligned to the 2030 agenda with 15% target. Now, walking fits into this because of all the reasons you've been discussing at this conference. It is a very important way we can be active. So as you can see in this slide, it's the first activity we list because it's going to be the one which we can all do, so accessible and available if we can get the environments and support people to do this safely and enjoyably. Dr. Tedros on the right launched our strategy in 2018. What's important is that the strategy includes 20 policy actions, and they're all relevant to walking, which we'll get to why we're measuring so many of these. For those less familiar, please do go to our website to find more information. But out of these 20 policy recommendations, you can see in the green, we're looking at the environment, and that picks up very much some of the comments introduced in the opening about the need to establish environments that support, enable, and invite. But of course, there is communication and promotion and other strategies which can include programming and inviting people to join in, celebrating walking. And then there is the policy and the surveillance, which is in this blue box. So we know what to do. And in fact, in the area of walking, I forecast to this audience a forthcoming walking and cycling toolkit, because we're going to be pulling all of those actions that we can do to promote walking into one slot. Now, why is all this relevant? Well, the member states of WHO asked us to monitor and measure how we're progressing, we as the global community, all countries, progressing on implementing the recommended strategies. And I'm showing in this slide on the left, those 4 color-coded areas. In the middle, there are a number of actions, policies recommended to each policy area. And then we have a very similar approach that we need to measure what's being done, what's being achieved, and then link it to our 2030 target. So this is the umbrella framework for the monitoring of the Global Action Plan, and monitoring of walking fits into this. Because how we measure physical activity at WHO includes walking and cycling. And you can see here 4 domains, and in green, there is the walking and cycling, because that's a way we can be active. It's not the only way. So our measure of physical activity is a composite measure. It includes measuring all of these aspects. What do we measure for? Well, we measure against the recommended amount of physical activity people should do. And this has been recently updated in new guidelines, and you can get these from our website. But I think many of you will know, I hope, that there is a recommendation for adults to achieve at least 150 minutes, but up to 300 minutes, an hour and a half to 3 hours of activity a week. So what is our tool? Well, our tool is a very systematic, for the last 20 odd years, it's been developed and implemented, called the WHO stepwise approach to measuring the NCD risk factors. It measures other risk factors, but includes physical activity. The instrument on physical activity is known as the Global Physical Activity Questionnaire, and it's shown on the right-hand side. It is a self-report. It can be administered and is usually administered as an interview, a household interview or a face-to-face interview. It can be done over the telephone. I'm not going to go into all of those questions but in detail, but it's summarized and is aligned to measuring the 4 domains I've just introduced for physical activity. What do the data look like? Well, when you do this systematically over years, you get trend data. And again, this is just showing you some data of meeting the recommendations on physical activity in the last 16 years. You may note not a lot of progress has been made, and you may note the gender difference. We can look at that pattern, and this is important for the use of data, by regions. Again, there's much more I could say about this, because you're seeing quite an interesting set of patterns there in different regions, sub-regions. Different trajectories are shown in total physical activity. But let's return to look at the walking and cycling measure. And I add cycling because the actual word, the question, has cycling in it. There are 3 questions. Do you walk and cycle? And you answer yes, no. In a typical week, you answer the number of days. And in a typical day, you answer the number of minutes. Remember, though, this is all aggregated up to a measure of physical activity. So what can we do with just those variables? Well, I've listed here what is fairly obvious. You could just report the prevalence of people saying yes, no to that first question I read out. I do emphasize that the wording of the question has at least 10 minutes. And that was part of the recommendations that drove the development of the GPAC instrument. If you were interested, you could look at the number of days people are walking for at least 10 minutes, walking or cycling in a typical week. You could then look at the mean minutes they've reported. And of course, you could then aggregate that to actually get mean minutes of walking and cycling for in a typical week by multiplication. So in brief, let's reflect, well, what are the strengths of this data source that is providing some of the best data, in fact, on walking and cycling? By far, it's not perfect. Well, it's collected in a national system, and it's collected from a representative sample, a random sample. It is national data. It is a validated instrument with development, a long history of development. And it's collected quite regularly. WHO recommends every 5 years. And it's part of a larger survey. So you get within that survey other variables that could be of relevance and interest. And currently it's used in over 120 countries. However, for the purposes of thinking solely around walking, well, there are some limitations. It's a self-report measure, so it does rely on the ability of individuals and recall and a potential for bias in that recall. It is framed around a typical week, and that may have strengths and weaknesses, but it might well be a weakness. And that's where we get our days. It's also only a typical day. So we are relying on this sort of averaging and recall of a responder. The most obvious, though, is it's walking and cycling combined. They cannot be disaggregated or spoken of as though they refer to any one behavior, because the question itself asked about walking and cycling. There is the last 10 minutes, and there's no other information on anything else apart from about that trip. This is not a transport survey. So big question there is it a useful measure? Well, that would depend on your purpose. Now, what's happening with this? Well, I mentioned new guidelines, the 2020 guidelines of November. And so one of the things which WHO is working on is reflecting and reviewing now our measurement instruments of physical activity to now align with our new recommendations. So the instrument GPAC will be under review. It is under review, and there'll be a process to update and amend and improve the GPAC instrument. Again, that goes then into the system of WHO, which we call STEPS. In addition, though, the measurement of physical activity has progressed substantially in the last years, and there's lots of research, lots of new technologies. So WHO is looking at the use and feasibility of some of the wearable technologies in our measuring systems, specifically for physical activity. So within all of this, there is an opportunity to review how that walking and cycling question is framed, its wording and its use. Let me turn quickly to the second part of the session, and that is the road safety data at WHO. And I'm really sharing this on behalf of the unit of road safety, which is in a department we work very closely with, but I'll bring it back and anchor this into the work on physical activity. Here you're reminded of the really important section of the Global Action Plan, and it's all about the places that we create for walking and then physical activity. And what do we recommend in physical activity? Well, we recommend these 6 or so areas, which are sort of shown as the headlines on the right-hand side. But we know the policy actions we're asking. And remember my monitoring framework, we're therefore monitoring those. So the data that are collected by a road safety survey are in fact highly valuable. And I'm showing you the report that presents the data. Behind it is a survey, and the survey collects data on a whole range of things. It's an enormous survey completed by the Ministries of Transport. It's usually conducted every 2 years, and it has a very high response rate from countries. And the survey, again, can change and be modified within the constraints and the processes that the WHO has to develop the instruments. And if there is, like other work in WHO, the opportunity to validate and collect supporting materials. And that is done, and this is relevant for policy in this area. So I'm going to show you a couple of those questions which we've drawn out, which are relevant for, in fact, walking. And I understand it's the data which Walk21 have had access to, and it's the question on national policies. So this is the exact question: are there national policies that encourage walking and cycling? And it's a very simple question because it's yes, no, or don't know. And the yes is actually at a national level, or there is the opportunity at subnational. Now, this question did not require the provision of the documents, but of course, we've heard from Ida that you can actually go then with the yes or the yes, but at subnational, you can go and find those and validate that it does indeed encourage walking and cycling. The data we have from that database show 42% of countries were reporting yes or yes subnational. And these data were reported in the Road Safety 2018 report. And of course, that is now some years out of date. And I understand, Ida, you're reporting more up-to-date data. Now, there are other questions, and very quickly, there's legislation, and I highlight this because it's to do with the road safety, particularly around speed, drink driving, use of drugs, and mobile phones, and the legislation that is present or absent. And again, you see the response scale, it's very similar to the previous one, and then you get results. Now, on this one, it's quite interesting because there's a level of sophistication in the analysis about whether they achieve a standard for that legislation. A standard that has been developed by WHO in consultation with all countries and therefore has the rigor and agreement for national reporting against. And so we see fully, partial or not achieved. Some of the data in that area start to show the results against, and I think this is just one of those data. No, apologies, it's all 4 of those data. Standards exist for 2 or 3 of those. So you start to see, again, really useful data. Strengths, national, every 2 years, and part of a much larger survey. Weaknesses, there is a time lag. The sheer scale of this and the nature of the data is that there is a time lag from when it's collected, when it's nationally compiled and reported to WHO, and then WHO reporting. There are questions when it's simple yes, no, you need to validate or verify. And there's not so much about the actual implementation and around some of the issues. And of course, implementation of the policies is as important as whether you have the policy. So very briefly, there is some very exciting new work underway led by our Road Safety and Sustainable Mobility Unit, as it's now named, underway to develop a much more dynamic data collection system, which will allow both uploading and then access by the wider global community to a more current data set, and with opportunities for that visualization and interaction with the data. So going from old school, a periodic survey, electronic, and a centralized data collection to now a centralized portal, which will allow much more dynamic data collection in the road safety area. Lots to learn from that platform. So I'd like to finish there and hope that that's filled in some of the details about 2 data sources, and I'm sure there's many questions on that. I hand back the floor. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Fiona. A very good overview, what you have included there, including the data with the strengths and the weaknesses of that data. I'm really impressed. And I like that there's also policies particularly in road safety and their implementation that you collect data on, because that's a direct link that is really important. Before we go on, there are burning questions that they want to know from you. Of course, we're in a walking conference. You mentioned that the survey will be or is under review and there may be changes. So the burning question, for example, from Ben Rossiter from Australia is, will there be clearly a separation of walking and cycling in the future? Because in Australia, whenever the 2 are combined, cycling gets the most attention and funding. That's part number 1. And the other one is, how do you handle the e-bikes and e-scooters now as being part of cycling? Is that still included, or how is that handled?
Look, excellent questions. Taking the first, there would be a very strong case for walking and cycling to be separated out of in the question. I mentioned with some emphasis that, of course, the purpose is to aggregate. The purpose of the GPAC in a health survey was to aggregate up to total physical activity. So there will be a little bit of tension between, well, how much does that matter for the purposes of a total measure? But absolutely it matters if you want to measure walking and separate it from cycling. So I think there will be a compelling case, but I can't confirm it on this phone call, the teleconference. Now, the second question is a very interesting one, and one which really challenges us that we'll have to start refining our definition of the cycling, that it is actually unpowered if we're calculating it into a measure of physical activity. But then I can immediately see, as I say that, well, what about how I use the power? The bike, of course, has got very different possibilities. So therefore, we are just entering yet another measurement challenge. So thanks for bringing that to our attention, and we will enjoy the debates and discussions and learning. If I may add, of course, I have focused entirely on WHO data sets as required or requested by the organisers, but countries have different measures. So I do hope that we can learn from countries that might already have been tackling these two issues that you've raised in these questions. Thank you, Daniel. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Fiona, and we're hopeful. So you can encourage us with further such good news to review and improve from the walking point of view that data, because that might also help to explain some of the developments probably that you showed us in your presentation. We'll continue that discussion, I'm sure. But first, I'd like to introduce you now to Stephanie Holdsworth, our next speaker. She's an urban mobility specialist with UN Habitat, the United Nations Human Settlements Program. And she'll be talking about public transport accessibility, getting to the station. And it's a pleasure to have you here, Stephanie. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you also to the organizers and the other speakers for their inspiring presentations. I'll be continuing with UN Habitat's data set on public transport accessibility, and hopefully can also shed some light on how we're collecting the data for that. There we go. So UN Habitat is the custodian agency for Sustainable Development Goal 11.2, and you might be aware that that's the target that aims at providing access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport systems for all. The way that this target is measured is by analyzing the proportion of the population that has convenient access to public transport, disaggregated by sex, age, and persons with disabilities. The process to get to, let's say, a data collection methodology was quite a lengthy one and a very participatory one. We have organized a few expert group discussions with some of the expert agencies that work towards public transport access, including, for example, ITF or UNECE. We have also consulted with the Public Transport International Association of Public Transport, UITP, Walk21, European Commission, ITDP, and alikes. And we, in those expert group discussions, really took the methodology apart and analyzed the best way forward in supporting member states to be able to collect data for SDG 11.2. All those insights were then translated into let's say a guidebook that assists national and local governments to monitor and to report on SDG 11.2. And I think in essence, we're really trying to successfully monitor the use and the access of the public transport system, while bearing in mind that we're trying to reduce the reliance on private motorization, and rather trying to get people into the more sustainable transport modes by, for example, improving public transport, walking, and cycling. The core indicator as part of this methodology is a 500-meter walking access to a transit stop based on the street network. We're not looking at what you can see in red, which is a buffer, but we are rather looking at the walking distance to the public transport stop, really based on the real street network. That is so because we believe that there is a need for a seamless door-to-door accessibility, which would not be sufficiently reflected by just creating a 500-meter buffer in form of a circle. We now have a regional data set available. In that data set, we have 1,522 cities listed. Ida has mentioned the global average of the data set being 61%. That is true, but if you look at the regional distribution of the cities where we have data available, you can see that there is a very strong bias towards Europe and North America, especially with the bias to Europe, where we got a lot of data from the European Commission, and that obviously creates a bit of a bias in the data set towards the 61%. So if you look at a more representative sample with kind of an equal amount of countries representing the different regions, the global average would be at around 49%. And you can imagine that there's large regional disparities with, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa, I think at 35%, and other regions, for example, North America and Europe, or Australia and New Zealand, that have access to public transport, according to the data set, between 70 and 90% of the urban population. The way our data inputs and workflow happens is that we first look at demarcating the city boundaries, and then looking at the location of the public transport stops and the available street network. We are then creating in GIS, Geographic Information Systems, a service area of 500 meters based on the street network that is then overlaid with the population data. And we are therefore then estimating the population that has access to public transport in 500 meters walking as compared to the overall population in the city. That data is then visualized, and that's roughly how it would look like. In black, you would see the public transport stops, and in red, you would see those areas that are served with public transport in a 500-meter walking access. In an ideal scenario, we would hope that countries are capacitated and reporting on SDG 11.2, and UN Habitat would be, let's say, the custodian agency compiling those data sets. But in reality, we can see that there are quite some capacity gaps and lack of data and tools in many countries around the world. And UN Habitat is therefore really aiming to train and build the capacity of countries to generate the data and also report back to us, while also being able to utilize the data for better policy making towards, for example, improvements on public transport and walking and cycling. So looking ahead, what is very much important is that we get our implementation methodology in form of this training manual out to the countries, and we are regularly organizing training sessions with, for example, national statistical offices of the member states that we're working with. What next? We are very interested in collaborating with even more partners to support countries for the data collection and the reporting. In addition, we are also facing quite some challenges in terms of disaggregating the population data. The SDG states that we should be looking at the disaggregation by sex, by age and by ability, and getting such data for cities is a bit difficult to access. So we're looking at maybe organizing some pilots to really get the disaggregation done. We're currently also setting up a global urban indicators platform as part of the UN Habitat website, and you would be able to access our data set from there. And what is very important is that we also have to complement the existing spatial indicator now of the 500-meter walking access with some qualitative analysis and some sub-indicators. As part of our methodology, we are proposing that we should be complementing the spatial indicator with a set of sub-indicators that look more at the qualitative aspects, for example, looking at safety, security, or universal access, or looking at the quality of the service levels of the public transport services, for example, in terms of frequency or capacity, but also looking at issues such as affordability, comfort, access to information, and so on. We do encourage our member states to look at those additional data sets in terms of complementing the spatial core indicator that we are proposing. And UITP, Walk21, and other partners have developed a very excellent document as part of the EU Urban Agenda that looks at urban mobility indicators for walking and public transport that really help to answer some of the questions and look at some of the issues around how is the experience of getting to the station, is the door-to-door accessibility ensured, how inviting and how accessible is the station environment, and what is the level of satisfaction with the public transport service. And we really do encourage the member states to also look at that document to collect additional data on top of the spatial indicator. If you look at the document developed by UITP and Walk21, you can see that they're looking at issues such as comfort and safety, service demand, support and encouragement, and connecting destinations. And they are looking at ways of measure the satisfaction in terms of those indicators. And it's a very useful document that we can only encourage people to look at. With that, I have come to the end, and I'll be handing back to you, Daniel. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stephanie. This is extremely interesting, and the progress you have made over that relatively short time to create and illustrate that indicator, I think is very helpful. It looks very simple, I think, at first, but it's quite complex when you take all the different elements into account. So congratulations on that. There's one question before maybe we go on, because we also debated that in Rotterdam and last year or the previous year in at the Walk21, and maybe I can put that to you right now, is the one question about informal transport. What is your assessment with that? How do you deal with that element that's particularly relevant in African and Asian countries? Can you give us a brief answer on that?
Yes, that's an excellent question, and we have dealt analyzing and discussing the question over the last few years in the expert group discussions, and we therefore came to the conclusion that we should actually incorporate data sets on informal transport, because you might know that in very many cities, informal public transport operations are, let's say, the only operations for public transport that are existing, and it would be very misleading if you would report a zero access of public transport for those cities. So what we decided now, and what we have also incorporated in the revised version of the metadata that was submitted back to the UN Statistical Division, is that we encourage countries to measure access also to informal transport systems, but indicated very much in the data sets that we would know the share of informal versus formal in the cities, which would also help the countries and the cities to identify ways of modernizing and upgrading their public transport systems, with the aim obviously to achieve a more formalized public transport system in the future, but still being able to report on the informal operations that are very much, serving as the backbone of public transport for many cities.
Super. Thanks a lot. That's encouraging and great news. And it's also relevant, as we've heard from participants in Rotterdam, that actually some of the informal public transport does replace walking trips when people just in front of their door jump onto an informal mode of transport and get off again in front of another door. So there is a connection there to the walking as well. Just like in any other public transport, but here it cuts almost more into the walking side. So thanks a lot, Stephanie. And finally, we come to our last speaker of this morning, afternoon, or evening. It's Monika Ollislagers. Great pleasure to have you here. Monika is a Global Innovation Manager and City Specialist with the International Road Assessment Program, IRAP, and she'll be talking to us about leveraging data for pedestrian safety. So the floor is yours, Monika.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, everyone. I hope wherever you are in the world that you've been enjoying this wonderful conference. And of course, we're drawing to a close in what is at least Korean time zone Friday afternoon. So I hope I can keep your interest for the rest of the session. This session's about data, and so I will be focusing mostly on that. But I just wanted to start by reinforcing that the reason IRAP is in this space, that all of our tools and what our models do are essentially to work towards road safety. And there are some very big targets, some very important targets in here for road safety. And the biggest one being the new decade of action for road safety, which aims to halve road deaths and serious injuries by 2030. This is really critical, and particularly just to narrow in on the situation for vulnerable road users, so pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorised two-wheelers. You can see there on the right just the enormous proportion that these road users make up in terms of the fatalities and serious injuries. So that chart there on the right is from 6 Indian cities. And then how much it affects low and middle income countries particularly. So on the left, the dots on that chart, you can see there that the higher rates of fatalities and serious injuries are very much happening in those, the poorer regions of the world, and those with less infrastructure, and often those that don't have as much motorization already. There's a lot of people relying on walking as a mode of transport, and they're risking their lives to do so. So what we focus on in IRAP is specifically on the roads and the infrastructure. We realize this is not everything. There are also major other components to achieving the halving of road deaths and serious injuries by 2030. But we focus on safe roads and for all road users. And so we need to be able to think about how we can do this and do it on the scale needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal target. And it's really going to require a massive step up. But first, I want to talk about just give you a bit of background for those of you who aren't familiar with what we do. In a nutshell, we inspect high-risk roads and we develop a road safety star rating and risk maps. And from those, you can produce safer road investment plans. These are basically tools that help road authorities work out where the highest risk sections are of their network and for which road user and address them. And also they can performance track over time and use these tools to advocate for safer road policies, planning, design, and investment as well. And we do quite a bit in terms of capacity building around the world. So helping people understand and how to measure road safety objectively. So IRAP, we're a fairly small organization. We are global though, and there are a lot of regional RAP programs already established around the world. And our star ratings have been embedded into 2 of the UN road safety targets. So target 3 is that all new roads by 2030 meet a 3-star or better rating. And target 4 is that 75% of travel is happening on roads that are 3-star or better by 2030. So our tools have now been used in over 100 countries worldwide. We've assessed over 2.5 million kilometres, and we've had $80 billion worth of investment made safer as a result of our tools. And we work with a really wide range of organisations all around the world. The data that comes from all the assessments that are done around the world gives a really interesting picture. Interesting but somewhat depressing, particularly when you look at the picture for pedestrians. That's the one, the pie chart up in the top left corner. And you can see that 88% of travel around the world is happening on roads that are only 1 or 2 star. So these are the the least safe categories of roads, which means that speeds are too high. There is very little or no infrastructure to support safe walking. And then in terms of looking at the safest bend, it's only 0.4% of roads achieve a 5-star rating for bicyclists, for pedestrians, which means that speeds are 30 kilometers an hour or 20 miles per hour or less, or there is adequate infrastructure like a sidewalk that's separated from high speed traffic. What we know also is that for every incremental change in star rating, the risk of death and serious injury is halved. And so changing star ratings has a really important effect on road safety. And so how we get to the point of getting a star rating, we collect attributes, or data about attributes on the road. And so for pedestrians, this takes into account things like sidewalks, if there's street lighting, if there's the presence or quality of crossing facilities, how many lanes a road has, how wide those lanes are, how many people are actually walking on the road and crossing the road, whether there is traffic calming or speed reduction measures, and things like vehicle speed and flows, as well as sight distance. But one of the major challenges that Daniel pointed out right at the beginning of the session around data is that data, you can collect your own data. And as he rightly said, that's a costly and time-consuming exercise. Basically, what IRAP's tools help you do is provide the tools and guidance for consistent data collection all around the world. And so what we have been doing for a very long time is providing our IRAP specifications in terms of our coding manual and how to gather survey data of roads manually. And we also provide the training to support those activities, and that data is collected and it's consistent. And so therefore we're able to get that global data and essentially the pie charts I was showing you, because it is consistent all around the world. The next stage, in order to get the scalability required to start achieving the targets for this decade of action, is to scale up and start moving on to that third point Daniel had in his list, which is really about building on existing data. How do we harness the data that's already out there and be able to use it for star rating assessments, so every road on Earth can be star rated every year? And it requires data harmonization. It requires making sure that data can be converted across and people understand what it is. And this is what AIRAP, our new initiative, is all about. So it's about using existing and emerging data sources for risk assessments and crash risk mapping. And it's also about managing the quality of that data and giving road authorities the confidence in that data. And so this data we're looking at comes from a whole range of different sources. There's the traditional road survey data and crash data that is currently relied upon. We're also working with a number of organizations to harness mapping and navigation data, as well as in-vehicle data, road user data, so telematics and what's coming back from mobile phone technologies, and then of course the star rating data that can be calculated on this. And there are a whole range of different types of data as well. There's those that are readily available and require very minimal amounts of conversion. There's what we are calling compute on demand data. This is things like LiDAR technology that actually requires quite a bit of conversion effort to convert it and calculate it. So therefore it would only be produced if somebody needed that data for a specific section of road. And then there is the collect and compute on demand. And a lot of this is around feature recognition technology. So you can go and collect the data, but it can automatically be converted into that data that we need for the star rating assessments. And eventually, so later this year, we will have our data hub online, which means that the companies that have the data and achieve ARAP accreditation, that data will then be available, and those needing that data for star rating assessments or for road safety key performance indicators will be able to grab that data. What I think is the most interesting thing about the potential of this is that data for pedestrians has traditionally been really poor, and particularly for road authorities. Road authority flow data is not great even for their vehicles, but they've sorted that in many ways, with, even though it's not great, but they've got vehicle counts and so forth. Ask them where people are walking, and often you just have blank looks. Like, it's really not well understood. And I think the huge potential for AIRAP will be to be able to access some of those the owners of this data that haven't traditionally worked in the transport space or with road safety. So we're quite excited about this. For both bicycling and walking, I think this initiative is going to have an enormous potential. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks, Daniel.
Thanks a lot, Monica. Also impressive, again, in particular, the collaborations and the promising venues you have here for future data collections. Congratulations. I'm really curious how Google and all the others will contribute they have such huge amounts of data that we should be able somehow, for the general public, be able to tap into. At the same time, what you presented in terms of the data that's already available, I find it really shocking that 96% of all children are killed on the road occur in low and middle income countries, and that 88% of all pedestrian travel takes place on roads with only 1 to 2 stars. I think that's quite incredible. I might start just with one question as well for you. That's about the quality. You showed in one of your last slides that you assessed the quality of the infrastructure for pedestrians, and that's often a debate, and we also had that again in Rotterdam. That's why I take it up, because we hear that occasionally investment or development banks, for example, demand pedestrian overpasses or fences to make the trip for pedestrians safe, in quotes, completely ignoring the comfort. And how do you rate that, and how do you deal with that pressure coming from such stakeholders?
Sure, it's a very good question, and it's one that we come across quite a lot. Basically, because obviously, in theory, if you separate pedestrians and vehicles by grade separation, it's much safer. The problem is that for so many of these pedestrian overpasses and underpasses, they are not accessible for pedestrians, and often they're built to such a poor standard. I remember going and inspecting a few in Southeast Asia on one project, and they had just forgotten to add the first few steps to the bottom of the pedestrian overpass. So there was a 1 meter step, and someone had dumped some rubble at the bottom just so you could scramble over the rubble to get onto the pedestrian footbridge. So it's a really, that particular attribute is a very important one. We need to make sure that if there are overpasses, that they are accessible to everyone, whether they be in a wheelchair, whether they're kids, like they've got to be accessible. They've got to not be spaced too far apart so people can actually walk to them and get to them. It's a really poor quality infrastructure, pedestrian facility if you've got a pedestrian overpass and people are having to run across 6 lanes of traffic to get to the other side because it's not accessible.
Thanks a lot for that additional information. Yes, it is indeed. We have about 10 more minutes for our debate. So the chat is very lively. There's lots of questions, and one, or not only questions, but comments very often. And one is sort of the general wish to collaborate, to have that data in a very granular form, so you can actually take out whatever you need for your own purpose. And for walking, that's very often the purpose of assessing walking separately from cycling, but also that not only travel as such is included, but also recreation, walking for recreation, which is more important in the global north, of course, but it's also relevant because otherwise we see a decline in some places for walking trips. So the general wish is for that, and for also tapping into that huge digital pool of private data that there is a hope for all that. So the question is, how do you see, how can you see more collaborative efforts in this, and how can you make your data available to everyone interested? I think that's the core of the questions asked. Who wants to? Yes, Fiona, please.
Thank you. I think this is a very important question and discussion point. Very pleased to reinforce that WHO, like UN Habitat and others, are talking and moving towards a more open platform and accessible data. And this is absolutely the direction that we want to go. But I think what also has been highlighted by the presentations and the contrasts is the importance of not only granularity of the data, but actually granularity of the questions and the sources. So I did note in the chat box someone mentioning about the appropriate frameworks. It's very easy as data are then moved incrementally further from source for misinterpretation or misuse. And I think we have to be mindful as custodians, mindful as users, mindful as thought leaders and actors in this space, that you've got to watch it. So aggregating, you can't just average data. I think that was illustrated. You have to know the source of the data. And I'm fascinated how Habitat will look at its city data and go up to national, and whether it's intent, because in fact your focus was on going granular. And I thought that was a very interesting point that chat box talked about. We need the local data. Currently, WHO, of course, is focused on national data, but all data serves a purpose. And we just got to, as data analysts, as data users, and as the responsible, because we communicate, and it's very powerful, and we use it with clarity and consistency. So it's not easy, but the ambition is there. Open data, but maintaining the credibility in it and the consistency in it does require rigor and careful management. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. All very good points. Stephanie, did you want to add something to that? You were mentioned by Fiona.
Yes, yeah, I can only echo what Fiona is saying. It's not an easy process, and there's a lot of also verification of the data ongoing. Fiona mentioned that we're looking at city level data. And what we usually do, if the data was being prepared by UN Habitat colleagues, we would normally share the data back to the countries and back to the cities for verification on the ground. Since we're using a lot of open data sources, and you can imagine that, for example, if you look at informal public transport stops, they're not reflected on, the open data sources, and we would be relying on the ground information, for example, from paratransit mapping exercises from different organizations, and that would provide us the data that pictures the reality on the ground much better than the open sources that we can access. So this verification is very time consuming, but I think it's so important to ensure also the credibility of the data. In terms of then reporting on a national level, what we had developed is a kind of a guidebook, which is called the National Sample of Cities. And we are encouraging countries by looking at a representative sample of cities in their constituencies, in terms of diversity of the size, of the location, of the population diversity, and so on, and then report on that sample of cities instead of on all the cities in the country, which would be probably a task that is just way above the capacities of the countries. So that national sample of city guidebook shall help to ease the process on the national reporting a little bit at least.
Thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, very interesting. Did you want Monica add something to that as well?
I would, but I'd also like to say that I guess the end users of our data, not so much for the star rating data that comes at the higher level, like those pie charts I showed, but the data that is being used for the assessments, there is a lot of interest in what sits behind that. And in fact, that's some of the thing that's driving this most is that cities not only want the attributes that we require for star ratings to produce star ratings on this. It's also about things like asset management. There's so much more in it, and it's so rich that in all cases, I think we will be sort of helping the suppliers come forward with their AI attributes, but then make that other data that sits underneath that available. And it's very rich, and I think there's huge potential there. And some of it we're still going to be understanding what exactly the potential is.
Thanks very much, Monica. There is, in the terms of potential, also the question, and I'm tying that in with another one, of the routing capabilities that there are. So nowadays, so how much we can use actually that. Fiona, you mentioned you're going to include that as well, possibly into the future applications with GPS tracking and so on. But just maybe that's one element. We're a little bit running out of time. Yes, please go
Daniel,
ahead.
I did not, sorry to be precise, I didn't say GPS and tracking people's behavior. WHO is not in the business of that, I'm afraid. We were looking at the devices which would measure the physical activity, the capability, of course, of these, but there is just huge data security issues, as you'd be aware. It's fascinating sources, as we've seen from papers in Nature, that the mobile phone can be now an indicator, a measure, and we saw huge variations by a sample of phone users allowing their data use to show great differences in the amount of steps taken. But at this stage, just for the global audience, WHO is taking very preliminary steps to explore how in the behavioral instrument and the STEPS survey, how could even an objective measure of some sort of complement, probably, rather than replace the self-report. Other measures such as blood pressure are taken. So there are, it's quite a complicated STEPS survey where it tries to look at all NCD risk factors. I did notice, if I could just comment, Daniel, that in the chat box there was questions about other policies, and time didn't allow to expand on some of the other ways in which WHO will be looking to monitor and track over time all of the areas relevant that was shown in my kind of very rapid overview of the monitoring framework. So, of course, data shown by Monica and Stephanie and others, there is enormous amount out there, and understanding how much is out there is one of the challenges, and then seeing how you can use it. So it's a very exciting time point, I think this session has shown.
Absolutely, yes. And Monica, you can add something here too, and then we go over to Jim and Aida, because I'm sure they also have something to say.
I need to say that it's definitely something we are working towards. I would really love to be able to have star ratings in mapping, so when people want to walk somewhere, they not only pull up where they walk, but how safe that route is to go.
And in terms of rating, Jim and Aida, you have this app developed. So is there any combination thinkable, or is it already in there? Can you tell us what it contains?
Yes, I'll just add here. I just wanted to come back to the ambition, because I'm saying it's great that there's so much excitement and enthusiasm in this topic. Everybody wants the data, and I think what we have to realize, and I think what we do all realize, is that loads of people are walking. Almost everybody is walking, and a lot. and in many countries, huge amounts of walking are happening, not always by choice. In most places, we know that too often it's unsafe. It's certainly not easy. Public transport for a lot of people isn't as accessible as we want it to be for the safe, sustainable system that we've got commitments to. And if we want the equity to be right, if we want the sort of vision that I think is at the heart of all the sustainable development goals, we have to do better. And all this data, all we're trying to do with these sort of custodians, bringing it all together, is try and quantify that and show just how unfair it is. But ultimately, if we don't sort it out, people will motorize as soon as they can afford to, and have another option. And then I don't know that it's too late, but it's certainly a lot more expensive to then get them back onto their feet. And I just wanted to sort of just make that point that let's not spend too many years arguing about the detail of all of the data and wait until we've got all the data right for all the countries so that we can definitely compare everything. I know it would be wonderful to be able to do that, but it's not perfect. We've got until 2030 to actually start making some action around these SDGs. And I'm just hoping, and I know that, you know, the people in the team here, the people who are sharing and part of this conversation, that this is our opportunity to do with what data we have and try and get people to move the conversation on and value that this is something worth doing. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Yes, that's certainly a very good point, that we need the data and then actually do something with it. That point has been made during the whole conference over and over again. Action, we know already a lot, data helps, and the question is always, how good is good enough for our purpose? And when, as Fiona said, is it going to turn into problematic results? So that's certainly an issue that we'll have to continue the debate. And we're out of time. There is one last question I had for everyone prepared that maybe we have to answer, and also the audience can answer for themselves silently, that if a fairy came along and said you had one wish free in terms of data, what data or data set would you like to have available to you? In an ideal world, what would solve most of your data problems? So we're finished for our session, and I thank you very much for your participation, for your presentations. Very interesting discussion, and I'd like to also thank the audience for their active participation. I'm sorry we have not had time to answer all questions, but this is Back to Seoul. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that intriguing discussion as well as the presentations. If I may, I would like to answer saying that I would ask the fairy for maybe 10 more wishes. That will give me a little bit of leeway to address some of the data challenges that we all have. Well, thank you once again to the speakers and our moderator. Before we continue on, we have another short break, but then we will resume with our final oral presentation. That will be held under the topic of understanding and creating safe places for people to walk. We'll see you back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's already time for our last oral presentation for the 3-day Walk21 Seoul conference. It is somewhat bittersweet, but all good things must sometime come to an end. So here we go. I believe that all of our speakers and moderator will make this final oral presentation round worthwhile for you. So please stay with us until the very end. When discussing walking and, of course, building walkable cities, I believe it all comes down to this. So the oral presentation 6 is under the title of Understanding and Creating Safe Places for People to Walk. This session will be chaired by Ms. Monica Ollie-Slagers, the Global Innovation Manager and Cities Specialist of the International Road Assessment Program, otherwise known as IRAP. So she joined us back again from the oral presentation number 5. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ollie-Slagers.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this last session. Understanding and creating safe spaces for people to walk. And as was quite rightly said, it is a really, really critical part of encouraging walking, of making sure that everybody, no matter how old they are, no matter what they're capable of, just no matter where they live, but can walk around where they live, in their communities, in their cities safely. And it's a really critical issue that we at IRAP spend a lot of time on. And so I'm very honoured to be able to moderate this session this afternoon. With the dawn of the second decade of road action, mode shift to more walking is seen as a critical road safety action. And this session will explore initiatives from Colombia, India, and research in Korea about how we can make our streets safer for walking, especially for the vulnerable. So we're joined this afternoon by 3 expert speakers: Natalia Liris, who is the Healthy Cities Lead and Viva Mecalia Project Director from Despacho, Colombia. We will have Dawal Asha, Senior Manager at the World Resource Institute's Ross Center for Sustainable Cities and Transport Program in India. And finally, Dr. Sengjin Han, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Transport Safety in the Korean Transport Institute. Unfortunately, our 4th speaker, Daria Raspapina from Russia, was unable to join us because she is unwell. So we might commence with Natalia Liris. So Ms. Liris is the Healthy Cities Lead and Viva Mecalia Project Director at Despacho. Her work focuses on the creation of sustainable, safe, equitable, and active spaces and routes that address the needs of youth and tackle the risks that limit their mobility and access to the public space, aiming to improve their health and well-being. So welcome, Natalia. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to talk to you about a project that we're doing in Colombia, in Cali. Just 1 minute. Okay, so our project is called Vivo Mi Calle. It's a project led by Despacio, and it's actually the World Resources Institute and the Secretariat of Mobility in Cali are supporting this project. The main goal of this project is to improve the health and well-being of adolescents through their active participation in the regeneration and creation of public spaces and routes that foster the right to healthy cities. And here you can see a picture of the area we work at. It's in an area that has a high density of students. It's also a vulnerable community. We work over here in this neighborhood. It's called El Poblado 2. And when we started working in this community, we wanted to improve or promote walking, but when we started looking at the data, we found that almost 80% of children were walking to school already. So how could we improve that experience of walking to school? So here's the objectives of the project. It's very comprehensive. I guess what you really see at the end is the transformation of public spaces and routes, but there's a whole program of education and coaching, a youth leadership program. We have a huge M&E framework to see or to gather evidence on the impact of this project. And also we have a close communication with the community, and we're working with several allies. Since this is a, I guess, an urban planning project, you can never work it isolated from everyone. So we work with a lot of allies in this project. And finally, what you see mostly in the pictures you're gonna see is the transformation of public spaces and routes with the voice and participation of adolescents. So here's our methodology. We basically do social mapping with children. We did it physically before the pandemic. Now we're doing digitally the mapping. I will show you an example of this. Then we asked about specific attractive locations. We identified the locations that children are attracted to, and then we find the risks that they face every day when they walk. So to ask about the risks, we asked them about how they feel when they walk. Do they feel happy? Do they like it? Do they feel fear, worried? Do they get angry? And then we asked, connect those risks with these 4 groups, which is basically road safety risks, public safety risks, street harassment, and environmental risks. And then we try to address them with solutions. So we talk to them, okay, these are the risks that came up from the workshops, what are the solutions? And then we define the solutions with the teams, and then we transform the locations. To show you a little bit of what we did in 2019, we work with 115 adolescents and identifying the risks and the perception of the route. This was actually, and I will show you in a minute, it was the end of a walking route, which was connecting the neighborhood with the school. And it was considered an invisible border with a lot of insecurity and violence. And also this is like a pedestrian bridge, but we had motorcycles passing by at high speeds. So we asked children, how can we improve that? And they said, well, usually the invisible border, or when we talk about invisible borders, we're talking about gang confrontations. So it was really interesting to see that when we started working in the project, we decided, okay, we need to improve road safety for these children. But when we started talking to them, we saw that road safety was not the only issue that they were facing daily. Motorcycles at high speeds were not the only issue that they were facing in their walking trips. It was also insecurity, like probably the robberies, and also the confrontation of clashes between gangs in these locations. So when we asked, okay, how do we fix this? And this was key because we didn't come saying, okay, this is the solution. We asked the community, what do you think we could do about this? They said, okay, when there's a lot of people, of course, there's no robberies, there's no gang clashes, and motorcycles go slower. And we said, okay, how do we change that? How do we bring people to this area? And they said, okay, we need we need colors, we need plants, and we need to segregate the road of the motorcycles. So this is what we did. We worked with the community for 3 days, improving this area. You can see children also adding the green that they asked for. This is a better picture where you can see the neighborhood and the school. As you can see, this was the closest way to reach the school, but children were actually walking a little further until this yellow bridge that you see up here. So they were walking 350 meters more to avoid this bridge because it had a really bad connotation of violence. And this is the bridge after our intervention. As I told you, it was an invisible border. It was always like this, always empty. There was a lot of insecurity and a connotation of violence for the community. And you can see, motorcycles could pass by at high speeds. So what we did is to attract more people, as children asked, it was more colors. We did a small, as you can see, road here for motorcycles. We segregated the area where they pass versus the area where pedestrians can access. And these are the results. The bridge is now a meeting point where you can see cultural activities, active mobility, children playing. We're promoting the physical, mental, and social well-being of adolescents and the community. And this is very important because we work mainly with teens, with 115, as I said at the beginning, but the benefited population is more than 4,000. So these projects that come from the heart and the solutions come from the ideas and are created by children are actually having an impact in the whole community. We work with several government allies, with 2 schools, and of course with WRI. And after this whole process, when the pandemic hit in the neighborhood, we found that the connectivity was really low. So we are also creating a public space now that has free Wi-Fi. The whole process was able to manage the implementation of a Wi-Fi zone in this area. And we have a community plan, which is basically a plan made by the population around and by children for the activation of this public space. Here you can see also this actually was an interview to Kelly. She's 10 years old. We asked her how she felt before and after the intervention. And she says, now I can move alone without fear of anything happening to me, fear of being robbed or fear of a motorcycle passing by at high speeds. My mom lets me go out and now I can move alone. So you can really see that when we talk about walking and promoting walking, we need to address many issues, many safety issues that people face every day. And this is the other project I wanted to show you. It's a project that we worked with City. It was an urban planning project, and they wanted to do a bike path where you see here the purple line. It was a bike path, and they when we got into the project, when they invited us to the project, we noticed that they were working with the community, but everyone was older than 60 years old. So we decided to bring in the voice of the youth and to ask them, you know, how they felt, what are the risks that they were facing. So this project that is also gonna improve public spaces and improve routes, it's also addressing the needs of the youth. And one of the biggest findings that we got is that, for example, in this route, a lot of boys actually bike. But there's a lot of most women or most girls are walking. So the conclusion was, if you want to improve or promote active mobility, you also have to not only build a bike lane, but also improve the walking perception or conditions for women. And that meant, you know, working on the sidewalks and everything that they were dealing with in this route. So what we're doing in our project is also this type of maps that can be used afterwards for this by the city. And you can really see the reasons that, or the risks that they face. They think that that could be improved to improve walking. So it's also lighting, it's also dangerous, it's also dark, it's also lonely. All these things that are an obstacle for children to and for the they're basically like an obstacle that even though they have to walk, because many of them don't have a choice, it's how can you improve walking for them. So this is the just to finish up the figures of our project. We have more than 3,000 children that have participated in the project. Transformations, this was one of the transformations that we worked on. We actually have a couple more where 375 children have 71 children have participated and have benefited about 18,000 people. So again, projects that come from the youth are benefiting a wide range of the community. We have the route, which is 350 meters, the bridge, which is 412 meters, square meters. And we're also working on an outdoor classroom, which is 965 square meters. And throughout the project, we have worked with 13 allies from the government, from international NGOs, from local NGOs, from schools and universities, and other urban projects. And this is our team. They all say hi from Colombia to everyone. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Natalia. Thank you for that, those examples of those inspiring projects. It's always a really nice thing to see young people's voices being incorporated into projects like these and into urban design projects. I've got a question for you regarding the perception of safety and security. You mentioned that for that second project, which was the bikeway, that the community was involved, but it was mostly people over the age of 60, and then got the youth involved. How was their perception of safety different or similar?
They have a lower perception of risks, basically. They say, for example, when you compare what adults say versus children, adults say, for example, oh, my kid doesn't go out after 6 p.m. And then you ask them, do you go out? Do you go walking at 6 p.m.? They say, yeah, with my friends. So we didn't know which one is true, but it's basically they have, or their perception is different, and in that way, their risk perception is lower. But the interesting thing is that the risks that they perceive are the same as adults. But when you bring the voice of the youth, you can also, in a way, design for the people that are actually using the public spaces, that are actually walking every day. I think, in a way, when we compare what we found in the surveys, kids versus adults, perceptions were almost the same, like risk perceptions. Of course, they think the risk is lower, but when they were saying, okay, here we have a problem of lighting, adults were saying the same thing. So the things that they perceived were not very different from the community, were very similar. So that was interesting, because in these projects, we are working mainly with the youth. And when we show, we don't say, okay, we are not working with adults, but when we show the adults, okay, this is what children say, this is what they found out, they always say, oh yes, this is true, but also it's a little bit more dangerous here. Like, it's always complementing the work or the ideas that came out from the youth, but it's never completely different. So that was interesting. The good thing is that if you include the youth, you can also design for them. So what are their needs? You know, for example, their attractive location is the soccer court, or that route because it takes me to my friend's house. So taking that into account is also making sure that the urban planning or the designs actually address their needs.
Yeah, thank you. And just another question.
Yes.
Did you notice that there was a benefit for the surrounding area after you completed the projects? Did you notice that safety in the area around those project locations improved as well?
Yes, that was the most interesting part, because we worked, as I said, mainly with children, but the community was also involved. So they took ownership of the place, and now you can really see many activities going on, and people walking, and children walking. So it's really interesting to see that the impact, it's also benefiting the community mainly. Not only children, but also you see people walking here that they prefer to take this route. They prefer to be in this place than other places in the neighborhood, because they know they will find people, they will find the community, they will find familiar faces. So yes, the project is also having a positive impact in the whole community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Natalia. Going to move on to our second speaker, Mr. Dawal Asher. Mr. Asher is a senior manager with the Integrated Transport team at the World Resources Institute Ross Center for Sustainable Cities and Transport program. His work integrates transport engineering and urban design to improve safety and sustainability in cities. Mr. Asher manages road safety projects in several cities in India and Southeast Asia, and he's the founder and trustee of the Equal Streets Movement, a sustained community movement toward the provision of better and safer cycling infrastructure in Mumbai. So welcome, Mr. Asher.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks, Natalia, for the great presentation. I'm going to try to share my screen. Please tell me when you can see it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so today I am going to talk a little bit about this initiative called the Mumbai Street Lab that as WRI, we were knowledge partners, but was organized by the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai in the city of Mumbai. So just before sort of we get into what Mumbai Street Lab is, why sort of did it come to be where it is right now, just a little bit sort of about Mumbai. So it is in a very unique position in the sense that, you know, we have about 2,000 kilometers of sort of roads and about 23 million sort of daily trips. What is interesting is sort of, and this number has more or less always been this high, is that about 51% of all trips are walk trips. So we are talking like more than half of the trips in a city, a mega city such as Mumbai, you know, a city of about 2 million population, to be walking trips. However, sort of this is interesting or rather important to note is that in the last 2 decades, one thing sort of that Mumbai kind of the trajectory of development that it followed was of very high and heavy infrastructure. So, you know, in the last 2 decades, we've built about 60 flyovers, like a sea link and freeways, etc. What that did to a city that always had active edges is that sort of it put pressure on what is arterials with active edges in the city to also widen. So development control regulations would obviously sort of have to make way for that, and then widening would happen, etc. So, you know, the focus was always on widening because, you know, I mean, you build big infrastructure, and I think we all know sort of how you know, more roads, sort of more demand, and so you to accommodate that you have to widen. Just interestingly, you know, this is a little snapshot of sort of the last about 20-25 years of large scale, large infrastructure, sort of mostly road based projects. And this is how sort of the vehicular sort of registration data followed these projects. So, you know, I mean, the hypothesis that more roads will create more demand is sort of so visible in this chart here. Now, I want to bring our focus to those arterial streets that widened, you know, directly or indirectly because of sort of just this growth trajectory of large scale road development. Is sort of, you know, it kind of in a way had to widen into something like this. What I want to show by this is that the effective carriageway width remained more or less the same as before. What it though ended up doing is that it sort of started creating a lot more conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles. I think one thing to note at this point is this context that, you know, I mean, at this point in the city, our parking supply to demand gap is very big. You know, I can say that it will probably never be met anytime in the foreseeable future. So, you know, I mean, in this context, everything changed, but what remained is the number of pedestrians. And, you know, I mean, just having many pedestrians is a big win, right, for a city of Mumbai. Thankfully, there are these many people that walk. Imagine 10% of these actually not having walked, and those trips converted into automobile trips. That would not sort of go down well. I mean, it's anyway. So, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I mean, that more pedestrian means there is just a better infrastructure, right? I mean, just situation like this street was widened, but in terms of pedestrians, in the peak hour there are many pedestrians, in the peak hour there are many vehicles. So, you know, I mean, if we design for pedestrians, we would actually have achieved vehicle efficiency too. So as WRI, we've been working very closely with the city, sort of, started with one project and these dots are just designs that we have done. They don't mean implementation really. But through sort of our work and intervention over so many years, there were a fair few implementation sort of projects implemented. Just a snapshot is here. So one thing we realized is that for a small team like ours, we are not going to go ahead and sort of design every square meter of street space. There has to be an ecosystem, and it's not like there is not a system. In a city as big as Mumbai, there is an existing system. What the system lacked is design capacity through urban designers. We had sort of civil engineering sort of knowledge that is very essential to build roads, but that's not enough. So Mumbai Street Lab was an initiative to sort of bring in urban designers in the system in very simple terms. The question is how, right? You can simply just write into the RFP saying that every civil engineering firm needs to have a designer, but that probably wouldn't bear the right results. This is like a proof of concept. So the idea was to design a competition, and a very controlled competition, take up 5 streets of about 1 kilometer each, so 5 kilometers, invite sort of urban designers to apply, which we knew, being here and sort of being in this ecosystem for a while, that there are many that are trying to do pro bono projects and enter the system. Anyway, so very cooperative. The corporation launched this in September. Like I said, the context was really sort of the current geometry leaves really much to be desired, and this desire of a sort of complete human-centered street needs urban designers to step in also. So the approach was simple, just to identify streets, which the corporation did, then enable through a competition, innovate, work together and implement. So 5 streets, just 5 streets. So as WRI, we kind of conducted the preliminary surveys, etc., really handheld sort of the corporation to host the competition, which included sort of doing, like I said, primary surveys and making that data available to the designers, so they don't have to spend too much time doing this, because in 2 months we wanted the first drafts. And the other was to sort of make a proper website with a tracker, etc., so each participant was allowed to kind of apply for 2 streets if they needed, and just so on and so forth. And I think the competition received tremendous response, like over 50 sort of participants. We also had evaluation through 2 stages. The first stage was to sort of just evaluate so many entries and shortlist them to send through finals. So a lot of staff that was, and those evaluating were from all different departments, ranging from the police to the corporation and different departments within the corporation. So yeah, like 54 entries, sort of final entries were sort of 15 entries were brought on to the final competition. Had a very eminent jury comprising of police, corporation sort of central agency engineers, then the ward engineers. So the corporation is divided between the central agency and the ward. And every ward officer or the assistant commissioner whose ward the street was there. So we had 1 person, 1 commissioner per street. And we had people from the civil society. So we had a professor and a director, Madhav. So yeah, this was sort of the final round. It was really good. It was very good for the corporation also to see what's possible. These sort of, this is just the range of designs of actually winning entries. And our idea was to not just have 5 winners, but to source a lot of sort of talent and figure out a way to bring them in the system, right? This was one step towards that. But just these are all winning entries. They've put in a lot of effort to design, and they put in as much effort to actually even explain their design. Every square meter was carefully sort of designed, which was usually never the case. So it kind of revealed such innovative ideas. We were surprised. Pretty much everybody who was a part of this was surprised, and they were all decision makers. So that was great. This was a very sort of big thing, that even within just the 5 odd kilometers, through sort of this process, about 70,000 square meters of public space on paper was reclaimed. Some of it is under construction as we speak. There is some back and forth, of course, which will happen every time, but the potential is there. And if 5.5 kilometers can be this much public space retained through design, imagine what happens in about 2,000 square meters, and that too in a city where we think that space is a problem. It's clearly not. It's sort of, we need to design it well. So just sort of it went through all of these rounds, and that led to an exhibition. The idea of the exhibition was to invite all the entries to showcase their work. Because it's not just five sort of set of designers coming in the system, right? The idea is that the decision makers see that there is so much out there that they can tap into. So the person in check, so he was the honorable commissioner, or the then commissioner and the additional commissioner, sort of going through he went through every booth, and he ensured that all ward officers were present at the exhibition, so that they could sort of just, exchange cards and contacts and take that sort of capacity ahead. The Honorable Commissioner then invited the Chief Minister and the PWD, or the Public and the Environment Minister, and through a separate exhibition, again showcasing pretty much all the work. So, the Chief Minister was the Honorable Chief Minister was very happy that the corporation was doing this and asked for it to scale. So yeah, so as we speak, there is a little bit of change in the administration, as in the commissioner. We have a new commissioner now, etc. But the fact that we need different capacity to manage city streets and think about design from the walking sort of lens, and know that it will increase efficiency also, is something that more and more people are now buying into. So yeah, I think now we've been asked to make a framework to sort of see how we can empanel. So it's called empaneling, which is sort of make designers a part of the system very officially. So hopefully in the next 2-3 years, we should start to see tangible change at scale. Because we know that the pedestrian sort of population, or rather the mode share, is not going to change. Thankfully. The city is now also building a lot of public transport infrastructure. Hopefully that will give a boost further. We just need to design to make it sort of safer and more accessible for like all road users. So yeah, a little bit about the street lab, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Doal. That was very interesting. And particularly that issue of being able to reclaim public space. It's such a critical one for everyone who lives in urban environments, in cities. Public space is critical to our health and well-being. It's critical to our environmental context. It's even critical for things like water absorption and to prevent flooding. But essentially, it's really pivotal for the livability factor in our cities. I have a question about the feedback that you got through this process and sort of the ideas that came forward. So often our roads are built seemingly based on quite old notions and quite car-centric notions around what a road's function is, what it needs to be able to do. But so often, particularly for the lower middle income countries, where there's a much higher proportion of traffic mix, much higher pedestrian flows, you've got other non-motorized transport in there. Are there ideas that you saw come out that could potentially be repeated elsewhere around the world? And for those people who may be in places and looking for resources to draw on, what would you recommend?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks. So I don't know about how sort of its adaptability across the world, but one thing very interesting, and I think I saw across everyone or most of them, was the multi-utility. So everybody's designed and planned that little sort of 1 kilometer stretch, and they imagined it to be sort of multiple uses. So like I said, right, everything within the context of this parking and sort of supply demand problem, one thing is that, they are not going to be parked 24 hours, and you cannot just suddenly change the urban form and be like, oh, vehicles cannot now be here. It's street space is so contentious. But interestingly, people designed spaces to be of multiple use through the day. So time bound. That I think is very critical. I know. I mean, it's sort of and also useful for any place where street spaces are contentious. We will, going ahead, have to think about streets as sort of multi-utility based on times of day, because very clearly studying activities through the day revealed that certain activities were happening at certain times of the day, and knowing those details actually helped in planning. And the devil here is in the details. And it's so easy to overlook details. We're like, oh no, that's fine. But like, the devil is in the details, and sort of the key to good design and sort of a better, safer, more accessible street is in the details. So that was a very interesting find. Something that I consciously keep in mind now while talking to anyone in the government also, and just in our work also.
Yeah,
I don't know if that answers that correctly, but really I couldn't think of too many things that the world can use.
No, I think it's a very good answer, and I think that is correct. Part of the issue that we have here is that there's sort of a cookie cutter approach to building roads all around the world, whether or not you have the same traffic mix as the next city. And I do think this is where some of the problems are coming from. We've got a related audience question, which is, does improving traffic flow help build the argument for pedestrian actions? And I think this might be getting back to that issue of contentiousness that you were referring to then.
The short answer is yes, to be, at least in our experience. If you're an administrator or anyone in the government who's going to sort of have to answer questions if something in the public space went wrong, or street space, if I told you that, technically we are not reducing one lane of effective sort of carriageway, that would make you feel a little more sort of, so it's not like you don't want to make that change, but you're so sort of at some level also worried and intimidated by this sort of a massive automobile sort of population and pressure, that it's hard to just imagine that, oh my God, 30% lesser street space for vehicles will be doomsday. No, it will not. I mean, and so now, I mean, in the first project that I showed you, sort of the first image, we were also really scared, just about 42% of like intersection area we were reducing. And to be very honest, I was scared. One thing that I was holding on to was that, wait, we are not reducing any lane, so tomorrow if brickbats are thrown, at least, we have a big safe answer or a safe corner to go to. But, after that, I was so confident. I was like, it's really, the heaven is not going to fall down. I mean, what we are designing on paper, carefully and practically, we should go ahead and put it. It's like, and be confident that it's going to work. Yeah, and I think public representatives of the government confidence builds over time. Now they are so much more confident. So yeah, short answer is yes. I mean, we've pivoted all our work to this, that designing from the pedestrian lens will improve efficiency. Don't worry about that.
Thank you, Dawal. Okay, we're going to move on to our final speaker of today, Dr. Sanjin Han. So Dr. Han is a senior research fellow at the Korean Transport Institute. For more than 20 years, he's researched road safety, pedestrian transport, big data, transport, and climate change. He has worked for International Transport Forum and ran the sub-working group committee within the International Road Traffic Accident Database. Recently, he has studied on setting the National Road Safety Target and is actively working on reducing default speed limits in urban roads. He is also the author of a book titled Understanding Pedestrian Transport, the First Step to Making a Livable City. And he has contributed to developing big data platform in Korea. I must also add that Dr. Han is a long-term member of our IRAP Global Technical Committee. Welcome, Dr. Han.
Oh, hello. Thank you, Monica. Yes. Oh, it's very lengthy introduction from me. Thank you. But today I prepared very recent studies, but it's not so much profound. It's very initial scheme, but I think it's worthwhile to share with you. So I talk about it. The title is Characteristics of Elderly Pedestrian Facilities Using Classification and Regression Analysis Trees. So first thing we need to look at is how severe it is, the elderly people, when it comes to the road safety issues. If we compare fatalities from the road between year 2010 to year 2019, the total number of fatalities has decreased from 5,500 to 1,700. It's almost a 39% reduction. But when it comes to the fatalities among the elderly, it means people aged over 65 years old, it's just a 13% reduction. It's very small reduction compared to the overall fatality reduction. I think that's because Korea is getting to very aged society rapidly. So we have more number of elderly people. So it's more likely to have higher portion of fatalities from the elderly. But anyway, this shows that we need to do something for the elderly people to reduce road fatalities. And the proportion of elderly fatalities shown in the right-hand side graph, it's only 31.8% in 2010, but it became 45.5%. It's a big increase. But if you look at the proportion of elderly population in the whole national population, they accounts for only 15.4%. I mean, the proportion of 50% is very high compared to other countries, but compared to the proportion of their population proportion, I mean, population number, they are showing a higher proportion of fatalities on the road. So it also, again, emphasized the importance of reducing fatalities from the elderly people in Korea. And we can also compare the severity of elderly road fatalities among OECD member countries. And if you look at the fatalities of elderly people in Korea, it's 42.2% in 2018, but OECD average is only 28.8%. So we are almost 14% higher than OECD average. The highest proportion shows our neighboring country, Japan. They are also it's not suffering. They are having high proportion of aged people. Anyway, we can also compare the severity of fatalities from the old age group by the number of fatalities per 100,000 population. That is 18.97. I think it's 2018 statistics. But if you look at other age group, for example, between 31 to 40, they just only shows 3.18. So it's almost 6 times higher than the lowest fatality rate age group. And for reference, OECD average of the elderly fatalities per 100,000 population is just 7.7. So I think we need to do multi things to reduce fatalities from the elderly. And particularly, if you look at the statistics about fatalities by mode, travel mode, then the risk of walking is very high among the elderly people, particularly. So if you look at the if you look at the fatalities from the aged people, they have shown 1,523 fatalities. But if you look at the higher proportion of that number is coming from walking. So the elderly has died while walking as much as 743, and it accounts for 48% of total road fatalities among the elderly people. So among the elderly people, walking is the most dangerous travel mode among all transport modes, including vehicles, motorcycles, bicycles, and others. And it's also interesting. We can see there are around 1,302 people who died while walking, and if we take the proportion of the elderly people, it becomes 57%, 57.1%. So among the people who died while walking, there are almost 60% of the aged people. So we can see how important it is to reduce fatalities while walking, particularly for the elderly people in Korea. So I try to find what is the dominant factor, or what is the most prominent factor which contribute to the fatalities for the elderly people while they are walking. So the methodology I have taken is CART. It stands for Classification and Regression Tree. It's very interesting modeling scheme. They try to divide variables which seems to be significant to classify things. Let me see the research I have taken. First, the data is from the National Traffic Accident Data between 2017 to 2019. And there were 35,000 crashes among the elderly people. I have taken all crashes, and particularly I compared. I analyzed crashes come from while they are walking, and the result shows like this. And the CART tried to divide the number of cases according to the explanatory variables, and we can see which is significant by looking at the proportion. Here we can identify speeding. Speeding is very important factor that we have to focus to prevent fatalities while walking. So if you look at the tree node here, this is the total number of crashes, and 1 means fatal crashes. So there are 453 crashes, which result in the deaths, and 93.5% is nothing to do with fatal crash. But if you look at the numbers by the explanatory variables, so these are inattention while driving, and this is no aid to pedestrians and crossing center line, and they account for, I mean, in the case of inattention while driving, it accounts for 71.6%. They are main factor of crashes for between elderly people and vehicles. But here we can see only 6.6% of fatal crashes. But if we look at this part, which are which shows the number of crashes while drivers making overspeeding, and that in that case 63% of crashes turns out to be the fatal crashes. So it shows if pedestrian crashes are associated with speeding, then it is very, very likely to result in fatal crashes. So to prevent fatal crashes among elderly people, maybe speeding should be avoided with high priority. We can notice by this analysis. And second level analysis, we have investigated further into the crash data which come from the speeding, and that's the analysis on the second level data. And among several candidate explanatory variables, CART shows us the important variable should be the time of crash occurred. So if you look at here, so 6 and 17 and over 17, this means crashes occurred between midnight to 6 o'clock early in the morning, and this is the daytime crashes, and this is nighttime crashes. So if you look at here, then if the crash occurs between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning, then 84% of the crashes resulted in the fatal crashes. And during daytime, it's 50-50, and nighttime, it becomes 66.7. So if crash occurred at night, is something to do with speeding, then it's very likely to have pedestrian death. So time of crash occurrence is very important factor we need to bear in mind as well. We can notice that factor according to the crash data in Korea. And we have also investigated in the crash data which occurred because of inattention while driving, and then it also shows nighttime. I mean, sorry. Yes, 6.6% of the crash occurred between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning, and in that crashes accounts for about 16.5% of fatal crashes. And if we investigate further into the next level, then we can see the important explanatory variable is the action of pedestrians. It means what they have, what were they were doing before they were crashed by the car. The main factor, I mean, the main contributory factor turns out to be when pedestrians cross the road. That is the one of the dominant factor for fatal crashes. So this means pedestrians are very likely to be involved with fatal crashes if they were hit by the car while crossing the road. And also, if we look at other parts of the tree, we have found this interesting factor as well. If the vehicle is large vehicles, like dump trucks or commercial trucks, then it's more likely to be a fatal crashes. So if you look at this node, this is the crashes come from dump trucks. Then 16.2% of crashes associated with dump trucks turns out to be fatal crash, and 8.1% of truck crashes turns out to be fatal crashes. And other, we must tell them speeding is directly associated to fatal crashes of pedestrians. And then maybe we need to make the other people know they need to take extra care when crossing the roads, particularly early in the morning or night times. And I think it's important to wear colorful outfit, particularly in the winter season. I don't know why, but older generation, they tend to 200-meter diameter, 200 diameter of how to say, government office. I mean, it's so rural areas. There is lower level municipality government, and around their office, they are very likely to get crashes because that government functions are located in the center of local community, and there they meet people, they shop, they go to the supermarket, they go to the hospital in some cases. So that area is the main activity oriented space. So if you want to reduce the number of crashes associated with the elderly people, then maybe we need to go to that area first. Then maybe we can save a lot of lives who are living in rural areas.
So, and we've had another come in, but I might just list it as a comment. So should we be reconsidering the paradigm? Elderly people are not infringing the rules. The issue is that the fast reaction time of younger pedestrians results in less fatal crashes in those age groups. And I think that sort of gets to some of the research that you've been doing, as well as sort of the vulnerability of that group. I might just throw to the other speakers and put out a more general question. And this is about whether you think improved design and safety for walking is gaining momentum in your country. And if so, what do you think the most effective things are that are driving this change? Natalia, would you like to start?
I'm sorry, there was a connection problem. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. It's do you think improved design is driving this change?
Okay, so yes, I think that there was a huge work in Bogota about speed management, and not only about setting up the right speed limit, but also implementing infrastructure to make sure people go and respect, that speed limit. Because what we see in our country is that we have a lot of roads that are 30 kilometers per hour, which is ideal for pedestrians. But when you go to the roads and you start taking the speeds, it's, speeds of 60, 70, buses going at this speed. So the problem is basically the design. So I think it's a great momentum, because now with the pandemic, we are promoting walking and cycling, and to keep promoting or keep encouraging people to start walking more and biking more, we need to make roads safer for them. So in a way, this crisis, it was a good momentum to start looking at, what are the speeds, what's going on with road safety, what's going on with other issues, with the conditions for pedestrians and the conditions for cyclists, and what can we do about it?
Great, thanks. And Dewal, what about in India?
So I think yes. I think there is sort of they are more receptive. I think I can sense some change. I don't think it is probably yet to the level of sort of urgency that I'd like it to be. But I think yes. I think there are and there are so many more people like us, who are sort of now developing these solutions that are more people centric, but also showing that it's not going to be the end of the world, right? Your vehicles are still going to move, and if anything, better. There are so many more like it's the IRAP, it's WRI, or so many other even local sort of designers and organizations going, and just solution providers are now so many, and that voice is also huge, and if there are so many, it's covered in the media. People's problems are also becoming more pronounced and real. Just kind of going out for a walk and just getting hit by a vehicle and dying is sort of, it always used to happen. It's happening now, perhaps more. It's also seeing sort of light through media, etc. So, we know that this is the only solution, so it's only a matter of time. I think the time is here, but I think we need that sort of acceleration for it to be adopted much sooner before it becomes too hard to sort of turn back. But yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
We had a question come in from the audience asking, will all of those 5 kilometers in Mumbai be constructed?
Constructed, yes. Not entirely on sort of the final designs that I showed you, because they had to go through several revisions. The final, as per the competition, was what was accepted by the government or the corporation. So in different measures, but largely yes, or is what we hope at least.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, we've only got a few minutes left, but I'd like to pick up on a point that Natalia mentioned, and that is the impact of the pandemic on walking, but more broadly as well, as just how big a change we've seen in mobility patterns in cities right across the road, and very, very quickly. So starting with you, Dr. Han, would you like to just summarize in Seoul what has happened and any opportunities you can see there for really making some monumental changes for pedestrian safety?
Yeah, that's very interesting question. Yes, I look at the mood change after pandemic. It's very interesting to see virtually after an year. I mean, there were a sudden drop in the total number of trips around February and March, but it has returned to the normal around May. So when it comes to the number of vehicles on the motorway, the number is almost same to the 1 year before. That's because in Korea we do not go for the lockdown order. So we walked around as we wish, but we have to wear the masks. So when it comes to the number of vehicles, it does not change at all. But if you look at the number of public transport, I mean passengers, then it has dropped. And it has not returned to the normal number. So it's still 20% less than 1 year before. So it happens both in buses and in subways. So what happened? So, I think the elder people mostly try to reduce their trips. I mean, they are very afraid of going out and be affected by the COVID-19. So I think it's very likely they reduce the number of trips. So so that's why the number of public transport passengers has reduced. But some public transport users who used to use subways, for example, they try to change their mode into private cars. Before they thought it's very important to take active transport mode. So they walked and they used the subways, but because of pandemic, they try to use cars instead of using public transport. That's why the number of vehicles on the road has not changed much, but the number of public transport passengers become smaller than before.
Yeah.
So that's the general picture here in Seoul.
And Natalia, for you, very quickly, do you think there could be some lasting change resulting from this?
I think we have had good things and bad things. For example, at a city level, people are trying to bike more and walk more. But when you look at the neighborhood level, as in the neighborhood that we're working in, well, children were walking to school every day and now schools are closed. So this exercise, this physical activity that they were doing every day is completely gone now. And so I think that we need to take a look at also that where the small trips, not only the long trips in the city, but the trips, the walking trips within the neighborhood, and how are those affected by the pandemic? Because I think that if we take a look at that, we will also see that more people are deciding not to go to the store that they would go to every day to, I don't know, get bread. Now they're deciding to stay home and to go out less. And this is also having an impact in their health. When we talk to parents about this, they said their main concern is actually gaining weight, that they felt that children are gaining weight, that they're gaining weight. And this is also because of inactivity. So I think in the future, it would be great to have the same share that we're having right now, that same walking share and biking share in the city. But I think we need to look at, those walking trips that were done within the neighborhood, mostly by children, by women, that are not happening right now because of the pandemic, and how this is impacting the health of the communities.
Yeah, thank you. And just quickly, finally, from you, Doel, I'm just interested to know from your work in WRI and also what the Ross Institute is working on at the moment in terms of the pandemic context. What is the issue that you're focusing on with regard to pedestrian safety and related to the pandemic or not, but in terms of change coming forward?
Everyone in sort of the larger WRI and even in the Ross Center is now, is factoring, accounting, or actually sort of working in pandemic response. So many things are happening across many teams. For us, we are also consciously now, and we cannot avoid. So, to put it very simply, we're sort of trying to work on the idea of streets as public spaces. Streets are the largest continuous network public space, right? People are sitting at home, they're going to want to go and sort of go into the parks, etc. Why not just make streets as public spaces? Simple idea obviously has sort of, we are wherever it's possible sort of using the pandemic and kind of response to the pandemic, sort of devising solutions accordingly. And sort of at the core of it is to develop streets as public spaces. That doesn't mean that, you shut roads for cars. It's just
That's a very nice note to finish on, and I really want to thank all of our experts because today, unfortunately, we are out of time and the conversation is very interesting and I feel like I could keep going. But thank you, everyone, and thank you to our listeners as well who've been posting some great questions. I'm sorry we didn't get to them all this afternoon. Enjoy your weekend and don't forget to hang around for the next closing session of this fantastic conference. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you once again to the speakers and our moderator for a great last session. Thank you for your input and your fruitful discussions. As was mentioned, we are now closing down on our 3-day Walk21 Seoul conference. All we have left is the closing ceremony. So after a short break, we will be back with the grand finale of the 3 days. So please stay with us until the very end. We will see you back here in just a couple minutes.
한 시간만 더 해주면 되겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 워크21 서울 국제 보행 컨퍼런스 이제 마무리할 시간이 되었는데요. 다시 한번 인사드립니다. 저는 사회를 맡은 조주연입니다. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to some of our audiences. Welcome back. My name is Ju-yeon Cho, greeting you once again. 네, 본 행사는 서울시 공식 유튜브 채널 그리고 워크21 컨퍼런스 유튜브 채널에서 지금 한국어, 영어 동시 통역과 함께 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. 또한 워크21 재단의 유튜브 채널에서도 동일하게 시청 가능합니다. This conference is currently streamed live throughout our YouTube channels, the Walk21 Seoul Conference YouTube channel, as well as the Walk21 Foundation YouTube channel. And we're providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English on those channels. 본 컨퍼런스의 저작권은 서울시와 워크21 재단에 있습니다. 본 컨퍼런스의 연사에 사전 동의 없이 발표 자료, 이미지, 영상 등을 무단으로 사용하는 경우 저작권 침해에 해당될 수 있으며 콘텐츠의 2차 가공과 배포는 금지되어 있습니다. All copyrights of this conference belong to Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent from the Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation could constitute copyright infringement. The reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is strictly prohibited. 본 현장에서는 코로나19 방역 수칙을 준수하며 모든 행사를 진행하고 있음을 알려드립니다. Please note that the event is being operated following the COVID-19 prevention guidelines. 네, 지난해 코로나19라는 감염병 확산으로 인해서 정말 많은 산업계와 또 산업계 종사자분들은 어려움을 직면하셨는데요. 사실 올해도 아직은 끝나지 않은 것 같습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 저희는 최선을 다해서 이런 상황 속에서 헤쳐나가고 있는데 이 국제 컨퍼런스가 진행되는 모습도 굉장히 많이 변한 것 같습니다. 저희 또한 어떻게 해야 될지 궁리를 많이 하다가 기술의 도움을 받아서 온라인으로 전환을 하게 되었습니다. 물론 기술적인 어려움과 또 시차 극복이라는 문제점들이 있었음에도 불구하고 끝까지 많은 기여를 해주신 연사분들 그리고 좌장님 그리고 온라인으로 시청을 해주신 모든 분들께 이 자리를 빌어 진심으로 감사 인사 전하겠습니다. Last year, with the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus and pandemic, a lot of the industries around the world, as well as the related personnel in those industries, were hard hit and were facing various different challenges. I believe that it hasn't been over, not just yet. And the way we hold international conferences has definitely changed. And we put a lot of thought into it and have transitioned our conference online. Of course, it would have been much better to see each other face to face and to invite everyone to Seoul. But as the saying goes, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. I believe that we were quite successful in creating lemonade with the Walk21 Seoul over the past 3 days. We'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank all of our speakers, moderators, and of course, audiences online for staying with us throughout these 3 days and for your participation. 네, 그럼 지금부터 3일간의 워크21 서울 국제 보행 컨퍼런스 마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 닉 타일러 유니버시티 칼리지 런던 교통학부 부장님께서 사회적 교류 제고를 위한 핵심 요소로서의 보행이라는 주제로 폐막 연설을 해주시겠습니다. 그리고 뒤이어서 짐 워커 워크21 창립자님께서 대회 결과 보고를 전해주시겠습니다. And now we are ready to wrap up our 3-day conference. First of all, we'll have Professor Nick Tyler, Director of Center for Transport Studies, University College London, who will deliver the closing speech under the topic of walking as a key to sociality. Following the closing speech, we also have Mr. Jim Walker, founder of Walk21, who will share with us the conference report and conclusions. 네, 닉 타일러 교수님과 짐 워커 창립자님을 모시겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Tyler and Mr. Walker.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. It's a fantastic pleasure to be at Walk21 again. It's a great honor to be invited to give this closing keynote to the conference. I'm going to start off with a little bit of history. If we imagine the world about 100 years ago, it's a bit hard to imagine 100 years ago. It's hard to imagine 2 years ago, but here we go. 100 years ago, one of the characteristics of things about 100 years ago was that the motor car was beginning to appear in cities. And actually, the car manufacturers set out on a massive campaign, some more legal than others, elements of that campaign, in order to make cities good for cars. Because if cities were good for cars, they'd be able to sell more cars and therefore they make more money. And they did various things in order to be able to do that. And as a result of that, what we find is that cities now around the world have really been dominated by vehicles, that the needs of vehicles to be able to move around the city are such that we have to create infrastructure for them to be able to do that, and everything else kind of follows from that. But I would argue that if wheels were actually that good, why have we not evolved them? Why do we still have feet? And that gives me the reason really for thinking about walking and how we actually think about people in the city and what does that actually mean. So let's go a bit further back in history. Basically, Homo sapiens survived the last climate change episode when the jungles basically retracted, that we had desertification of the world through what is now the Sahara Desert, right the way through to the Gobi Desert in China, all of that kind of forced migration into different parts of the planet and so on. But what humans were left with was a savanna, which looks rather like this. And what you find with that savanna is food is no longer plentifully reachable. And you now have to go and find food where it is. And that means that in the end, you, instead of being able to eat berries and small animals, which you could sort of kind of pick up as you're wandering about, you now had to find much larger animals. And the only way you could capture a large animal was by collaborating with others. And one of the characteristics of Homo sapiens, amongst the other 7 species of hominid, was that Homo sapiens had the beginnings of the sense of collaboration. We had the beginnings of language. We had the beginnings of being able to cooperate with others. And that meant that people could combine together to create the possibility of being able to catch a mammoth, to be able to eat it. That left us in the savannah. About 12,000 years ago, people started to aggregate around agriculture. We started to settle. So instead of actually just finding crops and things and animals and so on where they were, we started to put them in a place and started the process towards monoculture. That all kind of started about 12,000 years ago. Around about 6,000 years ago, we started actually aggregating into cities. Very often, some of the first cities were about access to something like drinkable water, but essentially cities started around 6,000 years ago. And the kind of city that we think of today only actually started in existence a couple of 100 years ago. And that is really worth remembering. What we did at that point, cities were about access to a resource, a natural resource, maybe the crossing of an obstacle like a river, but essentially the cities were generally pretty small. And 200 years ago came the Industrial Revolution, and what that did was it brought the need for something to happen which required lots of people, and therefore you had to attract lots of people in to do it. So Manchester developed factories. They therefore had to have people to work in those factories. Therefore you created a city. And you see the population of a city like Manchester going from some 3,000 in the 18th century through to 300,000 in the early 20th century. And that explosion in population actually is the city that we think of as being a city. But this is not actually the city that we actually are evolved to inhabit. This is New York, and New York, as you can see here, is just a typical street. Tall buildings, very small sky. The horizon is heavily limited. Compare that with that image of the savannah, where it's very horizontal, big skies, wide horizons, far distance, not very much vertical. We are evolved in that way. And just imagine that it's easier to turn your head from left to right than it is to go up and down, because that's what we were evolved to be able to do. So if we want to make cities designed for people as opposed to for cars, what do we actually have to do? Well, the first thing is we have to think about people as the center. You know, why do we have the expression sidewalk? Fortunately, we don't use that in the UK, but why is the walk on the side? Why don't we have a center walk? And why don't we actually start to think about what it is that drove that human survival all those years ago actually was sociality. And sociality is what you see here. This is in Havana, Cuba. And what you're looking at here is a very typical group of people enacting sociality. They're in groups of 3, maybe 4. They are conversing, they're chatting in the middle of what looks like a street. That bollard in the middle is an 18th century British cannon. And that you can see when you put one of those in the ground, you can lean on it. It becomes an attractor for people to chat and spend time together. And one of the biggest things that you can do if you want to design a city for people as opposed to for vehicles or other things is actually to design time rather than space. So what is sociality? Well, it's about greeting people you don't know. That's the easiest way of thinking about it. How do you feel about, as you walk down the street, you see somebody you don't know and you say hello, and they say hello back. That essentially is sociality. And this is one of the most crucial things about Homo sapiens as a species. And that process takes about 4 seconds. 4 seconds because the walking towards that person to recognize that they are somebody with whom you wish to be social is a cognitive process of about 4 seconds. And it so happens that, purely by coincidence, the way that the brain aggregates data and information is in chunks of about 4 seconds duration. That is all subject for another occasion. One of the difficulties we have is that we have, over those 200 years, really set about designing space rather than time. And what that means for us is that we don't think about how we spend time in that space. We just think about what the space is. And what that means is that we are designing space very often, even if we are designing it for people, we're designing it for capacity. We want volumes of people. We want to have loads of vehicles, and we treat them, and a lot of the pedestrian modeling that goes on treats people like small cars with the same kind of characteristics of movement in similar directions and so on, and overtaking and not overtaking and things like that. But if you want to design for sociality, you can't do that. You have to design for places to stop. You have to be designed for enable people to turn around, to slow down, as well as being able to go faster if they wish. It's that freedom and that flexibility that sociality really, really clicks into and makes very, very important as the rationale for why we are actually living in a very similar space. So we have to think about what that actually means. And I think the interesting thing is that we should think about sociality in neighborhoods. Now, neighborhoods, how big is a neighborhood? Well, Robin Dunbar would say that a neighborhood is probably a maximum of 150 people. It might be within a city of 30 million, but a neighborhood is actually a very small number of people. Why? Well, that's all about the ability to maintain connections with people. And of that 150, there might be very strong connections with maybe as few as 5. And we know that physiologically and neurologically, you will tend to act in groups of 3 or 4 when it comes to things like conversation and so on. And so we know that these numbers are actually very small. So we should be designing neighborhoods in order that people can have that sociality and enact it within the city. And you then build the city outwards from these neighborhoods so that you have neighborhood after neighborhood, you have area after area that then eventually creates a city, which if you were to look at it as a whole, becomes a city of however many million. What we tend to do is we think of the city of however many million and then think how we design it. So what is a neighborhood? Well, the way that we look at neighborhoods, and when I've done this sort of kind of exercise around the world in very different kinds of community, is about what people need. And it's what they need every day. And we ask the question, what are the kinds of things that you would like to have access to every day? And we get depending where we are, we'll get a different list, but the list has commonalities about it. And essentially those 6 characteristics, they want something about a community. They need a community every day. They need to have activities to do, which may be employment, or they may be leisure, or they may be something else. They need opportunities to do things. They need this convolution of space and time. I need to be able to have time, maybe just to sit and stare, maybe to do things, but I need the space that enables me to spend that time. We need the infrastructure that supports life and how that works. And we need to be able to move around within that neighborhood and move around from that neighborhood to elsewhere. And what you see in that circle is examples of each of those groups of needs. And that neighborhood is kind of defined by the space in which you greet people that you don't know. Now, you may look at that diagram and think that looks remarkably similar to the kinds of things we've been seeing recently from cities like Melbourne, where they talk about the 20-minute city, Paris, very famously now going for a 15-minute city, and so on. And in those cities, they have those kinds of things. But actually, I think that is a mistake. I don't think that a neighborhood is about a 10, 15, 20 or whatever minute neighborhood. It's a 4-second neighborhood. It's the neighborhood in which you can greet people, in which you are in tune with your neurological 4-second brain. And it's that 4 seconds that enables you to decide how you're going to greet people, how you exercise that sociality, and creating the neighborhood in which you can spend that 4 seconds. That is actually what we need to be doing, and how we actually do that. And I would say that you cannot have sociality without walking. Walking is how you move to greet somebody. That's actually very important. And how you move to meet somebody is going to be on foot. You do not exercise sociality in a car because you are separated from them, from the other people. And so we have to have walking. It's a vital issue for the survival of Homo sapiens. So what we're doing here, where I'm sitting in my laboratory, what we're doing here is we're studying how we can make walking and sociality come together more explicitly, how we design space in order to deliver that time. This picture, this image is the entrance of that laboratory. And you can see the green surface with the pedestrian on it. That green surface is a softer surface. We've been looking at the design of the surface of the footway that you walk on. That surface is designed to protect your knees and hips from the damage that you do when you walk on concrete. And what we find is that people choose the green surface rather than the concrete next door. And that means it's a sign of how we move. We're designing for people to change their world, to change their environment, and thus create a better world for the future. And this is where the future is going to last. So with that, I commend you to this conference and to the next one, which I think you're going to hear about soon. Thank you very much.
Nick, that's fantastic. And I know you're actually inside that building right now, aren't you? Can you just lift up and show us around what you're just about to open, and just explain it a little bit to us? What's actually goes on the inside?
Okay, well, what goes on, thanks, Jim. What goes on in the inside here is that we create worlds. This is a building, I commissioned the architects to build me a building where I can make worlds. And so we have a space here, you can see behind me. This is around about 100 meters long, and it's around about 40 meters wide. And as you see, it's very black. And that's because we need to work with light. And so we need you to be able to be in this space where the only things that you can see are what we want you to see. We can create light from anywhere on the planet. We can create sounds from anywhere on the planet. We can create smells from anywhere on the planet. And then we we can confuse you so you believe you're in an environment, and then we can study how you respond to that so we can work out how to design the environment better for you to survive.
So are we going to talk about walking streets in here? Is this what you're going to sort of create the perfect place, and we can then dissect it and understand just how many lights, what sorts of smells, you know, what makes us happy? How are we going to do that?
Well, we create examples and test them against each other with people. So we bring people in here. We can do that at an individual level. We have brain scanners here, so you can be doing things while we are scanning your brain. This is a very, very new technology to be able to do that. And we can also measure all sorts of other things. And we just create the surface here. This is just like, if you like, it's like a mega film studio with neuroscience. And we can try different kinds of surface, different kinds of physical environment. I've got work coming on here in the autumn where on 1 week we're having a railway station in here, and the following week we have a forest.
Okay.
And that's the kind of thing that we can do, so we can find out what makes people feel better, what improves their sense of well-being, how we can actually get that to happen. How do we improve the possibility of having conversation is a very important thing.
We've had a conversation over this these last few days that, you know, you mentioned about sidewalks being possibly in the wrong place. You know, we've actually heard how the invention of the sidewalk, the footpath, and the traffic lights actually have all been part of that engineering solution to getting people out of the way of traffic. If you were starting again and you've just built this lab and you're thinking about people, what are you going to put in it? Where do we start? Do you assume that there's a car in the middle of your lab and we've got to all somehow or other fit in? Or how are you going to even start that conversation?
Well, we're not going to, well, we can put a car in here. And what we're very interested in is to understand much more about the interaction between car drivers and pedestrians, and in particular where the car driver is actually a computer. So the autonomous vehicles and things like that. So we can have a look at that. But actually, I think the car is dead. I think the survival of the species is about not having cars, actually. And if we were going, you would say, if we start again, we would never allow something that kills the number of people that it kills to exist. And I think, you know, we are eventually, both for energy reasons and emissions reasons, climate change and all of that, but also simply the number of people it kills, we're not going to have cars around for very long. Through all of our lifetimes, probably we will still see them, but actually they are on the way out. They're on a sort of survival
I feel as though I should definitely apologize for even imagining that someone was going to be allowed to put a car in this beautiful place. It was the wrong starting point, wasn't it? That's the point. Now, we've had a conversation again just over this time. You know, is it a science or is it an art? And I'm very conscious that you're one of the few people I know who's actually a fellow of the Royal Society of the Arts and also a member of the Royal Academy of Engineering. Are you one of these unique people, and maybe there's plenty inside the walking world that is, you're an artist and a scientist? Are you an engineer first, or are you a people person? I don't need to put you in a box, but how does this work? How do you actually bring all these things together?
Okay, well, I think the answer to that actually is that my original formation, you know, my professional formation is actually music. And I spent sort of the first 10 years of my working life as a professional freelance musician. And I think actually the more I look at all this, it's actually rather like playing an orchestra. In an orchestra, you have lots of different instruments, lots of very, very, very good, fantastic genius players of those instruments with a massive amount of experience and knowledge in there. But they each know how to play their instrument. But the whole thing is actually everybody playing together. And sometimes, you know, one instrument is the world's most important person at that moment. And sometimes they are the least important person at the moment. And the great skill of an orchestral musician is to know when they are which. And I think that is actually something which we could really do with in the worlds of engineering and architecture and design and science and so on, is to have the humility to understand that right now I'm not the most important person and you are. And therefore, how do we actually manage that? Now that comes into how do you design a street? You know, whenever is a car the most important thing? A point is, it is a thing. You know, people are important. And the person that's in the car is no more important than the person who is not in a car. So if you start to design the street for people, you start to see that this big steel box, which takes a huge amount of space and volume, emits a lot of emissions that are noxious, kills people and so on, all of these things. Why would you ever do that? And so what we have to do is to figure out, how do we make the world great for the people, and you won't need the car. Nobody will want a car. And that,
I like the idea that you see this place as a conductor. You're seeing how everything can balance and find that harmony. It paints a much quite a different perspective than we traditionally have had. I mean, we've certainly had singing. People have sung their presentations at Walk21 before.
Yeah.
And I remember Jan Gehl, actually, from Gehl Architects back in Copenhagen. He actually bought his band, and they played in the evening. Maybe musicians have got something here that could share with us. Maybe music is the answer here, that we're orchestrating a street to make something quite beautiful.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I'm talking at the moment with the London Jazz Festival, who are thinking of putting an event in here. And because we can change all the acoustics here, we can actually do some quite interesting things with this. So I don't know whether it's going to happen or not, but the idea but what I think is quite cool is, I said, well, I don't know, when you have your festival, it might be a station, or it might be a forest, or it might be a street. I don't know. And they said, oh, this is a bit worrying. And then they suddenly thought, actually, that's quite interesting, because they're going to book a jazz event and an audience, and they don't actually know what the place is going to be like until they walk through the door. And
I'm looking at this chat, and everyone's going bonkers. They all want to come, and I mean, at the moment, no one could go anywhere. But I quite like the idea that you're only 2 hours away from where I'm sitting, and you could come and make it like Portugal for me, and I could come and have a holiday in your shed.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. Actually, we're going to have a plane out here next year. So that we
can't we just come? I mean, I think Walk21 would love to come and have a proper session here. Maybe do a video, actually see what we can do, create some streets, fill it with people, watch how they react. I mean, this is brilliant. There's certainly a demand for that. If you'd be willing.
Yeah, you
love
can't
to get involved.
I don't know whether you can see them down there, but you might not be able to make them out because of the size. But actually, down there are 500 seats. We have a 500 seat pop-up theatre here that we just move around as we need it.
Okay.
That's so that we can show people things. You'll be very
welcome. We're coming. Sounds like we're on our way, but we can't do all that today. Nick, no. We're almost out of time. I really appreciate what you're saying here. I really like the concept that we've moved from. We thought we were really onto something when people were talking about 15 or 20-minute cities, but yet again at Walk21, a thought leader has got us to rethink and just make sure that we haven't missed a trick. And I think the 4-second trick is something that I'll definitely take away from this. It makes a lot of sense. Can I just ask you though, a lot of the oxygen we feel when we're talking about walking, it always seems to come down to electric vehicles and autonomous micromobility. That seems to be taking so much of the oxygen right now. You've talked about how the car hasn't got a future. Where are we with all these other issues? You know, how do we get walking? And remember that those 2 feet things that you talked about right at the beginning. Get back to the savannah. How long have we got to wait?
Well, as long as we continue to pursue the actually 100-year-old idea, I think. For me, I think the electric vehicle is a bit of a side issue. In the end, the emissions that they're saving, it depends very much where that electricity is coming from, as to whether they actually do. And actually, in terms of particulates, which is the component of emissions that we don't talk about so much, they are worse than the diesel car. So eventually that's going to do, that does stuff for respiratory disease and all of those sorts of things. So I think they're actually quite time limited. I think the message really is design for people first. Open the book, blank page. What do you need for people? And in order for people to actually have a quality of life, not just so that they can go to work, but actually have a quality of life. And if you do that, then you'll find that these things just move away. They're just not there. When you do need to move things around, which of course we do, from time to time, we then need to think about where are things and how much do we need to move them in order to get it. And yes, you are going to need some kind of vehicle, but let's have a think about what that vehicle might be in the context of people, rather than figure out how do we actually get people to fit into the context of a vehicle. And I think it's that mind shape that we have to do.
Yeah, we've just flipped it on its head, haven't we? Thank you so much, Nick, on behalf of everybody. I think absolutely full of inspiration. I'm sorry we couldn't have you for longer, but I think we're going to be seeing more of you, if not you seeing more of us. We're on our way. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you again on behalf of all of us. Really, really, really helpful. And I'm going to now move into the sort of next part of the program, if I may, because we're coming towards the end of this time together. It has been our 21st birthday, and at the end of any good birthday, I guess, we're all slightly tired, but smiling, I hope, and certainly grateful for the cake and the presents. And I know this year the cake has been a bit virtual, but we've had more than 70 speakers, 1,500 delegates already. And look, we launched a new website only on Monday, and we've already had 46,000 page views of that. So look, we're doing something right, and the message is getting out there. So certainly, yes, we've had a lot of presents, if you don't mind me making that pun. We started on day one with Professor Shane O'Mara, and he gave us, not far off what Nick was talking a little bit here about, that sort of neuroscience logic, and confirming that humans need safe, accessible, easy and enjoyable places to walk. And now we've had it confirmed from Ada that actually 50% of countries in the world have some of this sort of policy somewhere for walking, which is a real turning stone. Reflecting back over the 21 years, certainly getting the charter together, and we're really grateful for all of Daniel's work, particularly on that, but I know many of you were involved. That was probably a focus, at least for the first 10 years, to actually agree the agenda, work out how to get these things together and get that commitment. And certainly the last 10 years, our second decade has been much more also about feeding in the policy development inspired by those commitments and making sure that people start to deliver. But it's crystal clear now, I think, to us, particularly after this event, that we've got until 2030 in order to make sure that now all of this commitment and policy starts to get enacted and made effective. And what we heard from Marusha Kardama from SLOCAT very early on was how 2025 is the time when it's only 4 years away, where the updated moment on climate actions, where countries are going to have to make new commitments. 4 years away. And it's a good date to aim for, I think. At the moment, she told us that there are 12 active national champions who are on the list. But we've heard already from New Zealand, the Netherlands, certainly Norway, Ireland, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Austria, Costa Rica, Mexico, Singapore, Hong Kong. I mean, we've had so many examples from people at this time. Whether or not they're on these contributions lists for climate, I don't know. But this is the sort of policy virus that we really want every country to catch. So if you haven't started already, I hope that you will start thinking about getting it right about how to write a national walking strategy and an action plan, and start threading together these SDG commitments. And as Patrick said earlier today, it can take time, so let's make sure we start getting on with it. And at the heart of these frameworks, what we've heard and learned is that need to retain, protect, and enable people to walk. And it's this need for a consistent message and consistent delivery. Jonathan Ward, the architect, early on yesterday, talked about how the need, really how he was trying to embrace it, was about optimizing for people, downplaying the car, connecting people to nature, and designing at a human scale. The smart money, it seems, is already doing that. He's busy building exactly that's what people want for the people like Amazon and Tencent, who can afford to do everything right. And they're already saying just how frustrated they are with the incompetencies that exist when the system has evolved to be so complicated that it fails to let someone pop to school, visit the doctor, maybe even get to the bus without risking their life, or it making so much effort they can't wait to find another way and stop walking. Rodney Tolley our good friend from Walk21 who's been with us from the beginning and a personal friend. I really want to thank him for being with us all this time. He reminded us that the 3 km/h scale is where we need to touch, is where we do touch the city and what we need to design for. And I hope that the likes of Rachel Cahill, who joined us from Ireland, she's already championing gender, but I think she was offering to also help us with the revision of the transport appraisal process. We've heard so much about this over this conference especially. We need to update this obsession about saving time and replacing it, as Nick was just saying, not just with the 4-second moments, but replacing it with a real sense of social justice. I really enjoyed the presentation from New Zealand from Claire Pascoe, who showed us how the Ministry of Transport, yes, the Ministry of Transport mission is now well-being and livability. We've come a long way from the assumption that sitting everyone in a lineup of cars will deliver that. And safety and attractiveness were her metrics. And importantly, they've sped up a special group to innovate and accelerate this transition. I think that we'll see many more of these transition type task forces in the urgency of the 2030 deadlines, particularly as they loom across us in only 9 years to go. And maybe, as we've heard by so many people from so many places, the pandemic might help with that. Rod shared us a quote from Adrita Roy, who said that the pandemic had created a portal gateway into another world. She says, there's no going back. Let's hope not. And from what we've heard in the global amplification of the need for safe places to walk, it's certainly accelerating the momentum to deliver. And certainly, I think the transition is more than started. Bruce McVeigh from London said, reallocate the space first and then make it better with money later. He's not hanging around. He's not waiting for the money first. We heard from Joe He in Seoul that their road diets are packaged with connections to culture, parks, trees, and nature. And as Swathi would say from India, that what we need to do is create a haven and a paradise, what Anne called today, making it delightful. Anisha shared from Jakarta that you can do a whole neighborhood in 7 hours with a pallet of paint and 150 people. And Trey Park used toilet plungers as bollards. I hope you remember that. It was really quite memorable. And we learned about that traffic cop who spent $2,000 of his own money chair bombing, where he knew there were places that people needed to sit down in the city. Robin Davis' effort maps in Townsville. Cam Perkins' idea of hiring a theatre company to build out the path so you didn't have to dig holes in the street. It only cost 5% of the usual budget to transform. And at the other end of the scales, India's 100 complete streets and Professor Koki's lifetime work with smart wellness cities in Japan. That man, I really think, needs an applause. And he's come to so many conferences. I really appreciate his work and sharing it with us in so much detail this time. And as does Mr. Salah, who's joined us for the first time from Saudi Arabia. He's enlightened us with all his work over many years in a country which has got some of the lowest levels of walking in the world, some of the poorest levels of physical activity in the world. He is championing getting people out on their feet. And each year we're inspired, and this year particularly these actions stood out, but so too the new network in Africa that Janine Tunis shared with us. It makes me feel that we're reaching more places than ever. So thank you to her and to Carly for the great work that they're doing out there, which has already attracted more than 80 partners, and cities and countries are queuing up to join that walking and cycling network to make sure that things are better post-pandemic and long-term in the future across Africa. We might be 21, but we're still learning, and I guess everybody is at whatever age. And the highlight for me on Tuesday was the VREF announcement that there is going to be more money for research into walking in the future. Thank you to Henrik and to Heather for that especially, and to Helgi Hilnehutter, who quickly was keen to say that we must turn this research at speed into action. Shayla from Bangladesh and Geetam from India added that this needs to be relevant globally so that walking becomes the choice mode, not the compulsion. And as Geetam so eloquently said, or even the survival mode, as Regina suggested, we have to get this right, and the moment has to be now. Heather went on to call that the research had to make walking more fundable, and certainly we can't afford to neglect it. And our own research this year at Walk21 has been exploring this whole concept of value of walking. We weren't ready quite yet to share it with you, but we will be in a few weeks. We've had the support of the University of Manchester, Dr. Gail Jennings, and UK Aid to help unpick why it is that walking hasn't been more valued and how we might address that and improve value in the future. We'll put it up on our website soon. And then today we've heard about data. From Shin-Hei Lee yesterday in Seoul, the Seoul Institute explained how the Seoul metrics are actually not so complex. Public transport accessibility, footfall activity, and retail spend are what they use. Spend, people, access. We've helped, it does help because they have access to credit card data, mobile phone data as well. But I know that's not possible everywhere. And so thank you to Fiona, Steffi, Monica, and others who've been sharing what they have, where it exists. And we know it's limited, but it does highlight both the fact that there's a need for better systems, as well as now how we can improve with the imperfect data we have. At least we can start moving the conversation on. And today, so many good examples from clean air and the road safety work, which has been going much longer than just the walking work, which has been a real inspiration to see how good data can underpin evidence, make better decisions, and ultimately better policy and impact. And look, we have to totally acknowledge this great work that we've heard from Nick. He was a real find. Thank you, Nick Tyler, for sharing us a way to, I guess, to some extent, crack the code about what these environments are and make sure that the choices that we make about the environments that we're creating are supportive of people and we get those right. Looping back to the opening with Shane, we certainly need to think about the need for walking about creative thinking. And it strikes me, perhaps more than anything around this conference, that what Shane said was for years and for centuries and possibly forever, we need that walking to create the mental space to solve problems. So perhaps if everything isn't quite right yet where you live, wherever you are in the world, at the end of this year's event, I hope that you'll get up and go for a walk, and perhaps behind the greatest chance of working out the solution that you've heard over the last 3 days and adapt it and apply it to try and be a solution in your own place. Mayor Park, who was the mayor in Seoul when we first started this conversation several years ago now, once said to me that he never made any big decisions in the city without going for a walk first. So I hope you'll stay in touch until next time and get ready to share with us what you did post-walk after this event. But before we wrap up, a couple of big thank yous. Firstly, to the amazing team at SNG, who've overcome so much to make this happen. From the mayor, Mr. Lee, Mr. Son, the university, Ki-Chu Choi, and Mr. Lim Dong, as well as Alan and Mik Yong, and everyone at Chris & Partners. It really is quite amazing what you've pulled off. One minute, I remember we were dancing in Rotterdam, and we had such an amazing party. I remember the Seoul team were wondering how on earth they were ever going to beat that. And they rushed home and booked the best hotel in Seoul for us all. We were going to have a 5-star experience. And what a shame it is that all we've managed to do for 3 days is just walk down the stairs. But actually, I still think we've had a great time. So thank you for making that work. And final thanks must go to Bronwyn Thornton, our amazing COO, who has actually managed to curate this great list of speakers and make sure that the content is not just relevant, but to all of you for your participation and continuing. Even 21 years later, you're still coming and seem to have so much more to add to the conversation. So look, despite the pandemic, as walkers always do, I guess we created a desire line. We knew what we were aiming for. Keep the conversation going, keep progressing with the agenda, and we made a path. So thank you very much for walking it with us this year for our 21st birthday at Walk21 Seoul. Thank you.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you once again, Mr. Walker, for the conclusion as well as the report, and of course, Professor Tyler, for that great presentation. I think that you may be somewhat of an omnipotent person, and we do expect to see more coming from Walk21 while they visit you. 네, 그럼 다음은 본 컨퍼런스의 마지막 순서인 차기 개최 도시 대회 인계식이 있도록 하겠습니다. 우선 먼저 이혜경 서울특별시 보행친화기획관 국장님께서 폐회사를 진행해 주신 다음에 이어서 데이비드 피츠패트릭 더블린 공과대학교 총장님께서 차기 대회에 대한 소개를 해 주시겠습니다. So now is the last program of today, and we have the handover ceremony. First of all, we'll have Ms. Hae-kyung Lee, the General Director of Department of Pedestrian Friendly Planning Bureau at the Seoul Metropolitan Government, who will deliver us the closing remarks. And then afterwards, Mr. David Fitzpatrick, the President of Technological University Dublin, will introduce the next Walk21 conference. So ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, please welcome Ms. Lee.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am Hae-kyung Lee, Pedestrian Friendly Planning Officer in Seoul Metropolitan Government. I would like to thank everyone who joined the conference for the last 3 days. I would like to thank Director Etienne Krug of WHO, SLOCAT Secretary General Maruksa Kardama, Director Nick Tyler of Transport Study Center at University College London, experts and conference participants from pedestrian societies, international organizations, and NGOs. Thank you. And I would like to thank Mr. Jim Walker for all your hard work and support. And we are having this conference in a virtual setting, but nonetheless, we are able to have a successful conference due to your active participation. So I think it was all the more meaningful. Including Seoul, many cities are striving to improve the pedestrian environment, but we still have a lot of social burden including health problems and air pollution. And I think the solutions have been presented. We need to create a pedestrian city. And I think the conference was quite valuable. And it is all the more meaningful because it is the first international pedestrian conference to be held in Korea. There were a lot of thought-provoking discussions during the 3 days. Many topics were dealt with, including plans to create pedestrian cities and implications for the future city vision, and I think it was quite fruitful. We will take the lessons to heart, and Seoul Metropolitan Government will take these lessons to create a pedestrian-friendly city. So I would like to thank everyone for their contribution. Seoul is making a lot of efforts to create the pedestrian city, and we would like to take all the insights provided by you, and so I would like to thank the suggestions and the real-life examples and best practices. After the pandemic is over and when you do visit Seoul, you'll be able to walk the elegant and easy-to-walk paths of the pedestrian city Seoul. Next year, we will have Walk21 in Dublin, Ireland. I'd like to introduce a souvenir from the City of Seoul with the wishes for the success of Dublin City. These are traditional Korean shoes, flower embroidered shoes. They were worn by young women. They are made in silk, and the beautiful flower and butterfly embroiders are on the shoes. When you wish someone well in Korea, we say walk on flower path. I wish that Walk21 Dublin will walk on flower path in flower shoes and be successful. In the next conference, I hope that the pandemic will be over and we'll be able to walk, talk, and think together. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the speakers and viewers. Thank you.
네, 국장님 너무나도 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 꽃길만 걸어라라는 메시지를 전달해 주셨는데요. 네, 앞으로 더블린시가 워크21 컨퍼런스를 준비하면서 앞으로 꽃길만 걷길 제가 또 기원을 하겠습니다. So that was her message delivered to the next host city. And she also mentioned in Korean a saying that we have. I believe that it can be loosely interpreted into the middle of good shoes take you to great places, as well as wishing you a bed of roses for your future. So we do hope the best of luck for Dublin. 네, 그럼 차기 워크 21 컨퍼런스는 방금 들으셨듯이 아일랜드 더블린에서 개최될 예정입니다. 이어서 데이비드 피츠패트릭 더블린 공과대학교 총장님께서 차기 대회 소개를 진행해 주시겠습니다. And as you have heard, the next Walk21 conference will be held in Dublin, Ireland. So to give us an introduction, we'll have Mr. David Fitzpatrick, the president of the Technological University, Dublin. So please welcome him with a virtual round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good morning from Dublin. Good evening in Seoul. As president of Technological University, Dublin, Ireland's largest university and host of the Walk21 conference in 2022. I'm very sorry not to be in Seoul in person, but I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today, particularly as this year is a special anniversary for the Walk21 conference, celebrating its 21st birthday since the first event in London in 2000. Many happy returns. We are looking forward to engaging with everyone who participates in next year's event here in our capital city, Dublin, with its medieval centre, walkable streets, public parks, and resonances of history, literature, and music. You are probably very familiar with the works of James Joyce and his most famous work, Ulysses. In fact, that work could be a blueprint for Walk21, as its main character charts the fabric of Dublin City as he walks all day on the 16th of June, now known internationally as Bloomsday, from one side of the city to the other, incorporating all aspects of life and death on his journey. In February 2020, TU Dublin hosted a diverse group of nearly 60 stakeholders at the Get Ireland Walking Stakeholder Forum on all-purpose walking in Ireland to discuss working towards the future together. Among the recommendations was for Ireland to host the Walk21 conference, which would focus on walking, recreational, and utilitarian topics. I would like to thank the many government departments and agencies for their support in helping TU Dublin host next year's event. Last year, the Irish government also announced an unprecedented investment of €356 million per year for walking and cycling projects, and also the appointment of 248 new active travel posts in local authorities across Ireland. Ireland looks forward to gaining inspiration from the Walk21 international community on how to optimize this investment to boost the walkability and livability of our villages, towns, cities, and recreational amenities. The concept behind Walk21 fits very well with how TU Dublin views the world around us. With 29,000 students and 3,500 staff in our Dublin campuses, we have the ambition and the critical mass to make a positive impact on our environment, society, and the economy. With that in mind, we framed our 10-year strategic plan around three key pillars: people, planet, and partnership. The mission of Walk21 fits perfectly with our strategic aims. And to give you some idea of how we aim to live up to our vision, our new city centre campus at Grangegorman is designed to be part of its neighbourhood. It is very accessible on foot, by bike, or by public transport. And in fact, we have no vehicles on campus, apart from, of course, our solar-powered buggies, which are used to transport goods from one side of the campus to the other. Students, staff, and the local community are encouraged to take walks through and around the landscaped 73-acre site, making it a friendly and inviting environment for people of all ages. Grangegorman is just a 10-minute walk from where many of our colleagues and students of engineering and built environment are based, including our transport and mobility research group. Inspired by examples in other countries, including Medellin in Colombia, members of the research group have initiated a number of projects aimed at making our city as safely walkable as possible. In particular, they have succeeded in securing funding, along with Walk21, from the Alstom Foundation for the development of a walkability auditing app. This project specifically involves asking women to share their perceptions of walkability to help our city council planners to understand its impact on their transport choices. The app helps people map the deficiencies in their environment and gives local authorities the opportunity to translate those concerns into transformative actions, including changes to street infrastructure and the management of the public realm. At the conference next year, my colleagues will be able to report in detail on this and other projects, and to get feedback and further ideas from the other participants. So we are very much looking forward to the conference coming to Ireland. Of course, it has been a great disappointment that Walk21 could not take place this year as planned. And like you, we've been coping with the enormous changes that we've been forced to make as a result of COVID-19. Those changes have meant that we've been teaching, researching, and learning remotely, and not engaging and interacting in the way that universities do best. There is absolutely no doubt, however, that everyone has discovered the benefits of walking. This has increased our familiarity with neighbours and neighbourhoods, and it's one aspect of the worldwide pandemic that we hope we can retain and build on. We look forward to hosting the conference in September 2022 and to introducing you to the city, to our campus, and to our students and colleagues. And in closing, I'd just like to say immense gratitude for the gift of the shoes that have just been presented to us. And we will certainly look to work on a flowering path in flowered shoes, and see you in Dublin next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for the introduction. And of course, please do take care of the great shoes that we have sent. 네, 다시 한번 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 이것으로 워크21 서울국제 보행 컨퍼런스를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 저 또한 오늘 퇴근하고 제가 가장 좋아하는 청계천을 좀 걸어볼 예정입니다. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we have to close the Walk21 Seoul conference. Once again, thank you very much for your contributions all throughout the 3 days. And tonight, I have an impetus to go and walk my favorite place in the city. Well, we sincerely hope that we'll be able to see you again soon, and perhaps next year in person. Thank you very much, and goodbye.